Whoops. Hey, FBAJ. Yeah, that's it. There we go. Oh, I can do it. Oh, wow. I got to get, oh my goodness. I got my dang on glasses in that car. Child. Hey, y'all.
Hi, baby.
Hey,
You
what's
left
up?
Hey,
you
I
left your
forgot.
glasses, baby.
Yes, I got my cup. This gonna be horrible.
You had some cheap ones, some little dollar glasses, don't you?
I'm gonna have to. What's the topic? Is no. Should Black Americans withhold their vote? Hold on. Let me finish. I gotta share this. Hey, everybody.
Hey.
Hey, Whitney.
Hey.
Y'all, I left my glasses in the car. Oh, I'm mad about it. They already was over here calling me jalapeno nose, y'all. So it's really about to be in the camera. Y'all, can y'all hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Mm.
So should we answer the prompt or wait until there's more people?
I mean, y'all can do open talk. Y'all good? We'll start when we get a crowded panel. So, I mean, it's really nobody up here to rebut or anything, but you can talk. You can speak how you feel. I literally just started the live.
Yeah.
I mean, because my answer is it wouldn't really matter. It doesn't really matter at this point anyway. Or I know I can be wrong. I guess it would matter. So I guess my answer would be yes.
We should withhold it.
Yes, I mean, because the truth is, if you look it up, you can find out the signatures of the electoral college out of old ones, not the current ones. But the truth is, I believe they only let us vote so we'll feel some sense of loyalty to something. Because when you feel loyal, you take care of it. And you feel like you're part of it. And I think they'll learn from other fallen dynasties that if you do not make your people feel like they are part of something you just take, they will overthrow. So they figured that out and said, you know what, we're gonna let them think they got power and everything, but at the end of the day, if they don't make the right choice, we're gonna make it for them. But I do think that the only reason why it would matter is because you can't have a group of people thinking freely on their own. That's the sign that a dynasty is coming to an end.
I agree with that. Yeah. Yeah. So we've been voting with the Democrats for like forever, and it hasn't gotten us anywhere though. But I just don't understand the people that say, let's go for the Republicans, because they actively trying to, you know, mess us up as they're trying to they're on like attack mode against black people. So for me, it's either keep the Democrats, at least they try and they put in like Crockett, they put a couple of black folk in there, but either them or just nobody. Just leave it, because even with them, is they're not really changing nothing. The status quo is still the same.
When everyone is done speaking, can I rebuttal something that you just said, please? Well, in my opinion, let's talk about Jasmine Crockett because she actually did something in my area where I live at. But what do you tell? Can you tell me 5 things that Jasmine Crockett did?
Whitney, hold on for 1 second, Mister.
Hey,
Hey, so I left my eyeglasses in the car. So can you help me
mm-hmm.
out? I can see some stuff. I can see a lot, but when it comes to the prompt, just can you help me out a little bit until my glasses get here?
Okay, that's
I'm gonna
fine.
need to lean on
I'm
you
gonna
a
need,
little
I'm gonna
extra.
need, yeah. Well, you probably ain't gonna be able to mind me up on this
Oh yes, I
account until
am.
you get your glasses.
I can do it.
But okay then.
All
Yeah,
right.
I can definitely help you out.
All right, thank you. Hey, Netherboo. All right, thanks. I'm sorry, Whitney. Go ahead.
Well, my question was because I hear about the Democrats and the Republicans and stuff like that. And then someone brought up Jasmine Crockett. And I feel like asking the question about Jasmine Crockett was also answer my question as far as the Democrat thing. What are 5 things that Jasmine Crockett did? Mind you, I know, and she affects where I live, my zone here in Texas. But people voted for her, and I asked people what have she done, and they didn't even know. So I'm asking you, sir, what is 5 things that Jasmine Crockett did?
So you're asking me, okay, for me, she served as like an example to like up and coming, of age black girls. She's serving as a positive example by holding a position of power, which is kind of motivating them. But you're right. I don't know a couple of things she might have done. Her policies, I do not know.
Crockett didn't do nothing but run her mouth, and that's part of the reason why she wasn't elected this time. When they did a poll on her, her combative nature went against her. And if you watch her campaign, it was centered around that. Now, Jasmine Crockett wasn't able to pass any laws. However, she did sit on certain laws that did get passed, specifically for the bus system here in this area, and also for like to encourage employers to hire inmates who just got out of jail. And she did a few other things she said on there, but she wasn't able to get anything passed. Now, the only reason why I say that is because we're so hung up on Republican and Democrat. The Democrat isn't all that great. And the truth is, when you look at the black community, a lot of our ideals line up with Republican. Now, I'm not Republican or Democrat, but I do think that we got to stop being hung up on, oh, I hate Trump and all of that, because the party is way bigger than Trump. And if you read Trump old stuff, which personally I'm reading his crap now. Trump didn't change. He been this person the whole time. He literally is doing what he believed, and everything. He been talking about this before I was even born, back in the 80s. So I think the danger of voting is when you don't know who you're voting for, and when you're hung up on a party. Both parties are against you. When they turn those cameras off, government is so small. It's less than 1 million people that make laws versus 100 million people. They have to be on the same team on something. So I'm a land my plane, but I do think that we got to stop being hung up on Republican and Democrat, because truth is Democrats suck too. Both of them suck. I've been to both meetings, and when I tell you they're all unorganized and full of it, both of them suck. In my opinion, just my opinion, my opinion.
Can I rebut on that? I agree with you.
Y'all can
Actually,
have a
they
back
do.
and forth. I agree with her too. I mean, both of them suck, honey. In my opinion, I normally don't give my opinion, but the debate haven't started yet. But I agree.
But yeah, I just don't get the people that say Republicans suck less though, because I feel like they suck more. Like when Biden was leaving, he stacked all the federal judges with like most of them black women, and then Trump comes in, fires all of them, and then replaces them with like white judges and stuff. So that's why I say they do both suck, but Republicans suck a little bit more, you know. And there's some people nowadays trying to make it look like the other way around, you know.
But can we talk about Biden when we get a chance? Because Biden sucked. If you read the policies and know what he actually got passed, he stacked those black women up there. But he also changed the law as far as credit, which hurt us the most. He changed a few laws. He sucks. So, do you know any of his policies that was actually passed? Because a president passed over 100 different laws during their term. That's like the basic standard for a president. They're just not always popular or talked about, but they pass little laws all the time. Obama, I think, did like almost 200 laws. Do you know what Biden passed? Because stacking a bunch of black women up there is cool, but it doesn't really matter if the overall goal isn't being achieved. That's just like Jasmine Crockett didn't do nothing but run her big mouth, and it made her unlikable and uncooperative.
Well, y'all, it looked like we got a live panel now. Would you guys like to start the debate now?
Yeah, we can get started, but before we do, thank y'all to the 19 people up in here. Y'all go ahead and set the standard. Y'all go ahead and set the bar and send a message by tapping that screen, y'all. Thank y'all for coming through. Tap that screen because you know what we are. We're on the road to 100K, okay? Every single day, all day. We ain't come to play. Y'all need to go ahead and get it in, all right? So go ahead and tap that screen up, okay? Go ahead and share this live out, okay? For the few people that are coming in, thank y'all. Now we at 20 people. You see, y'all doing y'all job. Y'all see how that works? And, all right. Everything runs smoother the more you like and the more you share. Okay. What's really important though are those gifts. Okay. Help the challenges. Okay. Help out with the heart meal. Go ahead and follow the host. Okay. This really helps us and supports so we can keep on coming back every single day and doing the exact same thing. Okay, y'all. Thank y'all for y'all likes. Thank y'all for y'all laughs. Thank y'all for y'all frowns and invite everybody. Go ahead and tell your friends and your enemies to come on through. If they're Republican or Democrat, if they're LGBT, if they're womenist and everything, everybody just tell them to come on in here. Okay, go ahead and gift your favorite panelists also. Come on up if you're brave enough. If you have an opinion, if you agree, we want you. But if you disagree, we really want you. Okay, you are in high demand. If you are of the opposition, so y'all need to come on up. We ain't gonna jump you. Okay, everyone's gonna hear you out. You're gonna be able to speak your piece. Okay, and hey, Nisi, you got a hot mic. I got you. Yeah, and everybody's gonna hear you out, man. If you got those verbal hands, bring it on up here and let's catch a fair one, okay, y'all. Also, make sure that you use TikTok friendly language, okay? Make sure there's no cursing. Make sure we're not throwing in ad hominems and disrespecting it unless it's in a classy, demure manner. We're going to be classy. We're going to be very demure. We're going to be very mindful, okay, while we're up here. Make sure that you don't use any trigger words, all right? No KILLs, no HATEs, right? Make sure that you change the language around. No triple K. You're gonna have to say triple K. You're gonna have to say Jewish and Yitler and Yahtzees, and you gotta say small hat and no disparaging things and remarks about a group of people, y'all. Okay, these things are what trips the wire and gives strikes on the live, and we are going to have no restrictions at all. Okay, none whatsoever. If you're not sure what you can or cannot say, just spell it out, or you might need to drop down and come back up when you learn what TikTok coded language is. Okay. Also, when you come up, all right, everyone is going to get a turn. Your turn to talk is when the host says, hey, it's your turn to talk. Or, hey, does anybody have a rebuttal? Or in the few occasions when we do a showtime, okay? If we do a showdown, that means anybody can talk, all right? But when people come in, you don't have to say, hey, it's my turn to talk. Hey, I haven't gone yet. Don't worry. We got you. Okay, we got you. And if you're a person who habitually comes off the microphone, depending on who you are and how much we like you and what we're feeling like, we might drop you as soon as you do it, or we might drop you later. But let's try to be very, very respectful. Okay, let's try to do that. Absolutely. Thank y'all for coming through. All right. Thank y'all for liking it up. Thank y'all for getting us this far. We already have 4,000 with the 25 people in here. With those fingers are nice and strong. Okay, y'all. Let's go ahead and get started and let's have a good time tonight.
Thank you so much, mister. Okay, we have an available spot. Somebody just dropped. If anybody want to come up and join the beginning of the debate, maybe you'll get to stay for a while. So tonight, you guys, I don't have my glasses, so bear with me, okay? Tonight, we asking a real question. Are Black Americans voters or political leverage? And if we are leverage, why haven't we used it? Okay, so Whitney, you can go first. You can start. You want to address the prompt?
Sure. So, if I understood the question, you saying is our vote our leverage, and if it is, I'm
No,
sorry.
it's on the prompt. That was just my
Oh,
opening statement. That's all.
oh, okay. Should Black
Something new.
America?
I'm trying, a little something.
Oh, okay. Well, okay, cool,
Okay.
cool. Oh, should Black Americans withhold their vote? In my opinion, I would say yes, for several reasons, but I give two. One, no American vote actually count. And if you don't vote locally, I don't know why you vote at all for presidency. Two, it's not like, they count on us to automatically vote for Democrat. That's kind of like, and I think we have seen that in recent elections. Kamala just knew she was going to win because of our vote, which the other side showed her that ain't how that work. We count on that, and they know that we're just hoping not to get a Republican in there, and that's because of a lack of knowledge, lack of understanding. So, and another reason why I honestly think a certain age group should not be allowed to vote. And the only reason why I say that is because when you vote, you're not voting just for the present, you're voting for a future. And if it's not likely that you're going to be here to see the consequences of your vote, you shouldn't be allowed to vote on a group of people who has to live with your consequences. But overall, I think if you are not educated on how the system works, you should not be allowed to vote, which a lot of us aren't. And your vote, in my opinion, don't really matter in the first place.
Okay. Did anyone have a rebuttal for Whitney? No rebuttal?
Yeah, I have a quick rebuttal. If you don't think voting matters, why'd you come up to talk about it?
Wait a minute. That sounds like a question to me. Do you have a
I,
rebuttal for her actual submission?
sure. I don't think someone,
Wait, I
if
give
you
you,
don't
let me
think
start
that,
your timer.
sure, if you don't think that voting matters, then I don't understand why you would even want to talk about it. What's the point? You don't think none of this matters, then let people who care about it vote. I'll yield right there.
Whitney, final say.
So, in my opinion, again, if you don't understand what the voting system is or how it works or how anyone is elected, then you shouldn't be voting. And I do think that the reason why you can talk about it is because whether you vote or not, certain laws are going to get passed. Uh, Whether you vote or not, certain things are going to get passed that actually affects you. And again, if you do not vote on a local level, I don't vote presidential. I vote on a local level. But if you're one of those people who don't vote on a local level, but you're so quick to go stand in the hot sun doing president, then you just a waste of time. You know what I mean? Like it's just a waste of time. But if you are uneducated on how the voting system actually work in the first place, then you are more dangerous than anyone because again, you're voting on a future that you might be here to see, but you're voting on a group of people. And for people of a certain age group, you are voting on people on a group of people and you may not be here to see your consequences. So, an uneducated voter is the most dangerous thing if you're going to believe in the voting system anyway. In our land.
Okay, thank you for that. You ready for your question, Whitney?
Yes.
Okay, your question is, what specific tangibles should Black Americans demand before giving their vote?
So, in my opinion, I think we should demand real financial literacy in our schools that we go to. I mean, we can get reparation, but a lot of us don't know how to keep it. You know what I mean? But we and the law should not be a different law should not be passed for the next 30 years after we learn that. Because as soon as we learn something, here they come with something new. And I also think that we shouldn't pay the same amount of taxes that everyone else pays. Because it is our ancestors that built this land and we haven't gotten anything from it. And for everyone to be like, well, you wasn't a slave. Well, if you understand how uh generational trauma work, then you would know that we're probably more affected than or just as affected as they are. They was, if you understand how generational trauma work. So those are the two things that I think, would be good.
Thank you so much for your submission, Whitney. Hey, Professor Allen, welcome back.
Hey, hey,
Hey, hey. How
how
you
you doing?
doing? I'm doing good, just relaxing, doing my
Oh,
show.
doing well.
That's good. You want to address the prompt?
So no tangibles, no. What that is really. I'm trying not to be mean with this.
No, it should Black
Is
American.
missing out on.
It's sorry, I'm sorry, Professor Allen. The question is, should Black Americans withhold their vote? That's right under no tangibles, no vote. Can you see that?
I I can read it, but it is in small letters.
Okay.
Hey, Professor, you only got one bar, and
Um,
your signal is real choppy.
okay, look, move. What's going on with my phone today? Can y'all hear me better now?
Mhm.
It's going in and out.
Is it now? Oh, it's still because it's stuck right there.
Uh, I'm stuck.
Yeah, it's bad,
Y'all
Professor
hear me?
Allen. It's bad.
Here, go. Go.
Yeah, want me to? Okay, I will. I will. Hey, Magga. Hey, Magga, how you doing today?
Hello, love. I call everybody love, but your name is love, so I was right this time. How are you?
I'm doing good, and you?
No complaint.
That's good. You want to address the prompt?
I
Should Black
do.
Americans withhold their vote?
I don't think we should ever withhold our vote. I think we need to learn the importance of our vote. And just being a part of MAGA really has taught me how important our vote is. Like there was the largest amount of BLK, particularly men, that voted Republican this year. They were integral and pivotal in getting Trump elected. So whether you agree or not, it just shows the power. And just even some of them didn't vote, but when they came out, that one point they came out against Obama voicefully, that was the turning point to me. So even if they don't understand the power of the vote, understanding the power of their voice, and directing everybody in the right way, because sometimes we're going according to race. And in this case, personally for me, race was not the right way to go, which would have been Kamala. So I think that's the key. And then as far as tangibles are concerned, I think we need to, once we figure out our power, we can start specifically asking for something. A lot of people are saying reparations. I believe in vertical integration, which is almost the same thing. But we've got to get on the same page to do that. So that's what I think.
My, are we sure that most, if
Okay,
I heard her
so Whitney
correctly,
has a rebuttal. Does anybody else have a rebuttal? Okay. All right, go ahead, Whitney.
well, I guess this won't be a rebuttal. I apologize. I think I have a question because she said that, I think if I heard her correctly, was it most black men that voted for Trump this term, or
Not
just a certain number?
No, it was more than ever before. So when I said
Oh,
most, it was
okay.
only 8%, but that 8% was higher than any other election. So even though just that little bit of change was pivotal, that's literally, this was the highest that they've ever voted Republican, and just that little bit made a difference.
So my only rebuttal would be are these is there, what is the reason they voted for the president?
Well,
Because
that's a question. Okay, go ahead.
okay, I'm sorry.
No, you can go ahead. If you got an actual rebuttal, go ahead.
I mean, because the truth is, whether you vote Republican or Democrat, if you're uneducated on who you're voting for and you don't know their policies, not what they speak out their mouth, but if you don't know what they got wrote down, which isn't hard to find, then no matter who you vote for, you're still a danger to both parties.
I think it's that premise that's kept us from being really, like the prompt is saying, it's kept us from being as advantageous as we should be politically. Whether we understand or not, we need to get very active, and we need to do it very quickly, because there's a lot of complaining and a lot of frustration, and all of our power is held in the vote. If we don't use it there, it's pointless almost everywhere else.
Thank you for that, MAGA. Let me ask you a question. So you encourage Black Americans to vote.
Oh, heck yeah.
Okay, you ready for your question? I had
I
to
thought
step
that was
away.
it.
I had to step away. My son was calling me. Okay, if voting is power, why hasn't it translated into measurable results?
If I may be very frank without being disrespectful up here, I think we've been voting along color and not along idea. And I was just on another panel where they were saying we have a lot of people in Congress, but those people are beholden to a lot of things, and sometimes it's the donor class, and the donor class is sometimes.
Your mic muted or cut
My
out.
phone rang. Okay. The a lot of the people that are in Congress are sometimes beholden to a donor class that is ran by a lot of different ideologies. One of them could be globalist ideologies, which are directly connected to immigration, which is directly connected to the party of the Democrats. Their donor base is there, so is global ideology. We don't benefit from that because we only live in America. So there's a lot of factors going into why or why not we're being impacted by the people we're electing. We're electing them based on color. They're operating based on their donors. They don't make money from us. They make money from immigration.
I disagree.
Wait a minute. Jaha? Jahi?
Yahi.
Did I break up? I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Was you still talking, MAGA?
I think I broke up a little bit.
Yeah, Jahi, hold on, okay? So,
Okay.
was you finished, MAGA?
Yeah, I was.
Okay. Did anybody have any rebuttals, or you already did her rebuttals, Mister?
Well, I asked everyone if they have a rebuttal. Whitney was the only one who said something.
Okay. Are you ready for? Well, you already answered the question then, so it's time for the next person. But chat, 'cause I already asked you your question, right, Maga?
You did, ma'am.
Okay. Chat, we have your first question. Should we keep voting the same way? Yes or no? Hey, Miss America.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing good. Y'all tap this
That's good to hear. Um,
address
as far
that.
as the prompt goes, I do not think Black Americans should be withholding our vote. I am of the firm opinion that in politics, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. If you're not actively taking part in making policy, then whatever resources would have gone to you, somebody else is going to eat them up. So I advocate for us moving differently. We can't keep doing the same things. We can't keep voting Democrat. I certainly don't think we should be voting Republican either. Because when you're not voting, essentially, all the pundits will put you into one big old pot and say, okay, these are all these non-voters over here. These non-voters have a million different reasons for not voting. But if Black Americans were to say, okay, instead of voting for Democrat or Republican, we're all voting for this independent or this Green Party person. Even if that person doesn't win, it shows both parties you could have had this share of voters that you lost because you weren't speaking to their direct needs. There has to be some strategy to this going forward. And I feel like almost all of us, not even just as Black Americans, as Americans, period, we're tired of this blue and red tomfoolery. It's old. And the only way to, as regular citizens, without, a pack behind us, the only way to break this up is to move as one, which I'm very proud to say, Black Americans, as a bloc, are the most educated group of voters in the country. We have the highest voter participation. And we always throw it into the Democrats, and the Democrats don't really give us anything to show for it. So I think we should just, shift it. I'd like to see more of us getting in the booth as far as running for office and speaking directly to our needs without some big pack behind them that's, controlling the strings. I can land right there.
Thank you. Anybody have a rebuttal
I
from Miss
do.
America? Okay, go ahead, Whitney.
So, one of my rebuttals is, let's say we did get an independent, right? Okay, so who gets the House? Is either going to be Republican or Democrat? So I think, and I honestly, I think she's absolutely right. We shouldn't be voting for Democrats at all anymore. You know what I mean? Just in my opinion. And we would do great to have an independent. And it probably could work, but at the end, you still have to deal with a certain party. If I'm correct from what I've read. Two, what would be the reason not to vote Republican? You know what I mean? Like, I would need to know what policies do you disagree with? What is it that you disagree with besides the always same talking points, immigration, LBGT, AB? It's always the same talking points. Besides those things, what is it that a person would want to vote Republican? Uh it, that would be my question. But I think when we talk about voting, also I think history have already shown us that your vote is limited. If you don't make the correct vote, they will make the vote for you. During the Hillary versus Trump election, majority voted for Hillary, but they made the correction for the American people. So for people to say that your vote matter, I need a clear example of a time where it did and that your vote actually did affect something. Now, locally, hey, 100%, I won't argue that point. But on a presidential level, I need an example because I haven't seen that. Maybe I'm just not educated on the topic enough.
Okay, you asked several questions, so I'm gonna try to hit them. I'm gonna go from your most recent to your oldest question. As far as an example, um, Georgia swung purple because of black voters in a federal election. That was a concentrated effort by a bunch of black people that had moved down here. I don't know if y'all, I'm sure y'all know that there's been a reverse migration back to the South. And this influx of black voters swung a very deep red country, or a very deep red state. So there's that. As far as not voting for Republicans, we're in a war that nobody understands why we're in right now. You can tell me that I'm sorry, a WAR that doesn't have any clear objective right now. Diesel is up to over $5. You know what that means when diesel's that high? The cost of all of our goods is going to be skyrocketing soon for no good reason. Like, why would we vote for Republicans when they're clearly just running a gangster operation out of the White House? All of the stuff that they're doing is not helping regular Americans. It's helping them. It's putting money into their pockets. I would only vote for a Republican if I owned a business or if I was a part of the kleptocracy. I'm not. I'm just a regular everyday girl. Ipso facto, I can't vote for them. I forget what was your first question.
Well, I guess if I was you, I would have said, well, when you talked about the war, I would have said that a Democratic president had started the war.
WAR, Whitney, WAR, and she just wants to
I'm
know
sorry.
about your first question. That's all. It's not really that's all. Can you tell her your first question so we can?
Hon- Honestly, I, I honestly don't think it mattered because the other questions didn't get answered. So I think I'm gonna sit this one out because I asked about policy. I didn't ask about nothing turning.
Oh,
You
okay.
asked why we should vote for Republicans or why we shouldn't vote for Republicans, and I just told you why. War is supposed to be a policy. It's
WAR,
supposed
WAR,
I'm sorry.
please. That's
It's
okay.
supposed to be something. If this is done correctly, the president is supposed to go to Congress and say, "Hey, can we talk this out? Are we going to go to WAR?" And then they get together and figure it out. And none of that is going according to plan. Uh,
That's not policy, is what
it's
I.
supposed to be
Never mind. I
WAR
bet
is
down.
supposed to be policy, and it's not because Republicans have decided we're just going to do whatever we want to do, and that's a problem. It should be a problem for you that laws aren't being followed just because Republicans feel like they can do whatever they want. They can go throw $11 billion
You ain't your
into the
plane.
ground in Iran for no particular reason.
Okay, Miss America, you ready for your question? You
I'm
guys,
ready.
it's really no wait in the queue. We would like to hear from everybody or people brave enough to, do this, participate in this debate. So you're more than welcome to come up, just to let you guys know. And thanks for the tap. Please continue to tap. I know it's slow in here right now, but please tap anyway. Okay, Miss America, your question of the night is withholding your vote strategy or is withholding your vote strategy or self sabotage?
I think it can be strategic if it's done the right way. You can withhold your vote for certain offices. Say it's a presidential election year, and you go into the booth, and the, for the federal folks, whoever is on the presidential ticket, you don't like anything they've been talking about. You can leave that blank, and you can write in some BS, but you can go ahead and vote for your local people. That still puts in a ballot. It still shows you're engaged in a political process, but it also shows that you're not on board with anyone at the top of the ticket. I think you're still sending a message while also caring for and paying attention to your local politics.
Thank you so much.
You're
Okay.
welcome.
May I rebuttal that?
Oh
Or
no, no, it was
oh, a
her
question you can't
question.
rebuttal? Okay, sorry about that.
But maybe if it gets slower, we can open discussion into the room, heat up more. Hi, Jahi.
How are you?
I'm doing good, and you?
Good.
I'm sorry.
I'm good.
Before we get to Jahi, Professor, how you looking over there with your connection?
Oh yeah.
Are you at your spot?
Yeah. It's been acting a fool today. I don't know. It may be an issue with my phone, but I'll be real quick. Should Black Americans withhold their vote or our vote? It depends. You know what I'm saying? Like we live in a dynamic political situation, and there are times when it's appropriate to withhold a vote. Kamala Harris being a good example. There are rare occasions where sitting out to make a statement are tactical. You know, we need to be more sophisticated with the voting system. I would say in general, no, but there are exceptions to every rule. Um, we need to focus on policy and get out of the psychological brainwash of party uh, clickism. Furthermore, we need to examine history. Now, I'm neither Democrat nor Republican, but history tells me that the Democratic Party is a party, the Dixiecrats more specifically, the party of the Triple K. And the Democratic Party, under the leadership of Andrew Johnson, um, initiated one of the worst movements against foundational Black Americans in history. This was furthered with a Democrat named Woodrow Wilson. Never forget that allegedly Joe Biden and Bill Clinton, Democrats, are responsible for mass incarceration on a large scale. The Republican Party has done more help for Black Americans. The Republican Party was responsible for Reconstruction, our best period of time. I think we've been trained and brainwashed under the media system to get caught up in emotionalism and not logic. And emotionalism said that the Democratic Party is a party of the Black man and woman when actually they're the party of the Triple K. And they've done everything they could to absolutely destroy us. Is a Republican Party the lesser of the two evils? I would say yes at this point in time. And people say bad things about Trump, but nobody can tell me a policy that he did to harm us. I can't think of one. I'm just saying.
Thank you. Anybody got a rebuttal for Professor Allen? A rebuttal? No? Okay. Professor Allen, you ready for your question?
Yeah, you got a question for me?
Mhm.
Go ahead.
Do politicians actually fear losing the Black vote, or do they expect it?
They well, specifically, I would say the Democratic Party is not afraid of it. These people are they have think tanks full of psychologists. This is made to be a lot simpler than what it is. Nixon, or was it Lyndon Johnson, said using benign, he didn't say benign neglect, but he meant benign neglect, would keep us under control for 60 years. And he was about right. They had a tactic. These people moved 10 years in advance, 20 years in advance, while we're waking up now, but we're caught into day-to-day emotionalism. What I'm saying is the Democratic Party has had a plan to replace us with immigrants. That was a long plan, starting with the Hart-Celler Act. I mean, we're going to use the blacks until they're worn out and they figure out what we're about, and bam, replace them with immigrants. I have my opinions about Elon Musk, but he called that out with the Harris. I forgot the other dude's name, but the Harris campaign. The objective was, according to Elon Musk, her objective was to take the swing state of Ohio over, flooded with immigrants. And once Ohio turned blue, Democrats would reign forever. So it's a miracle that we are where we are. You have your opinions about Trump, but it's a miracle that he got in office, because if Kamala would have got in and Ohio would have been flooded with immigrants, this would have been blue forever. And imagine the policies. Just use your imagination to think of how those policies would affect our children. Think of how those policies would affect reproductive health. So yeah, in brief, yeah, the Democrats had a plan, a long plan for it. I think the Republicans kind of took over. I mean, alleged white supremacists took over the Republican Party, but we have to remember that the Republican Party was the party of Lincoln, and it was a party of foundational Black Americans at the height of our success in the United States of America.
Thank you for that, Professor Allen. MAGA. Oh no, it's Jaha. Jaha, you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you want to address the prompt? Should Black Americans withhold their vote?
Well, me, like myself, it's like we have to look into history and come to better conclusions and see the familiarity was taking place. Like the professor brought up, the fact that it was the Republican Party that led to allow us to fight for our own liberation. Not that they fought and decided to free us, because remember, Lincoln said that he would have chose not to if he wasn't put in that desperate situation, and definitely didn't want to see us prosper. But we have to look at what happened after that period, because some of our ancestors felt like after the war, the Civil War, and what have you, after they voted and had us in office on a local level, some as senators and what have you, they felt that those conditions and things that we face would never happen again. Some of them cried, never again. And shortly after that, they showed that they demonstrated the power of our vote. You really think that vote gives you some power? They showed us in the 1800s. They kicked us out of the mayor's office, the senator's office, the sheriff's office, from town to town, city to city, and state to state. And during that time when we wasn't able to vote, some of our most successful economic endeavors, successful, prosperous moments that we had in the 200 some towns that they burned up when the vote was taken away from us. When we no longer felt for the illusion that something outside ourselves would provide answers to us. And I hear that myth over and over about, well, the local level is important. I'm from Detroit. I witnessed how the Detroit citizens chose to pay additional extra taxes so we could have a better educational system and better facilities. And the minute that funds that came out of that vote reached $1 billion, the governor showed us, Governor England showed us how powerful our vote was. He took that money, stripped our school board that we elected of any power to make any decisions,
Okay, land your plane,
and,
Jahi.
and redirected that fund somewhere else. So it's sad that we continue to fall for the illusion of this voting go produce results.
Okay, hold on. Chat, we have. Who is this? What happened? Why did we get restricted for a minute? I mean, for 10 minutes. I don't know if it was a person or just me.
What does it say?
It went off. It
One
just
more
said
point:
live
Democrat and
visibility.
Republican presidents knew that.
Wait a minute, Jahi. It just said live visibility restricted for 10 minutes. Oh, it say restricted. Let me tap on it.
Yeah,
Your
yeah.
live is not eligible for recognition because Whitney G does not comply. Whitney gone because Whitney G
Whitney.
does not comply with our community guidelines. The restriction will be removed once they are disconnected. Okay, so
Oh,
it's she
my
gone.
bad.
What did Whitney do?
Y'all have a good day. I'm sorry. I
No,
didn't
hold
know.
Oh,
on.
what?
Oh, yeah. It said they restriction will be removed for misinformation, Whitney.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
wow.
Wow.
Oh, I'm telling y'all, the government is working against us because I didn't
Can't,
say anything.
what you got on it, Professor?
All
What
right.
your thought?
Yeah, I would.
Do you
I
want me
would.
to drop down?
Yeah, and then you can come back
Okay.
up in 10 minutes.
Okay, then. All
I'm,
right.
I'm
Thank you.
not.
You come back.
I'm not.
All right. All right. Dang.
I'm not at liberty to give anybody advice. That's not my position. But I'll tell y'all what I do. I say allegedly, even when I know it's not. Which is garbage. But you know, I would view that as a badge of honor. Love's world. When that type of stuff happens, it means that we're doing something effective. So that just means you're effective. But I don't recall. I'm usually really good with words, and I don't recall Whitney saying anything controversial. you know. So, but I did want to quickly address somebody in the chat said address black jobs, and I love that they said that because let's look back to the Haydn. I
It's
forgot.
somebody else's turn right now, Professor
Oh, is
Allen.
it?
Yeah, it's Jahi's turn, and I got a
Okay,
question for the
I'll come back
chat.
around.
But I'm gonna give you a chance to address that. Just let me get through him, and then we'll give you a minute to address that black jobs. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you, Professor Allen. Chat. Your next question. What tangibles do you want? Type it in the chat. What y'all want from these people? Okay, Jahi, you ready for the question? Oh, do anybody got any
Yes, I am.
rebuttals for Jahi? That's it. Anybody got any rebuttals for what Jahi said? No? Okay, we'll get to your question. Jahi, should Black Americans vote as a unified bloc like other groups or stay politically diverse?
A unified block. If they's going to participate in the vote, we definitely need a unified block. You know, if we're going to fall for it. And I wanted to address the fact that any president, Democrat or Republican, know to support that war and they know to support that state. The billions of dollars that was given over to that state was done by Democrats and Republicans. And I like Malcolm respond when he was asked who would he vote for. He said that's like asking a rabbit who would he rather be served to for dinner, the fox or the wolf. The fox is going to play as that Democrat as my friend, play as my friend and stab me in the back, and the wolf is going to let me know it's coming. At least I can prepare for that Republican. Just let me know that they really don't have my interests at heart and they come to destroy me if possible. So he said he liked the wolf because he could better prepare for the wolf. So definitely a block.
Okay, thank you. Professor Allen, you can use his minute left. Go ahead.
Yeah, the whole black jobs issue, I want to address it with respect to the last the Kamala Harris administration. If y'all recall, and I'm going to say allegedly just so I don't trip an algorithm, but allegedly, if you recall, Kamala Harris was um, proposing legislation to allow people to get government jobs without a college degree. So why was she doing that? Well, one could assume that she was doing that because a lot of our top federal jobs are held by foundational Black Americans, mainly Black women. And our Black women are the most educated women on the planet. And, you know, generally, I've seen it as a professor at a historical Black college. Government agencies come to recruit it at historical Black colleges. So I'm gonna beg the question: was Kamala planning to replace the jobs of Black women with immigrants without a degree? That's not an unreasonable assumption. I view that administration as an attack on foundational Black Americans.
Thank you, Professor. Hi, Diamond. How you doing tonight? Diamond? Diamond gal.
Hey, I'm here.
Oh, okay. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. Thank you. How are you?
I'm doing well. You want to address the prompt? Should Black Americans withhold their vote?
I think yes. And the main reason is because right now we're so brainwashed still by the Democratic Party that we can't think clearly. We're either brainwashed by them collectively, not all of us, but like the most of us, or they have the anti-Trump syndrome. And so people aren't really looking at policy within our community. And so in the meantime, while we're sorting everything out, I would say stop voting for a party, whether it was 50 years ago or 5 years ago, that makes all the promises but does not deliver. When it comes to deliverables, we give them 90+% of our vote. They give us absolutely nothing. A few current things that I'm thinking about is in Minnesota, where Waltz and Kamala and that whole Minnesota party gave $19 billion with a B, like Billy, to the Somalian community. And when you go and you look into those different Reddit posts and you look at like the Facebooks for Minnesota, no Black Americans received that money. No one can find Black Americans that received any of that money, but Kamala and Waltz turned the blind eye for a other group. And so I'm not here to talk about delineation. I'm just talking about when we have open borders and we favor other groups more than foundational Black Americans, we get left out of the resource allocation. And so that's where we stand. We keep giving in to, open borders, everyone is kumbaya, but when Democrats get money and when they get resources, they give it to everyone but us.
Still restricted a little more time, Whitney. I'm sorry to cut you off. You
Yep,
finish?
yep. I mean, landing my plane, I would say as of right now, we need to restrict our vote until we have a better understanding on who's for us. And I love the Malcolm X analogy about the wolf and the fox. That's how you have to look at it. So that's where I land.
Okay, thank you. You guys, we're going to get through these questions, then we will be switching the topic when we get through these questions, just to let y'all know. Okay, anybody got a rebuttal for Diamond?
Yes, actually, my phone kept going out in and out with the power, but I was actually one who made the comments about the black jobs, and what I was speaking of is to
Ma'am,
Donald Trump.
ma'am, hey, ma'am, how you
Um,
doing today?
how you doing? I'm sorry, my name is Vicky,
Hey,
but
Miss Vicky, but hold on, Miss Vicky. Do you have a
mhm.
rebuttal for Diamond?
Yes, I'm rebutting, but I'm doing for her and the professor, to be honest.
Okay,
And
both
one of the
sides got
things
our line.
is it is
But
it.
the professor, well, it's nobody else. It'll be your turn. So can you just rebut? Cause you next anyway. So you can say that during your submission as far as Professor Allen go. But can you do Diamond's rebuttal and then save Professor Allen on your turn so he can have a chance to respond back to you directly?
Oh, okay.
All right, thank
It's the same thing, which is one, we're talking about neither one of the parties are going to protect us, but you have to go with the one that's going to give you the least amount of damage. Last year, 300,000 black women lost their job under this administration. He also cut the funding to HBCUs to half of what Biden have. He's given 500 million. Biden provided over 1 billion. I'm not saying that the Democratic Party is perfect, but you have to see who you're going to fare best with. And you're definitely not going to fare better with someone who does not see your color of your skin as being a benefit, who sees you less than because of your color of your skin. And I'm not saying that the Democratic Party is perfect. I'm not a Democrat or Republican. I'm an independent. But I'm just saying I have found that we get better benefits under them. And a lot of people losing their health care under this administration. A lot of people of color losing their health care under this administration. A lot of kids who are going to go hungry without their SNAP benefits. So I'm not saying that I'm not saying that most black people are on SNAP, because we all know that that's not true. But for those who are on it, so that's my point.
you. Okay, Diamond, final say.
So if we're going to use 300K black women lost jobs, how about with the push of abortion on the black community from the Democrats? About how many babies do you think we lost? Are we looking at those numbers as well?
Well, if you talk about that, when you said those babies are not providing a life for other children in the house,
Well, calm
I'm
down.
not for. I'm not
Calm
saying
down.
I'm just saying, let's
I'm
look at all of the
Well, calm.
data
Okay, we can.
before
Well,
we
hold
Hold
on.
on,
I
align.
y'all.
think this
Hold
would
on,
be a
y'all.
perfect
The
time.
host is talking here.
Yeah, I think this would be a perfect time for a showdown because I think y'all two got some things to hash out. Because normally when I run my panel, well, my show, I don't call this a panel, I call it a show, and I like to treat it like one. So normally, once the rebuttal is made, the person whose turn it is, they have the final say, and then we move on to the next to their question, and then the next guest. But what you think, Mister? A quick showtime so they can hash this out.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
Well, my point for the babies, we're talking about mothers. I hate to say this, but it is true. A lot of our households are headed by single mothers. Those mothers are going to lose the ability to take care of the children
This is open discussion, by the way.
I'm sorry, huh? I'm
This
sorry.
is open
Oh,
discussion.
okay. They're going to lose the ability to provide provision for those kids that are already those four, five, six, maybe one, two, however many kids they have. If they lose their income, It makes
Well,
homelessness, and
well,
it
ma'am,
makes.
I
But the
would
babies
recommend.
Well,
who
I would
I'm
also say,
speaking,
are we
I'm
looking
speaking,
for
I
I'm
would
jobs?
speaking.
remind the
Right, I'm
panel.
very land in 1 second. Let me finish making the one point that I'm making. But if the babies are not here, I'm not. And I can be perfectly honest. I'm not for abortion, but those kids are not here, and they're not providing a life for other people that they have to provide for. So
That
we
doesn't
don't
make
know.
it
I
any
don't.
better.
It
No.
doesn't make it any better.
I would remind them. I would remind our the madam that the whole destruction of the family household was done under Lyndon B. Johnson, a Democratic Party. And if you want to talk about tangibles, one thing I don't like, and I'm not attacking your person, I'm just speaking facts, is when people just throw out vagaries. Let's talk about specifics. The Republican Party, under the leadership of Abraham Lincoln and the leadership of General Officer William Tecumseh Sherman, gave foundational Black Americans the whole southeastern shoreline, plus the mules that were left over from the United States Army that were too tired to keep serving in the armed forces. So let's talk about tangibles. And we want to talk about tangibles. The Republican Party, I'm neither Republican nor Democrat, but the Republican Party has a long history of giving us houses on the eastern shoreline, intangibles, wherein the Democratic Party is responsible for darn near everything that's destroyed us, including the broken households that you're referring to. Furthermore, the Democratic Party, under the leadership of Bill Clinton, allegedly, is responsible for locking up half my friends in the 90s. I mean, what are we talking about here? We can't talk about something without giving examples. So I would beg the question of the madam for her to give me an example where the Republican Party, I'm talking about a policy where the Republican Party hurt Black Americans. And in converse, give me an example of where the Democratic Party help Black Americans. And in conclusion, I'll say the best job I ever had as a professor and an administrator at a historical Black college working for Congress was cut by Biden when he cut the CARES Act. Look it up.
Say this, and I've heard this argument many times, and it's funny to me that you, as a
Wait a
professor,
minute, Miss Vicky Diamond. You didn't have nothing to say?
No, I have a lot to say, but Vicky seems to be in
No,
a.
you. It's open panel. Can you jump in there? Because I know we started this for y'all. But thank you, Professor Allen. Anybody can jump in. I
but
just don't
can I address the professor what he
Well,
just addressed
can I address you
first?
first from
Because
your
I'm gonna
positioning?
lose what I have for the professor. I'm gonna tell you that. So
Okay,
I'm
but I
gonna
just
lose
want
it.
to
It's not gonna
address.
stay with me. But go
I hear
ahead.
you. I hear you. I just want to address the fact that you're talking about it not mattering about unborn Black babies. Do you know that during the Democratic convention they had abortion trucks? That's not giving 4 levels of resources. That's telling you get rid of and self-sabotage your community. That is really irresponsible of the Democrats going to and from with literal trucks, giving it a way out, not talking about adoption, not talking about, protecting yourself and not getting pregnant and planning accordingly, but straight to abortion. That is very disproportionately hurting our community. And that's where I have a problem. We can talk about the jobs that were lost, and we could talk about people that are losing welfare or SNAP benefits, but I also want to talk about, like, are they trying to better themselves? How long have they been on SNAP? Like, I'm not that kind of person where I don't want people to get assistance as needed, but that's not a good enough reason to just say, hey, they should be on it forever. Oh, they're losing all this money, because what are they doing to better themselves as well? That's not a lot of money that they get anyways. Furthermore, one more thing, since I know you're going to have a good comeback, or at least you'll try. Let's talk about Black on Black crime. I would love to know, because I've only voted Democrat my entire life. And as of late, I stopped voting because I see that we don't get the tangibles. We get played every single time. So I stopped voting. I've never voted Republican. That's my stance. But when it comes to Black lives, when it comes to Black Lives Matters, they never talk about when a Black person is killed on Black crime, or a Black person is killed by an illegal immigrant. Like,
Alive,
I don't like the
unalive, unalive,
selective memory.
unalive,
Oh,
unalive.
unalived, excuse me. I don't like the selective um anger.
Okay, let me say this: that every demographic creates performs crimes on their own demographic more than any other people. White people have more crime against white people, Asians against more Asians, Latinos against more Latinos. That is just propaganda that people spew
But
out.
why don't
Or
Democrats ever talk about the ones I just mentioned in
every,
particular? The
I'm
ones
just
I
letting
just
you
mentioned in
know that
particular.
that is propaganda.
So
It's
people
just
getting
statistical.
killed by
People,
gun or
people.
getting unalived.
It's not people. It's not. It's what I'm saying
Okay,
to you.
we're gonna wrap this up in 1 minute.
But,
So can you do
okay,
your
but
dividing?
let me make my point to the professor
No,
because
no,
I had
your
lost.
turn is coming up, Miss Vicky.
Uh,
Go ahead, Miss Vicky. I'll give you 1 minute. I
uh,
mean, can you do it in 20 seconds or something like that?
I'll just wait because I got to get my. I didn't
Yeah,
lost.
because you
Maybe
next.
I'm okay. I'll just
You
hold it
next.
until then. Okay.
All right, thank you, Miss Vicky. Okay, Diamond, you got the final say.
Bottom line, let's look at all of the policies on both sides before we frame an argument or try to convince others. I have lived in one side of the policy on the Democrat side for over 40 years. Now that I have started looking on the Republican side, neither is 100% for the Black community, but let's not try to highlight positive things from the Democrats and then you disregard the other aspects because there's tons of them, especially open borders, especially all the attention they give to immigrants, especially black on black crime, abortion, all those really key, very, very important issues. So just have an open mind on both.
Okay, chat. Would you tap the screen and share the live? All righty.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, 1 second, y'all. Maga, thank you so much for joining. We're going to rotate the stage. You can come back up, but I want to get to the new hands. Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Thank you. You ready for your question, Diamond?
Yes.
Okay, just one moment. Sweet Wolfie, you went off? Okay, here go your question, Diamond. Hi, Brian. And I apologize for what happened to you over here the other day.
What happened? Oh, no, nah, don't listen. Let me tell you, loves
Yeah.
one.
Right,
Loves one.
exactly.
I antagonized that dude, man. I antagonized. Don't. This is all a play, man. Don't feed
This
into
was
it. Don't feed it.
chess.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
Hi,
chess,
okay.
man. Yeah,
Brian.
I love it.
How
Hey,
you
Nisa, how you
doing?
doing? How you
All
doing
right.
today? You
I'm
doing all
fine, and
right?
you?
I'm great. I'm great. Hey, Mr. Ether, and
What's up,
Professor
Brian?
Allen, and everybody else on the panel.
Thank you. All right. So, Diamond, your question is loyalty to one party the reason there are no tangibles?
Yes. When they expect and know, like Biden said, if you're not black, if you don't vote Democrat, they know. And as someone else mentioned not too long ago in this chat, they plan out years in advance than what we actually see. So if they know that our grandparents and our great grandparents and our moms and dads and us have been voting for them forever, they say, you know what? That's automatic. Who else can we pull into the party? Oh, open borders down in the southern hemisphere. Let's have this over there. Let's focus on transgender. Let's put boys in girls sports. Let's do all these things that create a list of priorities that they have, unfortunately, and then that guaranteed vote that they know they're going to get anyways, the black vote ends up being like 24th. So now they've got to focus on all the rights of the people ahead of foundational Black Americans, when in fact, we've been here since day one. We have contributed more to this country than anyone else, but there's something about paying us back that is scary to both parties. So if neither wants to help us, let's not be aligned on voting days with one. If we all agree that neither wants to help, let's not vote collectively for one or the other. Let's wait and find out what we need to do to get those tangibles. And that's what we're going to have to do. Stop voting collectively for one group and say, hey, what are you going to do for us? Not tell us what you're going to do, but what tangibles are you actually going to do? And then we'll think about it. Let's start being more picky and selective with this, not just doing it because it feels good or you don't like the president's attitude. Because I don't like Biden's attitude. And to be honest, when I seen them pull Cardi B of all people to be the representative of the Democrats, the black people she can reach? No, she cannot reach us. She's a good entertainer, but she does not represent especially educated black American people or any black people. So anyways,
Thank you,
that's it.
Diamond. Thank you so much, Diamond. Vicky, hi.
Hi, y'all. I'm getting trying to learn how to do this, so y'all have to help me work through this. But I want to say first to the professor, you talked about what the
Okay, so Miss Vicky, can you do
huh?
me a favor first and address the prompt? Is should Black Americans withhold their vote?
Actually, no, I don't believe so. But I do like what Diamond just said about us coming together and not allowing our vote to be taken for granted. Me, I look back and I think about how many people have died and my people have suffered to give me the right to vote. I feel I have an obligation, even if I can't stand the candidate, to pick the lesser of two evil because too many black people died for that right for me to give it. And the other thing about it is,
It's unalived, Miss
oh my
Vicky.
Miss
goodness,
Vicky.
I'm so
Unalived.
sorry, unalive. Yeah, too many.
Diamond, I'm
Yeah,
gonna
I'm sorry.
thank you. Hold on, Miss Vicky. Diamond, I'm gonna drop you down to the comments. You can come back up. I just need to rotate the stage. Thank you. Go
Thank
ahead,
you.
Miss Vicky.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I like what she said. But yeah, it took a lot for us to get it, and to be honest, we are now the third largest minority group. And if we stop allowing our voices to be heard, we can become inconsequential. Because the Latino, I don't have anything against Latinos. Love Latino people. I don't have nothing against them, but they are the second. They are the largest minority group right now. And so, if our voices, if we allow ourselves to be inconsequential, our our voice won't matter for our needs. And so, I'm saying, no matter what, we have to get out there and vote. But I love what Diamond said. Don't let it be taken for granted. We do need to pull ourselves together and say, what are you going to do for our people? And I'm totally for that. Now, can I address what I was going to say?
Yeah,
Because
you got 19 seconds left, and then we're
okay,
gonna go ahead.
because she said something about me thinking about aborted babies. I already said I was not for that. I have never been a Democrat. I've never been. I used to be Republican all my life, and I'm in my 60s. And so it wasn't because I was going to Democratic Party, but I cannot also go for party that spews hatred towards my people because I'm very pro-black. So if I see that anywhere in you, no, no matter what, I know that you're coming for me, and I know that "Make America Great Again" means to take me back in time to the professor. I'm gonna land with this.
Okay.
What happened 200 years ago is not it does affect us life, but I can't go by policies made that with people's lifestyle back then. I have to go with what's going to help us right now. A meal ate If I ate
There ain't
food
no
a month
playing, Miss
ago,
Vicky.
it's not going to be taking care of me right now. So I have to do what's going to take care of me and my people right now, because it's a different group of people from those other people.
Okay,
So
thank you. Anybody got a rebuttal for Miss Vicky?
Yes, I would say we don't have to go back 200 years. I beg Miss Vicky to tell me of a policy created by the Democratic Party that's helped Black Americans in a meaningful way. She mentioned SNAP earlier, and I would submit to the panel that a couple of months ago we discovered that SNAP was helping who? Immigrants. It never helped us. So at least, even though it's in the far past, at least the Republican Party had policies that helped Black Americans in a meaningful way. I can't think of one that the Democratic Party issued that helped us in a meaningful way, but I can think of a plethora. I mean, Woodrow Wilson triggered the Great Migration. You heard me say it. Some of you in here live in Detroit, New York, California, Pennsylvania. You're there because the Democrats unleashed on our people. The Democratic Party is really good with psychological warfare, psychological manipulation. So, in conclusion, I beg her to tell me of a policy wherein the Democratic Party helped Black Americans in a meaningful way, collectively, not the talented 10th. not a couple here and there. Special
Okay.
Field Order 15 helped a whole group of Black Americans.
When you say that, if a policy is helping
You got
those
the
who are,
final. Wait a minute. Hold on, Miss Vicky.
I'm
You
sorry.
landed. That was it for you, Professor Allen? Okay, go ahead. You
He
got the
got janky
final.
service.
Professor started breaking up again.
Yeah. Professor Allen.
Professor Allen got all that money and got the worst African service ever.
Hey,
Now stop, Brian. Nah, let's not do that, okay? Yeah, his
Hold
phone
on,
always
Miss
be
Vicky.
Yeah,
messing
I'm
up
sorry.
though.
I live in the mountains, man.
Okay, Professor Allen,
Glad
thank
you
you
think I
so
got money.
much. We're gonna can you I'm gonna rotate the stage. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hey,
Okay,
well,
you got
can
the
Professor
final.
Allen stay up for 1 second? Because it's the
Okay,
question.
wait a minute, Professor
Yeah,
Allen.
don't go yet, Professor, because I want
Stay
him to
back,
help me.
guy. Don't go nowhere. Stay in the queue. I'm gonna get you up as soon as I can. Miss Vicky, you got the final say.
Just want to say, Professor, I've had to use some of those Democrats. When I lost my job, I had to use FMLA. That was the Family Medical Leave Act. It helped me when I had cancer. I also had to use Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act. It helped me when I had cancer and couldn't afford the treatments. I also had to use the credit card service when I was as a single mother. I had to pay credit card bills, and sometimes I would get home late for work, pay the bill at 8 o'clock, charge $35 because I didn't make the payment by 3 o'clock on the same day. And he changed that so that if you make the credit card payment on that day, you got credit for it. Just because you were paying at a different time and on the same day, it was crazy to me. But yeah, those are just a few. So I'm saying it may not say black people, but I already told you about how Biden
Exactly.
gave over $1 billion to HBCUs. Mr. Trump came in and took that and gave them half of that. Now they're getting 500 million, and that's specifically to black people. That's HBCUs. We see how how he took off
Miss
the
Vicky, Miss
huh.
Vicky, did you name
Y'all
policies?
can't
He,
cut my
he
I
asked
job.
didn't
you for
name the
policies.
policy, the exact name of the policy, but I didn't hear him name a policy for the Republican. He can name exact policy for the
I said
Republican.
Special Field Order 15, ma'am.
I'm
Special
just
Field
talking
Order
about stuff that
15.
benefit us, huh?
I
Huh?
said Special Field Order 15 several times. And in conclusion, all the stuff you named, I'm grateful that they helped you, sister. But all the things you named were not for black people. They were for the American people. And you proved my point. The Democrats hadn't done anything exclusively for black people, but the Republicans exclusively gave Special Field Order 15 to the black American freedmen. That mean me.
I guess it's okay to give HBCUs less money then. Okay, so whatever. However you see
I
that,
mean,
I see that
like
as
I said, Biden cut
you
the
don't
CARES
see them
Act
as
and got a
black
lot
people.
of
I see
professors like
HBCUs as
myself
black people.
fired.
Huh?
Hmm?
I see
Biden cut the
HBCUs as
CARES
black
Act,
people.
ma'am.
I'm sorry,
He
dear, I
cut
can't
the
hear you.
CARES Act.
Okay, y'all, we gonna go ahead.
I
Miss
don't
Vicky,
know.
you ready for your question? Thank you for the
Okay.
gift.
Yeah.
All right. What's more dangerous, voting without demands or not voting at all?
Not voting at all because you become insignificant. And if you become a group of people who they know that's not going to vote, then you lose. They don't really, honestly, we know neither side care about us. They actually only care about the vote. So we know that that's actually what they do care about is the vote. So they don't really care about either one of us. And so if you even lose that little bit, you become insignificant.
Okay, thank you, Miss Vicky, for
Thank you.
joining the debate. You can come back up, but I have to
Okay.
rotate the
No,
stage.
darling, you do. I love how you do that. So I'm just gonna. What I do? Just click off.
I got you. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please stay.
Hey,
Sure.
love.
Huh?
Reason why I want Professor Allen, cause he can help me articulate a little better. So I'm gonna ask him a question once it's my turn to go.
Got you,
Then
Brian.
you could drop both. Well, you could drop me so he can stay up.
I got you, Brian.
You can drop me.
Uh,
Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, hold on. Who is that? Oh, okay. Yeah. It's just, did he leave? Oh, he must have left. Dang, that would have been a good opposition. Okay, Miss Corey, how you
Yes.
doing tonight?
Hi, Miss Love. How are you?
I'm doing good, thank you.
Awesome.
Can you address the prompt? Should Black Americans withhold our vote?
No, we should not.
Okay.
I think the beauty of the 117th Congress was that we had the most Black representation, and that was the Congress that came in January of 2021. We had the most Black representation in Congress, and I think that that led to the most federal dollars flowing into the Black community when it came to increasing home ownership, when it came to education, when it came to increasing capital for Black business creation, when it came to allocating government contracts to Black businesses. I think that because we had the representation that we did, and we had a president and vice president in office that supported their efforts, that we saw as much money flowing into our community that we did. So I think checking out of the process strategically doesn't really make sense to me. We saw the most Black judges be put on the federal bench. You know, we talk about reshaping the criminal justice system or the justice system. Um, and I think putting more of us on the federal bench is important. And to Professor's point, that unfortunately, when we do things specifically for Black people, we have to contend with people on the right that will use the courts to sue us in our efforts. We saw that when the Fearless Fund tried to pull their resources together to invest money into Black women to start businesses, they sued them in court. We saw Joe Biden get sued when he tried to give Black farmers $5 billion. Stephen Miller's group sued him in court. And unfortunately, other groups don't have to deal with that because they don't go after them. But for us, they use the court system um, to sue us when things are done specifically for Black people. So I think we need to keep our foot on their necks. I think we got to vote more. We got to put more of us in Congress, more of us, more representation on the courts, and also in the White House.
Thank you. Anybody have any rebuttals for Miss Corey?
Yeah, I just want to say one quick thing to that. I think the problem that has hurt us tremendously is the representation, because sometimes the people that look like us has destroyed us tremendously, and we see it right now, because a lot of these people that look like us that represented us was fighting for these immigrants. If you notice, I live in Dallas, Texas. The same people that was screaming for immigrants, free the immigrants, protect the immigrants, those same immigrants turned on that representation that was Black that looked like me, and that representation that was Black that looked like me, that's in Dallas, Texas, did the Black people wrong here in Texas. So therefore, we got to stop looking at the skin color and start looking at what these people can do for us as Negroes in America. And just because we have Black federal judges, I don't care if they're Black men or Black women, they will still send my ass up Poop Creek if the right white people get behind them. So I always keep that in mind. And I think that's where we lost as Black people, looking at these people because of their skin color and get so emotionally attached to representation. Oh, this man reminds me of my uncle, knowing I got an uncle that's a coon. Oh, she reminds me of my mother, knowing my mother wasn't about nothing. We gotta stop that, Black people. We gotta be more smart than what we talking about. But I ain't saying Miss Corn ain't smart, but she sounds intelligent. But I'm gonna mute up.
So, Brian, when I'm talking about at the federal level, that's not really criminal. I'm talking about like cases where, for example, when we tried to partner with venture capitalist firms to get more dollars, capital in our community, we had conservatives sue them in court. So if you have more representation on the federal bench and you may, at the luck of a draw, get a judge that understands our plight, then you may be able to get that judge to side on our side as opposed to on the other side. We saw that in court where the district court judge said that there was no case here, and then they appealed and went to the appellate court. And because you have more conservatives, on that level. At the luck of the draw, they wind up siding with the other side. So that's why it's important to put more progressives judges on the court, and the only people that are going to do that are a progressive president.
No.
Um,
Wasn't Ketanji Brown the federal? Was she part of the federal court or something? Was she part of federal anything?
it
Exactly.
didn't make it to the Supreme Court.
Was she? I just want to know was and before Ketanji Brown became Supreme Court. Was she part of some federal judges or something like this? I might be wrong.
Yeah, I think she was on
Okay,
the
okay.
district
Did
level.
she?
Yeah.
She was over a case where black people was supposed to get some money, and she cut it off and make sure them black folks didn't get no money. Am I right, Professor
So,
Allen, about that case?
Right.
Professor, that's one judge.
Yeah, and I
Joe
She
heard your
looks
Biden
point,
like
put
Brian. And
62. I'm
that.
just
I don't
saying,
know.
like,
Yeah, I don't
yeah,
know
I'm
if
not too sure about that.
I don't know if our dear sister Miss Corey or was ignoring you or it went over her head. But I heard you loud and clear, Brian. First and foremost, I would beg the question: if these black Article 3 of the Constitution is judicial branch, and that's what you refer to when you talk about a federal judge. A lot of us call them Article 3s. I would beg the question if these Article 3s are Black American. And I bet you they aren't. And even the black Americans that are selected from the Democratic Party, seemingly at first glance, are more concerned with Democratic rhetoric than the foundational Black American community. Namely, Justice Brown, Ketanji Brown Jackson, she wouldn't agree what a woman is. How helpful is that to the Black community? She
Okay.
could not define in public venue what a woman is.
All right. Thank you,
I'm not a
Professor
medical
Allen.
doctor, but I think I know what a woman is.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Allen. Miss Corey,
Yes,
your
ma'am.
final say on everything you just heard. I give you 1 extra minute.
Sure. So again, yes, I'm still going to say that I think representation, us checking out of the out of the process and not voting is not smart. We saw the most federal funding allocated into our community under the 117th Congress, and with Joe Biden and VP Harris in office. We saw, and the lady said $1 billion that Joe Biden gave to HBCUs. It was actually 17 billion, the most that any president before him had given to educate Black children. We saw an increase in federal contracts to Black businesses. We saw an increase in SBA loans and grants to create Black entrepreneurship. Black businesses. So that we saw even their work on making sure that appraisal companies did not devalue our homes, tackling maternal health, um, maternal mortality rates among Black women.
Okay.
And so
Go
can I
ahead.
just
Can
say
you
one more
land
thing?
your
And
plane?
yeah,
Yep.
I'll end my plane just 20 more seconds. So the professor said he hasn't seen any policies that greatly benefited Black Americans. The expansion of the Community Reinvestment Act under Clinton, the Children's Health Insurance Program, our children and our pregnant mothers had the highest uninsured rates, and they were able to get insurance. Dodd-Frank, which stopped predatory lending in our communities, is another one. The ACA, we were the ones that had the highest uninsured rates. So we also benefited from that. Student loan forgiveness that we
Okay.
did
Land
under
your
Joe
plane
Biden.
so we can get to your question, Miss
Okay,
Corey. Mhm.
I'll land my plane.
Okay, Mister. After her question, can we do a mod break before we get to
Absolutely.
Brian? All right, because
Absolutely.
Brian probably gonna have some rebuttals. Okay, thank you. So, Miss Corey, you ready?
Yes. Yeah, I'm ready.
Name one major policy in the last 10 years that directly improved Black Americans' conditions. Be specific.
The Affordable Care Act.
I agree.
Would you like me to elaborate? Oh, okay. So with the Affordable Care Act, not only did it bring down our uninsured rates to record lows, we have the lowest uninsured rates now than we ever before. It also allowed for us to not to have to be tied to our 9 to 5s. we could jump out there, start businesses, and get insurance on a sliding scale, as opposed to having. Sorry, my phone rang. Sorry, host. As opposed to having to be tied to our 9 to 5s because we needed insurance. Also, our bankruptcy rates were high because we had medical debt. So that also tackled that. So if you have insurance, you're more likely not to have to file bankruptcy. And we were being affected by that because our debt to income ratio was high. Also, when it comes to being able to buy homes. If you owe medical debt, then that hinders you from also buying a home. So there's so many things that the ACA did when it came to our community.
Host,
And
I
the
want
more
to ask her a quick
and if we
second,
have
quick
insurance, the more
question.
likely we'll go to the doctors, the more likely we'll get educated on things that we need to do as far as health, that healthy families, healthy children, healthy community, and so on. Okay, I'll leave my plane.
That was absolutely beautiful what you just said, but I have a question for you,
Sure,
ma'am. Can if I was a YT male or Hispanic male, could I apply for the Affordable Care Act?
of course.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, given her testimony, I humbly submit that the Affordable Care Act is for everybody, which just destroys everything she just said. It's
Wait, wait,
not
wait,
for
wait.
Black Americans.
Okay, is the Voter Rights Act for everybody, or did it benefit Black Americans? The Voter Rights Act?
You're destroying your own point, ma'am. It
No,
was
no, no.
intended for us,
Did
but
did
everybody tethered onto it and took
did
it
the voter
over.
did
You're
the
proving
voter
my
rights
point.
did the Voter Rights Act
Can I answer her
uh,
on that? Ma'am,
benefit
the
Black
white team man didn't
Americans?
need the Voter Rights Act. Who needed the Voter Rights Act? Who
That's not my
needed it?
point.
No, no, no.
That's
Who
the
needed
point.
it?
I
If
mean
the
that.
white man, respectfully, if the
Mhm.
white American man didn't need it, who needed it if it wasn't for us?
It was for Black Americans, but
Okay,
it
then
didn't
you answer your own
specifically.
question.
But
Can
it
we
didn't
move on?
specifically say Black Americans. We benefited the most. So with
Who
the
was kept out
ACA,
from
It was only
voting?
for us.
Who was
with
kept
with
out from voting? It
with
wasn't
the
the white tea
ACA,
woman or the white tea man.
and Asians and fill in the blank.
It
So
was
with
about
the
home
ACA,
ownership. Home ownership went from if you own land, you can vote. Even though free person of color own land, they was unaligned, baby. You're
yes.
Preach.
contradicting
So with the
yourself. You're
so with the
contradicting
AC
yourself
Totally.
because that
so
went
with
on
the
for a century, over
ACA,
a century.
so with the ACA, we had the highest uninsured rates. We were affected the most for not having insurance. So
They
we
was forced to get that
benefited the most.
insurance. I've been doing this job for over 30 years. I mean, for over 20 some years. They was forced to get their insurance. If they didn't get their insurance during tax time, they would get fined. That's Obamacare for you. Obamacare helped out more immigrants where Black Americans were still denied due to income and resources. Black Americans
Preach.
have bank accounts. They have cars. They have money underneath the bed. They kept them out of getting government assistance. I know firsthand. The inflation went up during
Mm.
Yes, it did.
Obama.
No, inflation
During
went
Preach.
down under
Trump,
Obama.
that's when the majority during the pandemic, and I'm just quiet. That's when majority of the our numbers never declined, by the way. That's in college degrees and entrepreneurship across the board. But that's when our numbers went up and up because we've been a group of people that's going up. We're overachievers. But when you talked about the Obama Act, which is still exists, it never went anywhere. It did not help out the Black American community. Black Americans apply, they get
We had
denied.
the lowest.
Black Americans
Peace.
We
apply and get denied. You know but all melanated people do not get denied. Melanated people get off those airplanes and they go to the Health and Human Services. And so do the white immigrants, and so do every other class. And you know what they do with that money? They put it to the side because they're getting money from their
Find out the
country
whoopee.
and then money from our country. We
can't
have never
nobody.
got that leg up. They constantly,
So
the refugees, the immigrants, they got health care that we have to pay for. They got free health care we pay for. Nothing is protecting the middle class Black American.
Thank you, sweet
mm,
Whoopi.
Okay.
Preach.
Can I respond to that, host?
I give it one more minute. One more
Okay.
minute, and we got to
The
move
AC,
on.
yeah. nobody gets denied through the ACA. Either you qualify based on your income or you don't. Either you can get a subsidy or you don't. It's not something that you get denied for just because of your race. It's income based, right? And it's mainly for working and middle class Americans who did not have insurance through their job. And a lot of the people were us, which is why we benefited the most when it came to the ACA. As far as immigrants that are coming in getting refuge, housing, or whatever, that goes back to Ronald Reagan. It's his immigration policies that gave immigrants coming in.
Mm-mm.
Look at God.
Okay.
That's not a
Not
policy
true.
that was passed under Obama, under Biden.
Not
That
true.
is an old.
Okay, you guys, we'll live to fight another day on that. Mister, you ready for the mob break?
Ooh
This
wee.
world just stressed, man.
Ooh wee. Man, y'all. It's hot up in here,
Get them
y'all. It's
numbers
getting
and
real
tax
hot.
up.
What we need right now? We need them figures to get even hotter. Okay, y'all. Go ahead and tap it up. Thank y'all for getting us this far, almost at 40K. You just go ahead and get to the 50, but we ain't stopping there because we're on the road to 100K. Okay, y'all. We ain't stopping for no breaks. We ain't stopping to use the bathroom. We ain't doing no checkpoints. And it's all toll roads from here, baby. So let's go ahead and get it on. All right. Let's go ahead and tap it. Tap it up, y'all. Go ahead and let's get to those shares. Let's go ahead and let's get to those likes. Let's get that follow. And let's go ahead and do those heart me's, man. If y'all ain't already done so, okay? Go ahead and hit the challenges up here and drop some on there for Love's World. And help Miss Mama Nisi Fly out here. Shout out to Mama Nisi Fly over here in the corner. She just be sitting back like the spook just sat by the door, but she be listening, y'all. She be here. She be watching. She be waiting, okay, y'all? Go ahead and show y'all love to the people on the panel. Thank y'all for the love that y'all have already shown. Gift your favorite panelists up here. Special shout out to Professor and Brian and what's up, Wolfie, and everybody else up here. Thank y'all for coming through, okay, y'all? Make sure that y'all keep your engagement, okay? Make sure that y'all keep on smiling and keep on laughing because we want to make sure that we have a good time up here, y'all. Okay, so go ahead and tap that up. Okay, tap it up. Get your mama, get your daddy. Okay, go ahead and tell them, hey, y'all, I need your fingers. All right. Go ahead and get your dogs and get your
Okay.
cats. Okay, and go
Sorry,
ahead and
host.
tell
I
them
got a phone
put
call.
their paws on them. Okay, go ahead and put your paws on them, Mrs. Corey. You okay, ma'am?
I'm back. Sorry, I had a phone call.
Okay, all right, no problem. Let me go ahead and finish this up here, okay, y'all. Thank you very much, y'all. If you are of the agreeing side and everything like that, go ahead and come on up, all right. But if you are the opposition, you are in high demand. We really need you right now, okay. We need some opposition up in here, y'all, okay, so we can have a conversation. This is not an echo chamber, okay. We are going to be non-biased. We are going to be objective. We're going to be fair and balanced, okay? Because that's how we do it in Love's World, okay, y'all? This is what we're all about. And I'm happy to see Love's World got her glasses, y'all. So she's fully ready, y'all. She's ready to go. Let's get it, y'all. So go ahead, come on up, and let's have a good time.
Oh,
Thank you.
Minister, can I ask a
Okay, is
question
it
to
on
you real
me?
quick?
No,
Is it on me
ma'am,
now?
no, ma'am, no, ma'am, no, ma'am, no, ma'am, no, ma'am, to you, Miss Corey, no, ma'am. The child, it's on Brian, and maybe we'll have time if to get to Miss question.
Okay,
But Brian been waiting,
no
so
worries.
hold on, and Sha, we got it all in order. So okay, go ahead, Brian.
And
Hi.
I'm a crowbar Professor Allen because he can mark or articulate what I'm trying to say better. Cause he's one of them type brothers. So I ain't scared to use somebody. No tangible, no vote. Should Black Americans withhold their vote? Yes. And I'm a lean toward Professor Allen, and maybe Professor Allen can explain this to the audience better than I can. But Professor Allen, would it be better if Black Americans do what the Chinese do? Because they're not
Oh
like a big.
yeah.
Okay, can you explain that to the audience for 30 seconds? Because I want to say something when you finish.
Yeah, the Chinese, number one, they keep their business within their community. But I know that the uh, Chinese dollar stays in their community, meaning their money, once they get paid, it floats through their community for I think Dr. Claude Anderson said 17 days. Somebody fact check me on that. Meaning you get your paycheck, then you go to somebody Chinese to buy something. Then that Chinese person goes to another Chinese person to buy something. Then that Chinese person goes and invests in a restaurant, and then that money leaves their community. So the small hat dollar stays in their community 20 days. YT dollar stays in their community like 15 days. I'm paraphrasing Dr. Claude Anderson. The Brian, the Black American dollar stays in our hands for 8 hours. And the only reason it stays in our hand that long is it takes us 8 hours to get off from work and give our money to a Chinese person.
Gotcha. Thank you,
Or to
Professor Allen. And reason why I use that
small.
because even out here in Texas where I'm at, there are a lot of Chinese people that even though their money is circulated, but they also put their money into like certain candidates. So things can be built in their community, certain things can be passed and stuff like that. I think that'd be a better option for us, whoever run. I think we should put our money behind them. I just want to say this for my last 9 seconds. ACA has hurt us. I'm not gonna lie. A lot of us probably remember when we had great insurance. When we had what's the one we had like when we had Blue Cross Blue Shield, we can just pick any one we want. And we can pick the other type of insurance. But once that ACA came in, man, everything just went to pish poo, man. Doctors are in hospitals now. Everything just privatized right now. You know what I mean? So ACA sucked, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. It destroyed the working class people. It might help the poor folks, but it's destroyed us.
Thank you,
Yep,
Brian.
immigrants severely benefited from it.
Yeah, immigrants most definitely did.
Thank you, Brian.
You're
Anybody got
welcome.
any rebuttals for Brian? Any people disagree with Brian?
I strongly disagree.
Okay,
I do too.
that's a rebuttal. Okay, so we got 2 rebuttals for Brian. Okay, Chai, you can go first.
Sure. So I disagree with the fact that healthcare got privatized. It's always been private. It's always been a for-profit entity. I don't, when we talk about holding back our vote, I think that's also a strong disagreement because it's not that we should hold back our vote, right? We should organize our vote, and it shouldn't be organized within a two-party system. The two-party system is not just failing failing BLK community, but it's failing America's and working class in general. So what we need to do is truly come up with a list of demands and then put people in office. And when those people don't do what we tell them to do, we take their jobs. It's really that simple, folks. It's really that simple. No, we shouldn't organize. We shouldn't hold back our vote. We should ask for things. We always just want people to magically know what the BLK community needs, and it's only a handful of us out here saying, "Hey, we need this, we need this." No, we need to be united on the thing we need. And I'll add that if we want to take a page out of the LGBTQI community, when they decided they wanted same-sex marriage, they got it. How did they get it? Every single person in the country fell out and said, "This is what we want. This is what we need." Obama only succumbed to social pressures. He didn't want to do it, by the way. But when they kept marching in every single community, they finally got what they need, and that's what we collectively have to do if we want to try to consolidate our political power. I'll yield with that.
Like, can I just? I
I can
just want to
respond to
add.
her before Corinne do. You just give me 1 minute. Reason why I say the ACA wasn't good for us, I
You
know.
got the final say, Brian, and
Oh,
then
my bad, my
Corey
bad, my bad.
rebuttal.
I just want to
Go
respond
ahead.
to Cha,
No,
whatever name. Yeah,
I just
Cha.
wanted.
I just
Oh,
want to
sorry.
respond to Cha right quick. Even with I'm talking about back then before the ACA was passed, we had PPO insurance and HMO insurance, right? That was the best type of plans ever. Now you seeing PPO looking more like HMO, and it just didn't work for. Hold on, let me mute this guy right here. And it just didn't work for us no more. You know what I mean? And it just the premiums went up. Certain doctors I couldn't see anymore throughout the years, man. ACA just didn't work no more, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. And with the voting, you kind of sound like you agree with me on that with
Hold
the
on,
voting
Brian.
side,
Hold
but
on, Brian.
I'm
Brian,
sorry.
hold on.
I
It's
thought I
up.
muted them.
It's up. I'm gonna drop you down because you can.
Yeah, I tried muting them.
Yeah, he keep unmuting.
Oh, for real.
Yeah.
Yeah, and last thing about the voting, everything she said I heard for the last 43 years of me living. The same talking points, the same everything. I didn't heard the same rhetoric that the same stuff this lady has said, and we have tried that and it has not worked. We gotta try something different. We gotta try something new, and it just don't work. And I'm laying my plane.
May
Okay.
I?
No, ma'am. Here, okay, let me explain how it works, how this panel works. Okay, so you got the prompt. Then when it's your turn, you answer the prompt. And then after you do your submission answering the prompt, I ask, do anybody have any rebuttals? The people who have rebuttals, they take turns. You have the rebuttal for Brian. Brian always has the final say. Then we go to Miss Corey, his next rebuttal. After her submission or her rebuttal to Brian, Brian still has the final say. Then we move on to Brian's question. And then after Brian answers his question, then we move on to the next guest. So it's really no back and forth Q&As unless we have showtime or in the beginning of the show or whenever we have time for that. But we like to keep it flowing. So basically, when you do your rebuttal, make it so good you got to leave everything on the table because the person who turned it is always going to have the final say. And you can't really go back and forth. We got to get to the next rebuttal or the next person, however, or his question. Brian, was it did you do your final thought with Shy? Yes. So now it's Miss
Yeah,
Corey.
I did my final thought. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, Miss Corey, your submission. I mean your rebuttal.
I don't really have a rebuttal, but I will say that when it came to the LGBTQ community, they actually didn't. They left Congress behind. They didn't go to Obama
So is
or
this a
Congress.
rebuttal to Brian?
Oh,
Nah,
to
I didn't
Brian.
mention nothing about no LGBT.
Oh, I'm sorry. You just laid out all the rules, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
I think Brian said something about us having exercising group economics. Is that what you were saying, Brian?
Well, yeah, you can say that. Yeah, you can say that.
Yeah,
You can
and
say that.
I 100% agree with. Like in my world, my
But
accountant is
is
black.
that a rebuttal?
I agree with that. Yeah, no,
Oh,
there's no
nah,
rebuttal.
it's
I
an
agree.
agreement. It's an
I'm
agreement.
sorry. Yeah, I'm totally in agreement with that. So I got nothing on that front.
Thank you, Miss Corey. Okay, Brian, you ready for your question?
Please give me an elementary question. Don't give me no hard question. I'll be fumbling. I got Professor. Oh, I got Candace. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Right, you got back
Yeah,
up.
I
I'm
got
like
to go.
you.
Come on, let's go with it.
I'm
Let's
like
go.
you,
Gonna let him
Brian.
fumble. I'm gonna let him fumble.
Okay,
I
let me
say all the
fumble. Why you
time.
care?
I'm no scholar either. I'm learning too, so I feel you. Okay, Brian
Yes,
and
ma'am.
crew.
And Wolfie too.
Right. If we
And
keep
Minister. I'm sorry.
right, if we keep voting the same way and getting the same results, is that strategy or conditioning?
That's conditioning, and that's bad strategy. We can't keep bumping our heads and just like Sha was mentioning the same talking points that she was saying. It sounds good. It's a great thing to get us galvanized, to get us hyped up and crunk, but it just never worked. I heard the same talking points from the 90s. I just think we just need to try a new way, just something new. We got to try something new, Ms. Loves, because this is not working. We're getting destroyed. We're getting left behind. And I'm happy. That's why I'm happy. Like more of us are teaching more black people not to look at identity. Don't look at the skin color. Don't look at the gender. Don't look at what sexuality these people are just to vote for these folks. Vote for something that makes sense to you and it makes sense to your community, man. We need some tangibles. I'm on the economic side of the game, so I want to know what's best for us financially, man, because all that other stuff, feelings, me seeing a black man or the first black woman do something, do not pay my bills, do not help me with this high insurance, does not help me put food on the table, none of that. It could be a white man, it could be a Chinese man. Somebody need to do something. But all this emotional politics, man, that stuff finna go in the dirt like Pan-Africanism. All this identity politics finna go in the dirt like Pan-Africanism. Just voting Democrat because they're a Democrat need to go in the dirt. And I will give Democrats this. Democrats was cool, like Democratic run cities by black people was cool back in the 80s to in the 90s. It was cool. They was doing a couple things for black people. But now it's a new world now, man. These Democrats are not for the black people or just not for the American people, period. They're not for us. They're for immigrants. They're only for immigrants and degenerate thinking and degenerate things. That's what they're into now. Republicans are racist. We know Republicans are racist people. We know how they are. You know what I mean? We know how we just got to see what they got over there, too. I'm not a Republican.
Thank you. So, you since you got Candace up here now and Sweet Woofy, can we go ahead and drop Professor Allen now?
Yeah, you can drop us both, man. Professor Allen can
Professor
stay.
Allen can stay, and
Yeah, I
Well,
drop.
don't do anything for me.
well, I
I'll
want to
answer
get
and
the
drop
people
if you
in the
need me
queue
Nah,
to.
and
I'm a
everybody
drop.
else.
I'm
I
a
got
We
to
drop.
need
go.
the
I'll see y'all later.
opposition.
Nah, Professor Allen, we need you up here with your African Wi-Fi. I'm, I'm gonna
You
drop
can
Miss
drop me
Love.
too. I mean, I'll answer and you can drop me right after. It's
Yeah,
cool.
yeah. Let Professor Allen stay because he gives a great perspective on things, and I think he gives great perspective and he break it
I
down
know
easy
he
that I
does,
can.
but that Wi-Fi out
Yeah,
cold.
that
We
Wi-Fi.
I
can't.
got to run, Brian.
We.
The
Hey, love, he
Wi-Fi's
got
out
all that
cold.
money, love. This man drive drop tops
Hey, take
and
that off
I
your
Bentleys,
know.
wall.
and
I see. I know
Like,
exactly
oh,
who
you
this
know I'm
is.
down in love.
Yeah, I know
Yeah,
him from X, but I love you. But that
yeah.
Wi-Fi.
You might need to drop Professor
And
Allen,
it's gonna
man.
be hard for me to do my clips. We can
drop
hear
him,
him,
love.
but it's gonna be hard to do the clips.
Drop his ass.
The
Yeah,
people
man,
not
got
Brian,
all
gonna
you
that
be able
Brian,
to
you
money.
did a really good answer
understand.
though. Nice
Hey, he
job,
People
got
Yeah,
ain't
Professor.
I'm
gonna be
gonna
able to
drop
hear what you
myself.
yeah,
saying.
he
Professor
a,
Just
Allen
a
playing.
light skinned
signing out.
African.
Go get a wire coat hanger, Professor.
iPhone 6 he
Please.
got.
Thank you. Y'all crazy. Okay, Brian, what part was we on? I'm sorry.
I think it's Whoopi turn. Somebody say he got the off cold Wi-Fi.
Of code Wi-Fi.
Thank you. Hey, sweet Woofy.
Hey, loves. How you doing? Hey, Pen.
Oh,
Hey, Candace. Hey, everybody.
hey.
Oh, Buffy.
Hey, Amara. How you doing?
Lovely.
So when I think of this note, oh, can I go ahead and answer the questions? Or how you?
No,
Okay.
yeah, it's no. Should Black Americans withhold their vote?
Oh, so should Black Americans withhold their votes? I feel like it's always been a choice of Black Americans at this point. No, because we the six what I consider the sleeping cells, melanated people who have been looking like us and representing us that's not from this lineage is activated, you know? And so withholding the vote, it's always been a choice, but at this moment I say no because we have to put our people in. And I'm talking about our people that's for us. We have to vet better and put our people in. So at this moment, I won't say reholding the vote. For the election that just happened, yes, I would say choose the couch. But I can explain, you know? And I don't know what's the election's gonna be in 2028. But as for now, we need to start voting because they're putting their people in, and I can explain why. Throughout history of the Democrat Party, they never been for the Negro. They have never been for the Negro. Um, Throughout history, only two of the Democrat parties have transferred to Republican parties, and one of those people was um, Trump. So when you look at the Democrat and you look at the Republicans, and I see you're saying, I think about Martin Luther King when he addressed the nation, and he said that the Democrat Party shouldn't feel entitled to the Negro vote. He stated because, and he wouldn't even he didn't even go out for the Republican. He wasn't telling people if he was voting Republican or Democrat, but he was a registered Republican. Majority of our Negro leaders was registered Republicans. But when you look at the Democrat, you look at the party who had the Walter Pleckers, the Triple K, who did the eminent domain, who took away the 40 acres and the mule. And you look at through our history, those Triple Ks lived and was unalive Democrats. They never changed parties. And how the Democrat Party only voted 60% for civil rights. And then as soon as we was granted civil rights and voted act rights, they put a melanated immigrant in our face, and they did not ever teach you about the first Black American woman who ran for president
20
under an
seconds,
independent.
Sweet Woofy. 20 seconds.
Okay, under an independent party. They never told you about the first Black American man who ran for president under an independent party. They told you about the first melanated immigrant who ran for a party under the Democrat Party. And they've been taking resources from the Black American community ever since and giving it to immigrants, leaving the Negro out of it. And when you talk about those judges, how do we know that all those judges that they appointed was from this lineage? Because we already know through our history when they're an immigrant and they melanated, they're not for the Negro, they're for the white T supremacists.
Thank you, Sweet Woofy. Anybody got a rebuttal for Sweet Woofy? Everybody agree with Sweet Woofy?
100% agree with Sweet Wolfie.
No, I don't.
You have a
Well, I think,
rebuttal?
well, it's not really a rebuttal. It's just that, back then, people voted based on, we have ideologies. It's not necessarily a party, right? So you have progressives and you have conservatives.
But is this a
And people
but
align themselves.
Miss Corey,
Yeah,
is it a
yeah.
rebuttal? Huh?
No.
Okay, Miss Corey. This is only for rebuttal, so we can move ahead
Okay.
then. Okay. Wow. We need some opposition up here. So if y'all
You drop
disagree,
me.
hold on, Miss Woofy, Sweet Woofy. We need some opposition up here. So if y'all brave enough to come up here, and if y'all disagree with the people on the panel, we really don't like echo chambers, and we really would appreciate if some opposition was brave enough to come up and speak. Thank you. Anybody have one for the last time? Anybody have a rebuttal for Sweet Whoopi?
Yeah, I definitely have a rebuttal.
Okay, well, period. Come on with it, y'all. Sweet Whoopi, ready?
Yeah.
One of the things she said is how they're taking funds out of the BLK community and moving those funds into the immigrant community. And I would argue that, we are all one and the same. I know it feels like we're being left out, but
Oh,
we have
brother.
to. I'm sorry. I know it feels like we're being left out, but again, I'm going to continue to echo this, and I know that Brother Brian's not going to agree with me, but we haven't collectively asked for anything as the BOK community since the 60s, since the civil rights era. So if you think the immigrants are coming in and they're doing too much and they're hurting us, they're doing the jobs that we used to do. They're doing the things that we no longer want to do. I don't want to pick cotton. I don't want to do anything agriculture related. I don't want to work in these trades, and I don't want to send children if I had them to work in the trades.
You're ignorant.
So that's okay. You're allowed to have your opinion, sis. I'm just giving you my rebuttal for what you said. So at the end of the day, when we have all these different opinions about immigrants while also being oppressed, that's crazy to me. I'm gonna deal with that because I'm ignorant.
Yes,
Let's
and the
not
reason I
cut, let's
say
not cut off people when they speaking or in mid thought. Please, y'all.
I
So,
apologize, but
yes.
I did want to stop you
Final
right then
say,
and
Sweet
there.
Whoopi.
Yes, ma'am.
Wolfie. Wolfie.
I thought she said she wanted to say something.
Yeah, you got
I
the
didn't
time
want to
running.
cut you out at that point because Black Americans have high industries in healthcare, technology, and so many things that we have involved in. We are the blueprint of a lot of these jobs that people come over and get. And the fact is, we are still having plantations in the United States. We still own farmlands and we still have cotton plantations that we're on. We still have a high industry in picking cotton. I don't see nothing's wrong with that. I think that you, I think that's kind of silly for you to say. You mentioned about the LGBT. Anytime Black Americans, and we have spoken for the things that we want, the tangibles, but it's other parties like the LGBT and the immigrants and feminists that always get their things met before ours because they're stepping in front of our fights. And I used to work for the healthcare, and they'll tell you the first thing. When it comes down to the LGBT, it is run by the white T man. They will say that in the seminars, and that's on both ends. It's still a white T man on both ends, and they are on the Republicans and the Democrats. So their needs are getting met before the Negro, because not all Negroes is for a part of the LGBT. All these people are getting their needs under the Democrat Party because they're acting like they are the party for everyone except for the Negro. And for the resources, they do take our tax dollars and they split it up with immigrants, illegal and documented. It is on record.
Thanks, Sweet Whoopi. You ready for your question?
Yes.
Okay. Why do other groups get targeted policies, but Black Americans get broad promises?
They've been patterned since since the first 1900. They've been patterned over. It's been over 100 immigrants that have entered the United States. There have been patterned the immigrant number to outdo. So when you ask that question again, why do they get
Yep, here I go, Miss Whiffy. Why do other groups get targeted policies, but Black Americans get broad promises?
because we've been indoctrinated to fight for other groups instead of standing on and fighting for ourselves. When we were supposed to withhold our votes, it was supposed to demand tangibles for our community. Don't no one in America want to see us as a protected class. And these other people are coming into America with whatever tragedy that they happen on their land, and they taking it and they using our stories to get the tangibles. They're literally using our stories, saying that we don't deserve reparations or anything, and they're taking our stories and they using it and getting it for themselves. I think I answered that.
Yep, you can say anything else you want to say, Sweet Wolfie. You got 50 something seconds if it's something you want to say.
I just think it's mighty interesting that she said that we're all the same as immigrants. My people are not immigrants to this land. My people was G-side on this land, enslaved on this land. And it is a dishonor and it's just wrong for anyone to compare my lineage to an immigrant class. We didn't come over here seeking a better life. We still fighting for that better life. And we are getting kept out of opportunities by all ethnic groups of immigrants. Not one melanated immigrant has came to the United States and fought for the Negro or our reparation. They fought to be included in the things that we've been fighting for. They trying to stand up in our HBCUs instead of creating anything for themselves in a land that they seek resources from. We don't seek resources from them. Did I make my time?
Yep, thank you. And Miss Corey, we're going to rotate you down to the stage. You can come back up, but I got to get to the people in the queue. Thank you. Mister, did you want to address the prompt?
Yeah, I can do that.
Oh, did he leave? He left. Okay, we got a space open if anybody wanted to join
Yeah,
join the
yeah.
debate. I'm sorry, Mister. Go ahead.
No, you say you asked me if I wanted to address the prompt.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So, should Black Americans withhold their vote? Uh, well, here's the thing, right? It's a nuanced thing. In the past few elections, yeah, that's a good idea for us to withhold our vote, right? We have to be strategic. We have to be moving, and we can't be static and stuck on one thing, okay? Because whenever we move, the system moves, and whenever the system moves, we need to move along with it. So some people say, yeah, we need to sit out this next election, but there are other people who say that we can't really afford to sit this election out. We actually need to keep the Democrats out of office this time, and let's go ahead and vote for Republicans. And they said this because they didn't realize how bad that it was going to be under the Democrats when they first when people voted for them in 2020. They didn't know that it was going to be this bad. I knew it was going to be bad, but I didn't know it was just going to. We weren't going to have borders for 4 years, and we was about to have no borders for 8 years. Okay. And of course, there are some other things that happened that I can't say because TikTok will give you restrictions for misinformation and suspend your page. But the Democrats definitely cannot be taken or given office again. Okay, uh, they have a long, extensive history and track record of anti-blackness. Just about as long as the Republicans, but at least the Republicans have done something specifically for Black Americans. We haven't gotten anything out of the Democrats. All they've done was insulted us with things like vax that thing up and no voting, no vucking, and get your booty to the polls. Bloomberg had his stop and frisk. Harris had her truancy incarceration. Obama had the blue alert law, Biden with his mass incarceration. These are just like some of the policies and the actions that happened under the Democrats. And by the way, the Central Park Five was because of the Democrats. They like to put that on Trump. Trump wasn't the one that locked those children up. Okay, it was the Democrats in the Democratic state. All right. So I'll be here all night, literally listing all of the things that the Democrats have done. But I'm gonna save the rest what I have for my question here. You can go ahead.
Thank you for that submission, Mister. Do anyone have a rebuttal for Mister?
Yeah, I
Go
do.
ahead, child.
Thank you, sis. So, um, I hate when we get into conversations about what the Democrats versus Republicans did. He did list off some things about the Democrats, but here's the problem. Here's the problem. We can't keep pointing to parties and being so tribalistic in our dialogue. I'll agree. Obama was the first person to put kids in cages. He sure was. However, we have a whole slew of things, right, that the Republicans have done. And this is why party politics and two-party systems are failing us. I am not loyal to any party, just like I'm not loyal to any airline. When I get ready to book a flight, who's the cheapest? Now we're friends. That's it. Being a loyalist to a party is part of the problem, and we have so many people that were either raised Democrat or raised Republican, and that is where they sit squarely. My ballot every single election looks totally different. Sometimes I'm going to vote for an election and it's going to be Republican. Sometimes it's going to be a Democrat. Sometimes it's going to be an independent because I'm voting for the policy and not the people. Who's going to give me what I want in an expedient manner? I'm going to yield with that, sis.
Okay, awesome. Mister, final say.
Yeah, I actually agree. That I didn't say be loyal to anybody. In fact, I'm saying that the Democrats should just not be in office. That doesn't mean be loyal to the Republicans. Absolutely not. Okay, but we need to understand that not only do the Democrats owe us for our past loyalty, okay, but they need to pay for their anti-Black Americanness, okay, and their anti-Americanness as a whole in general, but specifically they did this very un-American policy of flooding the country with immigrants because they were targeting Black Americans in our voting power. They wanted to weaken and dilute us because they didn't want to be vulnerable to the demands of the Black community. Okay. Uh, and they have shown all manners of disrespect to us. They've committed ethnocide on us. Matter of fact, it wasn't Shabuzi who was the first person who said, hey, immigrants built this country. This is what the Democrats saying this stuff. This is where they got this from. So absolutely, I agree that we need to move and shake like we're supposed to. No, we're not supposed to be loyal to any party or anything like that. But we also need to make sure that the Democrats never get back in office, okay? And if we do ever choose them again, it's going to be by our terms. We're not here to trust any politician, okay? We are here to buy them, okay? They need to be bought because that's what they're here for. This is why we need to make sure that we have our economics together. This is why we need to make sure that we continue to push for reparations. Everything is about dollars with us. And I'm gonna land right there.
Thank you, Mister. You ready for your question? Oh no,
Yes.
chat. I'm sorry, I'll be right with you, Mister. My bad. Chat. Your next question. Do politicians respect the Black vote or use it? Okay, Mister. Your question is, if Black Americans stop voting for one election, what do you think would actually happen?
Well, right now, they're trying to make sure that we don't have an effect if we stop voting because we've already done that. We stopped voting, or we sat out, some of us. sat out in 2016, and some of us sat out in 2024, and we see what happened. The Democrats lost each and every single time. So if all Black Americans chose to do that, then yeah, the Democrats would just lose. They'll just keep on losing. The Republicans don't really need our vote like that. They have the YT and the immigrant vote and everything. So it's the Democrats who are doing this. And this is why not only are the Democrats trying to, I hope I don't get hit with no misinformation. Allegedly, y'all. Allegedly. All right. They are not only, bringing in immigrants and everything like that to flood us and everything, but the Democrats are sheesh. I almost forgot my point here. Oh, okay, I got it. Yeah, they are now pushing more to the right. So now they are moving more and more to the center and everything, because they want to get the right wing vote, because that seems to be the winning ticket for the Republicans. They resent the fact that they are vulnerable to the black demands, the black voters. Okay, they don't like that, and they went out of their way to try to replace their base, all right, with this Frankenstein mosh posh of different ethnic groups, and all of these different immigrants are supposed to all come together like Voltron and replace the foundation, all right, of the Democratic voter base. And it didn't work, predictably, because we are the only people who believe in unity. We're the only people who move in the block. All these other people move for themselves. And I land there. And last thing, I'm sorry. Last thing I want to say is, y'all, this ain't about we got to do this and do that for the Republicans and the Democrats. The end goal is for us to have our own candidates that we have chosen from our own grassroots, who have already given us the nod, and we already have the agreement, and we support those people. Okay. It's okay. It doesn't matter really which party it is after we do that, because no matter which party they're on, we win. And I'll land there.
Thank you so much, Mister. All right, Sha. Thank you so much for waiting so patiently. How you doing tonight?
Yes, ma'am. I'm well. Thanks for asking.
Okay. Should Black Americans withhold their vote? Go ahead.
I feel like I kind of already answered this, but I'll expand on it. So,
No,
yeah,
you can
we
just
should
say
not.
withhold or whatever and say whatever you want to say
Yeah,
in your 2 minutes.
yeah, definitely. We should not withhold. We should become more sophisticated and strategic, right? Because the reason politics feels so nefarious to us is because a lot of us truly don't understand how the sausage is made. We first have to understand our local politics, because that's what affects you the most. We can talk about all the federal crap, but at the end of the day, your local politicians have far more control over your life than your federal ones do. And so, secondly, we have to be able to the brother's point, put some people in office that are going to be like-minded, and it really doesn't matter what party they're in. It doesn't matter. Like this is where tribalism is a problem when it comes to politics. And also I'll say that the skin folk thing does not make any sense to me. I have had more BLK politicians disappoint me than YT ones. Period. In my career, BLK politicians typically begin to chase the power and not the policy, and that's why they become problematic. So I would encourage anyone listening to my voice right now to figure out what local offices you can run into and run for that office. Please, I'm begging you, because the only way we're going to shift the power is if more working class people run for office. The challenge that we have is that there's so many millionaires and billionaires that are holding these seats, and they do not have our best interests in mind. Full stop, period. We are not their friends. The top 1, maybe 10%, if you want to argue, are their friends. So they're going to write policies that are going to be favorable to their friends. So yes, we need more people to run for office. Us, on this panel, the working class, run for office. I'll yield with that, sis.
Okay, thank you, Sha. Anybody have a rebuttal for Sha? No? Okay. Sha,
It's like I kind of have a. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
go ahead, Lou. You got a rebuttal for Sha?
Yeah, well, yeah, to a degree, because I agree with a lot with what she's saying, but at the same time, I don't believe in the system itself. I don't think even if we, I don't think it. even if we get ourselves on board on the same page and everything, and we vote a certain way, I still don't think it's going to go in our favor because the system was built against us. I mean, like the whole system, you know what I mean? Like the Constitution. It don't even matter if you Democratic or Republican. I mean, like they both two wings of the same ugly bird. It's the whole bird, and MLK seen that. And one of the last things he said about that, uh, he said all this after he said, "I think I've integrated my people into a burning building," and that's when like the moment we became citizens to the government is when we lost all our banks, all our farms, uh, all our hospitals, like everything. We had our own everything, but the television that came out and it pushed us into believing that what they had was more sufficient than what we had, when that's not the case. Every city that we had, or the majority of the cities that we had, they've either burned down or flooded because of the economic prowess we had above them. And the inception of us being citizens came through our upcoming youth around MLK civil rights time, because he seen it. He said they're undergirding the white tea peasants from Europe with the economic floor here, hiring county agents. That means people that was from us, like our farmers that sold out. And that's another. I wanted to address what Mr. said too. He said something about we got to buy the right people. The problem is we have to buy anybody. You know what I'm saying? If you can be bought, that means you can be persuaded to opposition. That means you have a price. And
Okay, land your plane, Lou.
we don't have the political awareness to even play it right, even if it was a fair game. But the sister was right about your local politics are way she's right. They definitely do impact your people more, but we don't even know how to pick people. It was a
Land your
governor
plane,
or a
Lou.
mayor in Georgia, and she was using all of the town funding for her own personal endeavor.
Lou, put a period on it.
Nails,
Hello?
salt, Instagram posts,
Can
all this
you hear me? Can
Blasey
y'all
speak. I
hear
mean,
me?
like that's
We
how
can hear
deep
you,
we
sis.
program.
I can hear you. Brother, land your plane. Okay.
Final say. Let me ask y'all, chat. Who thinks segregation should come back? I just want to know who's down for segregation. Go ahead, Shy. Final
Oh,
say.
okay. So my final say is that I think the one of the biggest challenges we have is that there is so much money in politics. We should not have to buy our politicians when our tax money should be taking care of that. And that's another misnomer when we look at politics. There's so many different initiatives that have been proposed across the country to stomp out money in politics and stomp out lobbyists. Our lobbyists in the big three, which I saw in the comments earlier, are a huge part of the problem. We got big pharma, big oil and gas, and we have housing. All of those entities, all of those entities are absolutely swaying your politicians to do what you want them to do. And we as the working class people are never going to have those same lobbyists in effect. So yeah, money is a problem, but it's not the problem that we think it is. We shouldn't have to have money to be competitive in any of these races, and technically we don't. There's working class people that are winning these races across the country, and we're going to see a huge landslide in some of these cities for 2026. It's going to be huge. So, and moving people to the center is not the answer either. I'll yield with that, sis.
Okay,
Centrist
thank you,
Democrats are the
Shy.
problem. Sorry. Centrist Democrats are the problem. I'm gonna yield with that. Sorry.
You sure you don't want to use your 50 minutes, 50 seconds? You good?
Yeah, I mean, I can expand on what I mean by centrist Democrats. So one of the brothers had mentioned that the Democrats are moving more center, and he's right. But they're part of the problem because now we can't tell them apart by their policies, and this is why voting for a two-party system is a problem. If I can't tell my Republicans from my Democrats, then that means both systems are failing. Both parties are failing. I don't want to see my what I would consider mostly aligned politicians moving towards the center of any party line, whether it be Republicans or Democrats. That means none of them are working for us. That's what that means effectively. I'm gonna yield.
Okay, thanks so much. Thank y'all for the gifts from me and the
Thank you,
panel.
love.
Yeah, you're welcome, sweet
I'm finna
Wolfie.
drop. Y'all
Oh,
have one for night.
all right, good night, sweet Wolfie. Thank you for stopping
See
by.
you, Wolfie.
Um, okay, we have an open slot available, and like I said, we have a couple of more questions, and then we're going to transition into something else. Okay, so who is next? Candace, hey.
Hey, what's going on, love? How are you?
I'm doing good, and you? Welcome back. Glad
Thank
you're
you.
here.
Hey, Candace.
Hey, what's up,
I
Minister
actually
Ether?
thought I
I
thought
know.
Candace was actually next before this. Oh, never mind. Never
Y'all
mind.
got to
She's
rotate
next.
the stage.
It's all good.
Yeah. Candace, Honda
Yes, love.
Love gave him that name.
I was like, I've been calling him Mr. Ether. Have I been just reading it wrong?
No,
Yeah, yeah. You
All
got folks
right.
who can't read and can't spell, and they don't
Mm-hmm.
know how to. Yeah. Minister. So I said, you know what? Why not?
Minister Ether.
yeah.
Okay. All
Okay.
right. I'll answer the prompt. It's my turn, right?
Yep. Should Black
Okay,
Americans
cool.
withhold their vote?
I mean, I agree with the idea behind no tangibles, no vote, but I see it more as leverage, not disengagement. Because voting is power, but power only matters if it's used intentionally. So, if a group gives its vote automatically, then there's no incentive for any candidate to deliver anything specific. I mean, from a Black American perspective, a lot of frustration comes from feeling like there's been representation without results. So the question for me really becomes like, what's the strategy to change that? And a version of it could be withholding support, not necessarily abandoning voting altogether, but being strategic about where that support goes. In my opinion, that can force a recalibration. If candidates know they have to earn votes through tangible outcomes, then the dynamic shifts. At the same time, it's not about withholding, it's also about building from the ground up. I think Wolfie was mentioning that earlier, supporting local candidates, developing leadership pipelines, and creating accountability really at every level, having grassroots representation, so on and so forth. Voting should be leverage, not loyalty. If there's no tangible outcome and results, then the support has to be reconsidered. And more sharply, I think that the principle of no tangible, no vote. Really is because voting is supposed to be a form of leverage and not a ritual or loyalty or just because we've always done stuff for forever. For too long, Black Americans have been treated like a guaranteed voting block. And once a party or candidate believes your vote is automatic, then they stop negotiating with you seriously. They stop feeling the pressure to deliver anything specific. And at that point, your vote loses its power because it's like, already assumed. So when people say that no tangibles, no vote, what they're really saying is our support has to be earned, not through symbolism, not through speeches, not through proximity, or whatever, but more so through policy and resources, measurable outcomes, protection, so on and so forth. And I think a big part of the reason that matters so much is because right now there is a real problem of misrepresentation. There are people claiming to speak for Black Americans who are not actually rooted in our specific lineage interests. There are politicians who use like broad minority language, like you were saying earlier, love, and never really addressing our claims specifically, our grievances specifically. So if we're continuing to vote under the same way in the same conditions, we keep feeding a system that is not like accurately reflecting us. That's why withholding a vote could matter, not as apathy, not as laziness, not as checking out, but as a signal. And as a signal for me, it's just like saying, this is telling them if you want access to our political energy, you have to produce something real. And I'll pause there.
Thank you. Anybody have any rebuttals for Candace?
I got a rebuttal.
Go
A
ahead,
lot of
Donnie.
people talk about no tangibles, no vote. Like I grew up in a blue state. I grew up in a democratic environment. So I was fortunate to be able to see a lot of tangibles from Democrat policy. Like practically anything that comes out Democrat, we get in Maryland and DC. Like anything, any policy that they create, it's like we get it first. But I understand it's a lot of people that live in states like red states or purple states, and they might not get like the public transportation. They may not get the summer concerts. They may not get all of the benefits you get from a blue state. My thing is like the tangibles that we get to see in Massachusetts or Maryland or definitely California. California is really progressive with the tangibles. Why don't you move somewhere where they got the tangibles? Like, what makes you think that you're going to be able to create a suburbs of Baltimore in a 90% white state? Like, I don't understand that.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not sure about did he land? I'm not sure I understand the
Are you
question, but
done? You done, Johnny?
Yeah.
Okay, final say, Candace.
yeah, I'm not
Or
quite sure exactly if I understand the question, but I'll just say I think,
you want him
it's
to
more really
expound
about.
on it while he still got time? You want him to break down
Yeah,
what
yeah.
he
Can you? Yeah,
believes?
can you expound a bit, please? Sorry.
If you live in if you're not part of the black community unless you live in the black community. Like if you don't live in an actual black community where if I call 911, the police show up black, or if I go to court, the judge is black, like black doctors and black lawyers, like this stuff does exist. Like it might not exist where some people are at, but I just don't get it. Like, why don't you move somewhere where we do have a black community?
Yeah. So I'm not quite okay. Your question is why? Lord, I'm sorry, I have a hard time following. I'll just go to say what I was going to say before. I think that for me, it's really
I
about
think what he
discipline.
was saying, Candace, is because the title say no tangibles, no vote. I think what he's saying is instead
He's
of
defining. He's
and
defining black America. He's defining them by saying that you must live in a black community. Is that
we
one part
want
of the?
tangibles instead of talking about no vote if we don't get tangibles as a whole. You know what I mean? Why don't
Yeah.
you just move to a place that got tangibles?
Bougie
Um.
Candace, you is rich.
Yeah.
Eh.
Yeah, but I also I
That's
also
like,
think that
I ain't going to the
Mm.
hood. No,
Oh,
yeah,
she's
don't.
Them
only
Republican.
two loves
joking.
world.
I
Candace
I
got a shift.
Oh God! So this is what I would say to that. I don't know what from a class. Black Americans aren't defined as only one thing. We're largely middle class at this point. I mean, a lot of us have. I mean, not to say that we don't have multiple levels there. We have had upward mobility despite really a glass ceiling in so many different ways. We have found ways to it's not always a ladder to the top. It's a jungle gym. We got to go over here and get a little bit. We got to go do that. I know where I come from in its humble beginnings, and for especially for immigrants to come and say you don't necessarily work hard or whatever. That's a lie about us, and we have results and receipts to prove that we do. So it's not necessarily a negative thing. We've had all types of, and one of the most I think in the 1930s before Tulsa. The largest minority class, wealth class, were Black Americans. So it's in us to be this, I don't, or whatever you choose to be. We have agency. So I'm not sure about that portion of it. So the tangibles piece, I think tangibles are things like reparations. I mean, I think that applies to all of us. I think we have tangibles, people who should be talking about lineage specific grievances. It's not, I mean, it can come in a myriad of different forms from local level to federal. Yeah. And yes, sometimes that means letting certain candidates lose. Because if bad representation keeps getting rewarded and it never gets corrected, sometimes some things have to collapse before it can be rebuilt properly. But I also think the second half of it is just as important. It's not enough to just withhold. We also have to be building concurrently. So we have to invest into grassroots leadership. We have to support people at the local level. We have to know who's on the school board, city councils, procurement boards, state houses. We have to be more focused on the building, concurrently looking at withholding. We're not in a vacuum. So, and how many seconds do I have? 9 seconds. Okay. So for me, it's really about the discipline. It's where the vote is aligned with our people as a lineage, which we are represented in a myriad of different ways. And we have to stop giving political loyalty where there are no returns. That's what I think about tangibles. Please, somebody give me a rose because I don't like that number 666. Sorry. Anyways, I'll leave it.
Okay, Candace.
Thanks, loves.
You're welcome. I got you. I feel you on that. Candace, you ready for your question?
Sure.
Okay. Is the black vote earned or automatically given every election? You heard me, Candace?
Oh, I'm mute. Sorry. I
Yeah,
thought I was
you're
just
on mute.
yapping. I'm sorry about that. Got it. Um, historically, it's been treated automatic. Even when people don't consciously think of it that way, because when one group consistently votes in the same direction at very like high rates, election after election, it really just creates a pattern. And once that pattern is established, political parties start planning around it instead of competing for that. So for the Black American perspective, that's where some of the frustration comes in, because if your vote's assumed, then you're no longer actively being, it's not actively being earned, it's just being managed. You're being managed. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't say that every individual is automatic. But I would say that voting patterns have been predictable enough that it's often treated that way by politicians. And that's why you hear conversations about, making the vote more conditional, because unpredictability does create the leverage. It may not be automatic by intention, or it might be as well, but it has been predictable enough to be treated that way. And I'll land.
Thank you so much, Candace. Hey, Johnny.
Hey, hello.
Hey, welcome back. You
Hello.
want to address the prompt? Should Black
Yeah.
Americans withhold their vote?
Everybody not the same. Like I grew up in Maryland, and when the first time I ever voted, I voted for Trump because I voted how I felt. I voted what was in my heart. I voted what I believed was right. Then after we won, and it was sad, that they lost like that. My community directly came to me like, you need to support us. We are your community. Everything you do, you benefit from being us. And like, this is your world. We are your people. And I'm like, man, I don't got no problem with that. My community is important to me. So the people that the people that are in my front yard, the people that, I see every day, the people I make money with, the people that I do business with, these are my people. And those were Democrats in Maryland. So I felt as though that I needed to support my community and vote Democrat in 24. I didn't vote in 20 because, Joe Biden was I don't like Joe Biden too tough. So what I mean by tangibles is that I don't know how many credits I got in college for free for being disabled. I was able to go to college for free for being disabled. I don't know if they do that in every state, or I don't even know if they do that in every county. But I'm from one of those areas where we got tangibles. So if you grew up with these tangibles all of your life, of course the Democrats get your vote. Now, if you ain't got no tangibles, no public transportation, no local buses, the police are all white and they look like cousins. That's a problem. What are you dealing with? You know what I'm saying? So these tangibles do exist. So my thing is, like Joe Biden said, if you don't vote Democrat, you're not black. Even if you consider voting Republican, you're not black. Because really only Democrats are black. You're not black unless you live in a black community. You're not part of the black community unless you're in the black community. Like how can you be a white supremacist in a projects filled with black people? You might be a white supremacist in your mind, but if you live in a project filled with black people, how are you actively being a white supremacist? You gotta go be with white supremacists, right? So if you black and you're a part of the black community, you need to be where the black community is. You need to be literally a part of the black community. To live around all white folks screaming black community, that's kind of wild. Nobody does that. Does anybody do that but us? You need to be part of the black community, literally. Move to DeKalb County, move to PG County. I don't wherever in Chicago, Detroit, the blacks be at. It's black people with money out there. It's black people that got nice stuff, But to live in Nebraska, crying about the black community is like too much for me, man.
Okay, thank you, Johnny. Anybody got a rebuttal for Johnny?
Yes.
I do. Okay, go ahead, Easter.
No,
Oh, you can
Candace, you can
go.
go first, Candace.
I just think it's wild to describe Black Americans as you need to be around a community to be a Black American. That's crazy, sir. I disagree. I think you can be, nothing changes you for who you are, where your lineage and where you came from. I don't agree with that. I think that's a very ignorant statement to make, respectfully. And I also think that it is generalizing a people to just say, you must be this and be around that to be who you are. I disagree. And I also think that it's a bit incoherent for me just to understand your positioning on that. I'm really trying to, but it sounds like it's coming from a place of generalization, which sounds a lot like the white tea system. Like you must be this to be considered that. And that's not who we are. We are a people of distinction, sir. And I don't agree with it. And I'll land.
Final say, Johnny.
Okay, first, I think you sound like a very intelligent woman. Black in the word race is not governed by law. If I fill out some paperwork tomorrow, say I'm Hispanic, and they give me $1 billion, I ain't going to jail. That's not fraud. So the word black is abstract. It's not real. It's not bound by law. The only black community is a real black community. Other than that, it's in your mind. You have a right to believe what you want to believe in your mind. I can believe I'm Christian in Saudi Arabia. In my mind I'm Christian, but can I practice Christianity? Can I practice Christianity in Iran? In my mind I love Jesus, but am I going to leave the house, and say I love Jesus? So in your mind you can be black, but that can change too. In the morning you can be white. You can change that. Nobody has to be black. You can change. You can be American. You don't have to accept that label. Somebody told you was black and that was the way it was. I can't get nothing for being black in a court of law. There's nothing bound by law as for race. It's not real. It's an abstract concept. It's for social construct. It's cultural. So if it's a social construct that's cultural, to be part of it, you might need to be with that culture. You might need to be a part of that social construct. Like I said, in your mind, you can be black, but what is black? Other than that, what is you doing that's black? How are you affecting the blackness of the world that you in? What is black about your world? I grew up around most black people. Like we had white people, but I grew up in an 80% black county. So, I know what living in a black community is like. So, a lot of these, and for the people that would be burned down towns in the South, y'all got to take that up with the Confederate government, man. Them Confederates burn y'all towns down and all that. That's sad. But the white folks got their towns burned down too, man. When the Union went down there and gave them that belt. So, you're talking about something that happened, before they lost the war. You can't get no straightening from the federal government for that.
Okay, thank you, Johnny. Mister, final say.
Gotcha. So my rebuttal
I'm
to
sorry, your rebuttal. I'm sorry, Mister.
it's all good. We know what you meant. It's been a long night. You've been at work, okay? And she got her glasses, y'all. Shout out to her. But y'all listen up, okay? My rebuttal here is that, well, first off, black people, we should be able to just stay where we are, and get the tangible because we are Americans. We're more American than everybody else. We live in every state in the union. And just by us being in a black community don't mean we're going to get any tangibles. That's ridiculous. When white people go anywhere in this country, they get goodies, giveaways, and guarantees. Same thing for the Native Americans. They get their benefits and their tangibles no matter where they live. Okay. Also, the immigrants, they get more tangibles in any place that they go to in the country, mainly in sanctuary cities, where black people are supposed to be getting all these benefits. But the Democrat Party is not the party of black people. The Democrat Party is the party of immigrants. Okay. Those are the people who they fight for. Oh, and they are the party of white supremacy as well, because we saw with Charlie Kirk, Holiday, and yeah, the Democrats have voted for it just like the Republicans. So there's really no difference between the two. But with this whole, the Democrats are the party of immigrants. Yeah, we've seen them change laws. We've seen them move in the society to make things easier for immigrants. We've seen them go out there and get arrested. We've seen them sneak them out of the back door of the courtrooms, and they have all the money and they're busing them, and they're taking them to hotels, and they're giving them free food, and then they throw away the food, and they say, all right, well, let's give you some money on a car so you can go buy your own food, instead of them being like, how are you going to be ungrateful for all this free food? They didn't finger wag at them or nothing, okay? They gave them everything that they could ever think of to put them ahead of black Americans, okay? And they also say immigrants built the country, that immigrants are the backbone to justify justify them being here, and now they're paying a bunch of dark secret money for people to go out there and get in the way of the law enforcement to stop them from being deported, allegedly. Allegedly. Okay. And we've never seen them fight to give benefits like this on Black Americans' behalf nowhere in the nation. So, sir, to wrap this up, yeah, I disagree that we have to all move to a certain place and we all got to be a part of the Democratic Party to get some tangibles, because we've seen what they're able to do, and that's just not it. And I land.
Thank you. Final say, Johnny.
Yeah, Native Americans do not have the same rights and power that they have off the reservation, dude. They don't. Like, if they get caught off the reservation, you can call the FBI on them, man, and they will be politely escorted back to the reservation. But yeah, which we're talking about the hotel. That's a New York thing. Yeah, New York love immigrants, man. But I'm not saying you guys aren't American. New York, they love immigrants in New York. But I'm a descendant of slave. I don't have to claim black to be a descendant of slave. That's real. I was born historically a descendant of slave. My great great grandmother's in the ground. So that has nothing to do with the concept of being black. The whole black movement, the 1900s and all that, we were slaves before that. So, that has nothing to do with who I am as a person or where I come from or my family. The culture, the arts and all that, the Harlem Renaissance, R&B music, hip hop and all that, that has nothing to do with me being a descendant of slave. I am a descendant of slave. I'm American. Even as a slave, my people were still American. Yeah, they might have been chattel, but a Chevy's made in America. So I was a made in American slave. You see what I'm saying? So I was American as a slave. So the whole black is a cultural thing. It's not a legal term. I mean, I think it's being taken too seriously. Like, I understand, like, if you need something, I guess black would be it, but being a descendant of slave, I know who I am every day. I wake up in the morning with the last name Smith. I know who I am. Be it that whole black concept, I don't have to Pan Africanism and wearing dashikis and naming my kid Tariq Kuwanda and all that. I don't know nothing about all that. You know what I'm saying? I kept Smith. I didn't do Abdullah Mustafa or nothing like that. Looking for an identity and all that. So, yeah, man, try black community, man. Like, it's a state issue. A lot of things are state issues, man.
I just want to make a correction to something he said. This isn't a back and forth or nothing, but Native Americans, for everyone, Native Americans have the same rights off of the not plantation, off the reservations as any other constitutional United States citizen.
All right, thank you. You ready for your question, Johnny?
Yeah.
If withholding votes is a bad idea, what's the alternative strategy for getting tangibles?
If you want tangibles, you need to go move where those tangibles are. If you in Amarillo, Texas, the chances of you getting some tangibles for being quote unquote black, like, what is the statistics on that? Like, if I want to be black, I need to be around black people. I need to be in a black community. Like, I just don't understand. Like, if you're in a community where you got that and you see that, yeah, Democrats are going to get your vote because you lived a beautiful life because of the Democrats. You were able to take public transportation to college. You were able to eat free lunch at through all 12 years at K through 12. Yeah, free lunch for 12 years straight. Like, you got government, whatever you apply for, you received. You was getting hooked up at the DMV, you was getting hooked up at Social Security, getting hooked up at social services. Like, the Democrats, they own that vote if you live in one of those communities. Now, if you live in a racist community where they oppress black people and you're fighting a good fight, I respect that. But I learned that when I moved, I went from Maryland to Georgia, and I'm like, this ain't my fight. Like, we've progressed past this in Maryland. What y'all going through now is what we went through maybe in the 60s. So that's what they was doing in Georgia. You know what I'm saying? But we already way past that in Maryland. So I'm like, man, that's y'all fight. So a lot of what y'all going through, other states done already been through. And they way past that. Like, you only got one life to live. Like, sounding like some Palestinians that don't want to leave. They just need to leave Palestine, man. Some of y'all just need to leave Oklahoma. Like you need you in Oklahoma, like you know what I'm saying? Like I mean, complaining about white folks. I mean, I just don't get it. How you in Texas? You know what I'm saying, screaming black power. Like I just don't get it. Like, you know, it's wild. It's wild to me. Atlanta's okay, man. Atlanta's okay. Atlanta, they got money in Atlanta. You can have money in Atlanta. Like straight up.
All right, thank you so much for that submission, Johnny. We appreciate you. Okay, hey Chris. Chris.
How you doing today? I'm here. How
Hey,
you
how you
doing?
doing? Hey.
Doing
So
good.
thank you. I mean, that's good. I'm still reeling off Johnny. Okay. Should Black Americans withhold their vote?
You're on mute, Chris.
What's on mute?
Go ahead. You can answer the question.
She ain't asked it. I heard some pots fall or something.
Oh, okay. Love, can
Prompt.
you hold on 1 second? She in the middle of the song.
Ether, she's just asking the prompt.
Okay, then yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead and answer the prompt, Chris.
Okay. The prompt, basically, I would say it does not make any sense for us as Black Americans to continue to vote without any tangibles. It doesn't make sense to vote for a party and you get nothing for it. I mean, if when you do that, it's like, for example, a relationship. You got a DV relationship, right? And everybody telling you to leave the relationship, but you continue to keep coming back no matter what that person does, and then you're expecting something to change. Nothing's going to change. So we have to remove the vote. I think what we did with Kamala, I think that was very beneficial. I think we have to continue to do that, as in letting them know, like, look, we're not just gonna come out there and vote because you're telling me the lesser of two evils. Because basically they're like, well, you know what, the red people, they're bad, but they're worse than us. But both of y'all are bad. So at the end of the day, if we're gonna have to choose between the best of two evils, then we're gonna have to get tangibles and stuff out of it like everybody else does. It doesn't make sense. And honestly, right? Politicians and the government are supposed to do things for you. That's why they're in place to do things for their citizens. So if they're not doing that, then obviously they're not doing what they're supposed to do. And if whatever politician that's in office, he's supposed to do stuff. You're supposed to be able to ask him about tangibles and about what you're going to do for this particular thing. But I also think as well that we're actually doing it the right way with the delineation, where we're actually making sure they understand who the people are who's getting it. Because as I heard someone say earlier, anybody can mark black down and get all these benefits and all these tangibles. So we are already doing the first thing, which is delineation, to know who's supposed to get these tangibles, who's supposed to get this and who's supposed to get that. But that also goes with us, you know what I'm saying, letting them know, like, hey, we collectively will not vote for you if you're not trying to do what we're trying to do. And even let's say that particular candidate still wins. Just us doing that and being unified on that, that's something that they see. You know what I'm saying? I'll land there.
Okay, thank you. Chris, anybody got a rebuttal for Chris?
I do.
Go ahead, Honda.
Chris, right? You said less evil, and on both sides, Democrats and the Republicans, but it seemed like that you sided with with the Republicans, right? So, from my view, what has Donald Trump done for specifically for your people that empower only your people currently as we speak? And also, can you when you look at the cabinet member people, right, within Donald Trump presidency, right? Is there any position where people like you guys that you think that Donald Trump empower y'all in that position of what the presidency of Donald Trump currently as we speak? Because it's been a year and some months now. Because I understand what you said, you want somebody to prioritize your people, and it seems like you do prefer Donald Trump, right? So what has Donald Trump done for you specifically and your people that empower you only and your people as well? Because less evil, both of them are evil to my view. But at the end of the day, America is a race country, right? So if it's a race country, so what has Donald Trump done specifically for your group or your ethnicity group in America? And also, just like I mentioned, because I keep repeating myself. The cabinet members, right? I forgot how many cabinet members are there, right? Half of them are full of immigrants because by your definition, some of your definition, these people did not come from the 13 colonies. They are immigrants, right? So you look at all these powerful positions. How come Donald Trump did not favor you and your people that think like you? But then why did Donald Trump put an immigrant in that position? But it seemed like you prefer Donald Trump though. So if you prefer Donald Trump, how come Donald Trump did not prefer your people within in position like that? Because if I can recall, you got the presidency, you got the vice president. I think you have the House Speaker, then you have the defense secretary, something like that. I might be off a little bit, but up to the top 6 position, the top 10 position, none of them is the people that you represent. Half of them are immigrants. So how come Donald Trump did not represent your people in that position?
All right, thank you, Honda. Chris, final say.
You were off by a lot of it because first off, I never advocated for Donald Trump. I never said that he was the better politician. What I said was that both of them are both what we would say is a devil, so to say, right? And the Democrats like to say the devil that you don't know over there, that's bad. They're bad. They do this, and they both do the same thing. Now, to answer your question, what did Donald Trump do? What he did was he said, "I'm going to do the biggest mass deportation in American history," and that's what I voted for, to get people deported, because I don't want y'all here getting all these benefits, reaping all the stuff that we can't get. So that's what he did, was get y'all out of here. So that's the only thing we're working for right now. The other person said that they were going to keep you here, give you voting rights that you didn't get hung on a tree for, none of that stuff, right? So I wasn't going to vote for that. So I decided to vote for the better of the lesser evils, right? And as an American citizen, I should be able to vote for whichever party I want to vote for. I don't understand why y'all think we should just only vote for the blue team and we can't vote for the red team, and we can't vote for this team because they got this policy or that policy. That doesn't make sense. That's why we're in this predicament we're in right now, because we're voting blue no matter what. And I land there. Oh, I still got time. Hold up. Hold up. I still got time. Nope, I still got time,
Yeah,
sir.
keep going.
So as I said before, right? All these immigrant policies, that's what they're doing. As Mr. Minister Ether said earlier, they are a party of immigrants. And as you said earlier, right, about the immigrants being in the caucus, that's why we're delineating, so that we can become a protected class, so that we can get those people out of there. And if they're not foundational Black Americans, Sulan, African American, all those terms that y'all don't like, right? Those people can't be in our caucuses, because obviously when you look on their page, you see they're talking about Haitians and immigrants and different stuff like that, and you don't see anything for what Black Americans are asking for. So at the end of the day, we're on pace doing what we're supposed to do, and Trump is getting y'all out of here, and that's what we voted for, and we're getting what we voted for. Eileen.
Okay.
Okay,
So
before we get to your question, Jay, did you have something you wanted to say?
yeah, I just have a
Yeah, I
question
have
for
something to
Chris.
say to the
Well, wait a minute,
guy.
hold on.
Before he
I'm
finishes.
trying to figure out what was
So
Jay doing?
so my question to Chris is, so your vote.
Okay, so you wanted the rebuttal too?
Yes, I do. I
Okay, go ahead.
My question to
Ray, did you
Chris.
have a rebuttal too?
Yes,
Well, why
please.
when I asked y'all? Why when I asked y'all didn't say nothing?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I told
so
you, and you said I should wait.
Oh, did you, Ray? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Okay, well, go ahead, Jay, and then we'll do 1 minute. 1 minute.
all
I
right.
wasn't expecting that. Sorry, I
I
didn't hear you, Ray.
honestly, it looks like Chris needs a lot more education, or whatever he's going through in his life. He probably need a little bit more of therapy in order to handle whatever is happening in his life. I said this with the reasoning that um if all your idea of voting is to better America, if it's not to better America, make America a better place, but your only idea of voting is you're voting because you think somebody else is taking your opportunity, then you are coming up from a very weak mindset, because that's a very weak mindset, because immigrants haven't even done anything equal. Like, you as a citizen, you have more rights, more opportunity than an immigrant that steps into this country today. First of all, just the fact that you were born on this soil, that alone, that alone guarantees you all the opportunities that you need in this life. That alone is enough. And there's nothing an immigrant can do that is more than what you already have as a person. So if you feel like you're not getting ahead in life because of an immigrant, then you have to check yourself properly to see what are you doing wrong as someone who, as a citizen that's born in a
Land
country.
your plane, Jay.
Yes, as someone that's born in the country, and you still are not able to get access to opportunities. There's no law that prohibits you from getting any opportunity. I've never heard anybody being denied because they are black. No, nobody has ever applied. It's by merit. If you qualify for the opportunity you apply for, you get it. That's what it is. And immigrants are not even occupying this as much as you say it is. The schools are open. You can go in there and get a degree, and nobody's stopping you from getting a degree. Nobody's stopping you
Put a
from.
period on it, Jay.
Okay, all right.
Chris, final say.
Yes, ma'am. That always becomes the problem, right? Because for some strange reason, we always get immigrants that come over and try to tell us about what you can get in America and what you can't get in America, this, that, and the third. What I'm talking about, right, is this, for example. You come over here, right? They have an immigrant policy set aside for you. Can I go to over there and get one of those whatever policies they have, immigrant resettlement packages? Can I go get a immigrant resettlement package? I'm not saying that I need one and I should get one. What I'm saying is that at the end of the day, right? When you come over here to this country, when I travel, they check my bank account. When you travel over here, they don't check your bank account. These are all these particular things that are happening. Most of y'all are coming over here broke with no money. And we have to take care of you. And then I end up working 60 hours and look at my check. And then I got like $500 in taxes coming out because I'm paying for you to be over here just to work at Jack in the Box, to work at McDonald's. You're talking like all these people that you're saying they got all these high careers. Well, where are they at with these high careers? And then if they do have these high careers, I thought it was supposed to be where you're supposed to come over here, get the degree that you're speaking of, right? And then take it back to your homeland and make that great so then that you won't flee over here, because that's the problem. You're fleeing over here then telling us that, oh, you got all these opportunities and you got this and you got that. And that's the problem. It's a lot of jealousy that comes along, because if you stayed in your homeland and not fled, then you probably will be able to have the same rights that we have. But because you come over here and flee, now you're
Okay,
making it
Chris,
hot.
land your plane.
I'll in there. I'll in there. They're making it hot, man.
Can I
You're making it
address?
hot.
Can I address that, host?
Oh, no, no, no. You got the final say, Jay. Your turn coming up. Just hold it tight, and then you'll be able to express yourself. Ray, your brother.
Yeah. So I want to talk to Chris about first of all, I'm an immigrant in America. When we come here, we don't get any special packages. If you are talking to people seeking asylum, then that's a different issue. And seeking asylum in America is not against the law. It's in the Constitution. So if you don't want that, change the Constitution. With that being said, let's talk about ICE. He's talking about he voted so that Trump will get some people out of here, right? Look at what Trump is doing to blue states. Look at what Trump is doing to black communities. It's all chaos. They are killing Americans. They are entering houses without
Now, I know that
permission.
I don't have
No,
to
yeah, yeah, yeah,
tell
yeah, yeah,
you.
yeah.
Hold
Shh.
on. Oh, I know you ain't shush me, boy. See, I got the mute button here, okay? So you can you boy. Now I know damn well you know TikTok friendly language. So I don't need. So the next time you say something you ain't supposed to say, KILLHATE, I'm
But you
dropping
can
your
say
ass.
every.
Shut your ass up. I'm talking. Next time you say it, I'm dropping your ass. You've been up here enough times for me to not sit up here and have to
You just
reprimand
a
your
hater. You
ass.
just a hater.
All
That's
right,
who you
get
are.
your ass up out of
You
here,
just a hater.
idiot.
Okay, let me go ahead and get that right fast. Mr. Eth, if you don't mind. Everybody, let me go for a break real fast. All of y'all, tap, 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 tap. Tap the screen. This is a awesome live stream. Miss Love is letting everybody have their say, whether we agree, disagree. Me and Mr. Ether disagree with a lot. We ain't come up our mic, so we appreciate the decorum. Continue to please keep tapping. The one thing he was saying about the black communities getting deportations and being tore up, we're not getting deported. And let's just say that the ICE agents came through the hood, like y'all say, right? And they was just so happen to ask us for our IDs. They've been doing that already. We are the face of all the stuff that y'all complain about and cry about and saying that they do things to you. Y'all do that off our plight. So when you keep telling us about the police and about ICE doing this and ICE doing that, we get pulled over all the time. The comedians tell you, like, when y'all tired of us roasting you, like, the comedians have truth in their roasting. Don't you hear them say driving while black, stuff like that, and we all laughing and giggling? So these particular things we've already experienced. So stop trying to tell us that. What you need to do is all that money and stuff with the undergrad and stuff you talking about, right? You needed to take that and pay for you some citizenship so that you wouldn't have to worry about ICE coming to get you. But y'all don't do that. But y'all got all this money. I'll land there.
Chris, I have a question for Chris, host. Can I ask the question? Can I ask a question? Ask Chris a question.
Hold on, she trying to unmute. She trying to unmute.
Jay, we have to get to the hands. You're next. So when you do yours, after he answers his question, you next. Just hold it, and then once you answer the prop, you can ask him in your submission, and then he'll probably rebut you. Okay? Okay? Okay, Chris, you ready for your question?
Well, I'm ready.
Do politicians campaign to Black Americans or just perform for them?
This is for us. The performances are pretty good. You know what I'm saying? They tell us, oh, if you come vote for us, then we'll sign the reparations. If you come vote for us, we'll give you tangibles, different things like that. So everything has always been performative until now, until that we started wondering about what's going on with the tangibles, different stuff like this. I heard someone earlier saying about HBCUs, right? If we looked over how much money they've been getting for so long, they should have all kind of Morehouse schools inside of high schools and stuff like that for all the money they've been getting. So we're starting to ask questions like that because everything has been performative, and we have to call it out now. Because for a long time, I don't think we've been as savvy as we should have been in politics. A lot of us kind of given up on it. So I would say, who's off their mic? God dang, get back on your mic, sir. But at the end of the day, no, it's all performative, and that's what we're trying to stop. All the performative stuff, and at the end of the day, we're gonna get the tangibles. Are they gonna get no vote? Or we will find ways to vote against them, find ways to do different things to let them know, like, you're not just gonna ignore us like you've been doing because we've been voting for you for 60 years for nothing. Vote blue no matter who. Vote blue down ballot. What type? That's some loyalty that I think any person that's listening right now or who listen to playback, you would want that type of loyalty. You mean vote blue no matter who, and then vote blue down ballot, meaning everybody that's blue down ballot. I don't even know who this person is. I don't know where they're from. I don't know their ethnic group. They could be for the Haitians. They could be for the Jamaicans. They could be for the Africans. It doesn't matter. They're black and they got blue as what they're running in the party, and we mark down them. So it could be performative just because of that. And I land.
Thank you, Chris. Chat. We have a question. Would you skip one election to gain leverage? Yes or no? Hey Jay, how you doing? Jay?
Yes. Hello. I'm here.
Okay, y'all, just to let y'all know, we're going to be switching topics. So this political conversation will kind of be over after Jay. So I don't know if MAGA, I don't know if she into the kind of discussions that I'm going to put up. But just to let y'all know. Jay, go ahead and answer the prompt.
Okay. So am I answering to the question that you just asked, or like?
No. Should Black Americans withhold their vote?
Okay. Yeah. Honestly, we. I feel like every law that needs to tackle anything inequality, it's already out there, and it's already enforced. And so I do not think that we are in a space where we're dealing on unequal terms right now. I feel like matter of fact, we actually have the advantage, to be honest, but it's just the mindset that needs to change for the community. We need to move away from looking at ourselves as victims and move more into the mindset of people that are ready to become, a lot more than what we think our past is or what we know our past to be. So I don't think the tangibles. I don't think that's just gonna create a lot more of confusion. So withholding your vote, no tangibles, no vote. I don't think it's even to the advantage of anybody, because there's a reason why voting is very important for the sake of policy making. So if you choose not to participate in stuff like that, then you are already putting yourself at a disadvantage. So yeah, that's my answer to that.
Thank you. Anybody got any rebuttals for Jay?
I got a rebuttal for Jay, and I just looked it up because the point I'm trying to make is a clear example of a policy currently active in several blue states, but with almost zero chance of passing in a red state, is the state run public option for health insurance. That $15 minimum wage and the legalization of the stuff you smoke. So I don't know what tangibles you're looking for, but if you in a red state and you're looking for some of these blue state tangibles, you're never going to get them because it goes against the world that you actually live in. It's like being in a Muslim environment waiting on something Christian to happen. It's not going to happen. Like, you got to move to a blue state. You got to move to a Democrat community to, get Democrat tangibles. Like if you in a blue community, if you in a blue state, you know what I'm talking about. But I just wanted to come up with a specific, the government competing with private healthcare is something that has little chance of being passed in a red state, because they have a different culture. $20 minimum wage, not going to get passed in Mississippi. Okay? It's not going to happen. They don't have the money. So, I mean, it depends on what type of tangibles you're looking for. Like, fight the good fight, but everything ain't your fight.
Jay,
I'm
final
through.
say. Jay, you
Yeah,
have final say to what Johnny just said.
I think he's making a very important point, and I think I support what he's saying. Every state has your own laws and how they deal with things, and if you need certain benefits, you just have to move to the state that offers your benefit, basically. And this does not just apply to being black; it just applies to every American in general. It's not, you don't necessarily have to be black. There are states right now that don't support abortion, like Texas, for example. And so if you're up for such things, then you have to move to a state that support that. So I actually agree with what he just said. So yeah, that's all I have to say to that.
Okay, you ready for your question?
Yes.
I'll ask you the same question that I asked the chat. Would you skip one election to gain leverage?
I mean, skipping an election doesn't give you leverage, actually, because now you leave your options in the hands of the people that voted. And if majority is voting in regards to something that you are probably protesting, then you're not even at any advantage at all. Like, you're just definitely gonna be setting yourself backwards. For example, this previous election, there are a lot of people who sat home. They didn't want to come out and vote, for various reasons, grievances or whatsoever, and they sat home and thought that would sort any type of situation. But then when you do that, you already, like, I don't know if I can use the word, pew pew yourself on the foot. Okay, I'll say it that way. When you do that kind of stuff, you're already at a disadvantage. So the whole point of voting is to be able to affect the people who are going to make the policies. So if you choose to sit out and not vote, then, like I said, you're putting yourself at a disadvantage.
Thank you so much. So if y'all can see, we have changed the topic. We're going to go ahead and close the show for the next 2 hours with SBA and immigrants. Can we find unity, or is division unavoidable? Okay, so if anybody want to drop off the panel, If they do not want to be involved in this discussion, do so now, please. Mister,
Hey,
hey, I think we can probably rock this out until midnight
let's do it.
to do the whole hours. If y'all can
Yeah,
keep, spaces are coming up. If you do not want to participate in this part of the show, you know, please drop now because we are moving on. Oh, and also chat. Thank y'all so much. Y'all the best. Y'all do it for me every night. We reached over our 100K. I really appreciate y'all so much. And shout out to all the guests that came by and that's here now. Thanks for the gifts. Thank you for gifting the panel. You know what I mean? We really appreciate it. I know they do, and I know I do too. So just to let y'all know, thank y'all so much, especially for the taps and all y'all support. I appreciate it. Hey, okay. So thank you. Mister, you want to do a mod break before we do the transition?
absolutely. Because I mean, hey, y'all, this is not even really a mind break. This is a pat on the back to y'all. Okay, y'all. Thank y'all to the chat for getting up here to 120,000. I only had to really say it one time in the beginning, and look at where we are, y'all. Y'all doing y'all thing out here. Okay, so really appreciate y'all for getting us all the way up here to 120K. Okay, y'all. So we're gonna rock out. We're gonna try to get to 200K, okay, within the next 2 hours. Let's see how far we can get, y'all. But we would really appreciate if we get them taps because the more hearts, the more love of Love's World, the more the merrier, okay? The further we can go with this, all right? Let's make a statement here. Let's just show them why we here and what we here for, okay? Thank y'all for coming through. Thank y'all for sharing. Thank y'all for following. If you haven't already followed, please do so, okay? That will really help her out. Also, hit those heart me's, y'all. It will really help us out, okay? Go ahead and hit the challenges up here, all right? She needs a swan. She needs some heart me. She needs some new folks that coming up in here. And then speaking of new folks, go ahead and let them know, hey y'all, we got a new topic. Hey y'all, we talking about unity and division, okay, y'all? We're talking about FBA and immigrants. If you FBA, come on through. If you're an immigrant, we need you to really come on through, okay? If you are part of the soil, come on through. But if you're the opposition, we really want you to come on through, okay, y'all? Listen, we're going to take care of you. We ain't going to jump you, okay? We're going to make sure everybody is heard. Just make sure you use TikTok friendly language. If I hop in, I say, hey, don't say that and everything. Don't start shushing me, okay, y'all? I'm here for a reason, okay? It's all out of respect. It's all out of love. Let's have a good time, y'all, okay? Thank y'all to the chat. Y'all are the real MVPs down here, okay, y'all? Really appreciate y'all. We wouldn't be here without y'all. Thank y'all. Thank y'all to the ones gifted and also gift your favorite panelists. Absolutely.
Okay. And Nisi Fly, for this segment, I'm going to drop you down, Mama, so we can have this pace.
Okay,
Okay,
Bye,
no
thank
problem.
Nisi.
you.
I'll be here in the comments.
Yeah, you help Cece with the comments down there.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Oh, okay. I got stuck for a minute. Okay, Mister, you want to get your spot and help me rotate that
Yep,
stage?
I'm already on it.
All right, thank you. All right, y'all. So this is the next discussion or the next debate of the show. And like I said before, to those just coming in, this debate is about FBA and immigrants. Unity or division? Can we find unity or is division unavoidable with Black Americans slash FBA? Okay, I don't know if people know what's going on, but it seems like the unity, I don't know where the unity went. Maybe it wasn't never there. Who knows? But that's what the discussion is about tonight. So let's go, Johnny. You want to start us off?
you off. I think we've been focusing on the poor immigrants a long time, but the FBA is going to realize that there are going to be some immigrants that they're going to like. But with that being said, it's not that I think highly of FBAs, more highly. I just got higher expectations for FBAs because FBAs are Americans. So Americans are, are diverse. We can do a lot of things. Some FBA could be a project dude. They can live in the projects or they can live in the suburbs. You can be FBA. They're not restricted, as an American. So I think the real situation, because I was in a live earlier where it was a big argument, somebody was yelling and screaming like Clarence Thomas wasn't FBA. And then it's like, he ain't FBI, he's a descendant of slave, but he ain't supporting the platform, like he's not a Democrat. Some people think being black is being a Democrat, and that's okay. Joe Biden said, if you don't vote Democrat, you're not black. But some people equate in their mind, or they may be doing it subconsciously. They think if you black, you need to support Democrat beliefs, Democrat ideology and stuff like that. All FBAs might not be Democrats. So that might be something that they're gonna have to just go ahead and mud wrestle that out. Like, can y'all be Republicans and Democrats and still be FBA? Is that something y'all? I mean, that's a big hump. Like, I don't know. Is that too much to ask? Because we coming there. We there now. Like, is y'all gonna be able to get along as Republicans and Democrats and everybody be an FBA? Clarence Thomas is the FBA. Senator Clyburn is the FBA. Is that okay? Like, can we get along as Republicans and Democrats as FBA? That's going to be an issue. Like, I miss the poor foreigners, man. I miss the peasants. I'm waiting for the Persians, and the Eastern Europeans to come over here with, some money. You know what I'm saying? So I think FBAs to get along with these, well-to-do immigrants that contribute to the cause. I don't think I think FBAs like money.
I got a rebuttal. Does anybody else have a rebuttal?
Yep. I mean, I don't have a rebuttal.
I do too.
So it was Mister and Chris got the rebuttals. Okay, go ahead,
All
Chris.
right. Yeah, Chris, you can go first.
Okay. Wow, that was a lot that was said. So, I want to. Is there any way I can ask him to clarify some particular parts of what he said, or what? Just freestyle it because I wanted to make sure I heard some parts correctly.
If you want to use your time to go back and forth with Johnny, you can.
Okay.
Johnny, he
John.
got some
Yeah, I'm for
questions.
you, bro. I'm not against you. Go ahead and ask me a question. We can do it real fast. Go ahead, do your thing, bro. I got you.
Okay, I would say this, right? I don't think that we're necessarily against immigrants. We do like money, like you said. I agree with that. But you were saying that FBA is basically, can we get along being Democrat, Republican, all that, right? We're a lineage, so I don't see how that has anything to do with it. So can you explain why you think that we have to be a Democrat or Republican to be FBA?
No, I'm okay. No, what you say, what you explain was the answer. I'm saying you got some people that think black is being Democrat. They don't look at Condoleezza Rice like she black. So they might not say she FBA. They might not say Clarence Thomas is FBA. They might not say Colin Powell is FBA. They might not say who else? That's it. That's all I got. Like, I ain't got too many black Republicans. Like the governor of Virginia, or the lieutenant governor of Virginia, they might not let her be FBA. So you have that. Like, a lot of people say that Republicans aren't black. You're going to have some FBAs that don't want Republicans to be FBA. So that's going to be a hurdle. Now, I understand where you're coming from, and I agree. It's a lineage. Like I said, I was a descendant of slave before the term black came out. So I never really had to identify with being black or Pan-Africanism.
You clarify my question, love. Mr. Ether, you got it.
Okay. Well, I'll say this. It ain't about if Democrats or Republicans want a particular person to be FBA. Some people might say, well, I don't want FBA to be this or that party or whatever. But I mean, FBA is a lineage. I don't know what you might think it is or what your definition of FBA is. But
Did you
FBA
read
is a
the comments
lineage.
just now, mister? Yeah, read
No,
the comments. They in
I'm
there. He ain't
okay.
FBA.
I'll read the comments after I'm done here. Okay, but yeah,
Yeah.
FBA is a lineage, man. It has nothing to do with your political affiliation. Yes, Clarence Thomas is FBA. We know. We've always known. Okay. Sheriff David Clark. Yes, we know. We've always known. Okay. Yes,
What about
we know.
Obama?
We know about it. And
What about Obama?
hold on one second. Well,
Hey,
he's asked
please
about
don't
Obama.
interrupt.
Yeah, or Obama is an immigrant, and half white, half African. So no, he's not FBA. It's a lineage, okay, y'all. So it goes back to the beginning of this country. If you can trace your lineage to pre Civil War on paper and everything, that makes you a foundation Black American. You don't have to like no one. You don't have to get along with nobody. You don't have to agree with anybody because none of that is going to change your lineage. You don't even got to unite with anybody, okay? You can just go sit in your room, go in a basement and do rugs all day, okay? That's not going to change your lineage, okay? If you got abducted by aliens tomorrow, that's not going to change the fact that you're FBA. So you can vote for whoever you want to, okay? It's not saying that FBA, we got to move in this direction. FBA, we got to get this and we got to do reparations. No, you don't have to. Matter of fact, we have FBA people who disagree with reparations. Okay, we have people who don't care. We have FBA who are Pan Africanists. We have FBA who would say, "I will shank you in the name of Pan Africanism," and they're talking to another FBA. Okay, so that doesn't matter. Okay, I just want us to get clarity and get these terms and these definitions straight. Okay, just because somebody says that, I don't think you're FBA. If you really are FBA, then however someone is suspicious of you, however, that doesn't matter and that doesn't change the reality. I hope that makes sense.
Hey, that was well put, Mr. Man. So basically what you're saying, FBA is something that you can prove in a court of law. Like a lot of people say they are and all that, they can't take that to the courtroom. I can prove I'm a descendant of slave in a court of law, regardless of what my religion is, regardless of what my political affiliation is, regardless of how you feel about me. We go to court, I'm proving I'm a descendant of slave. So I don't know what your paperwork looking like. You see what I'm saying? That's your situation. But yeah, that's what I was looking for, mister. Because that's what I was on a couple of lives earlier, and I'm like, man, this is gonna be an issue. But both of y'all spoke to it, very well. That's why I said I kind of, I got high expectations for y'all. I don't favor y'all, but it's kind of like that.
Okay, thank you, Johnny. Before we get to your question, chat. Your first question for the new debate topic is Black culture in America changing? Yes or no? Okay, Johnny, you ready? Okay. How has immigration changed Black culture in the United States?
I mean, immigration is a cycle. Like, I'm used to immigration. We've been dealing with immigrants where I'm from a lot. That's why, I usually wait the other immigrants out, but 20 million is a lot. So I learned about white flight as a child. So, because I'm from Laurel, Maryland. So the whole white flight thing, we was white flight. My family moved from DC to Laurel. So we experienced white flight in the 70s. So we always knew about that, the influx of immigrants, the push, and then they came out with gentrification, where they basically were sucking people into the city. So some people adjust to that well, and I actually think Black people might adjust to that the best out of everybody because it's something that we've been dealing with all our, in our culture. But some people can't adjust. Some people still trying to work at McDonald's with the Spanish people. Some people still trying, do lawn care, get their own lawn care service and all that. But some of us refuse to compete with immigrants, and we put ourselves in a position where we can compete with other people or a different level of immigrant to where as though it'd be a little more comfortable for us. But if an immigrant is taking your whole job, that's an issue, man. Like if an immigrant is, compromising your life, like you might need to look at yourself. You might need to look at your location. Like, I don't know. I don't know what it is. Like, maybe you shouldn't be competing with, like, poor immigrants. Like, they're there for a purpose. I'm gonna tell you like this: would you rather Spanish people be cleaning the hotel rooms and cutting your hair? I mean, and cleaning your lawn and doing the stuff that like the Spanish people be doing, or would you rather those be poor white people that do that? Yeah, think about that. Would you rather that be white power doing that? Poor white power cutting your grass or framing your house? Would you rather them be white people? That's why we need immigrants, because it stops that. It gives a buffer to where as though we can kind of separate from each other a little bit. They take care of needs that if it was substituted by people that we don't get along with, it'd be some problems.
Okay, thank you for that submission. So I rearranged the order because I know some people was here before we changed the topic. So I think it's only fair that we let them go ahead and start off this new conversation or this new debate. Honda Love, hi.
You doing today? How's everybody?
Hey, I'm doing good.
Okay.
I guess they is too. But you know this prompt pretty well, Honda.
Yeah.
FBAs and immigrants, can we find unity or is division unavoidable?
FBA and immigrants. If it's an immigrant from Africa like me, no unity with FBA. I do not unify with FBA at all because I do not take FBA serious. FBA, if they want to be serious, they should be organizing, putting their people. If it's a lineage, so called, right? That's easy for them to identify their people. That's much easier. If it's a lineage, if they are so serious about it, because in life, certain things have to be led by serious people. You cannot allow people that are not serious to lead you in serious matter. Because at the end of the day, nothing valuable will come out of it. They're just gonna scam you for their money. They say Africans are scammers, right? Okay, so let's check it out. If Africans are scammers, right? You look at the FBA leader, right? What has he done tangibly to these causes? He hasn't provided nothing concrete at all. All he does is scam people and take people money. That's all he does. So technically, how can you call African scammers when your lineage leader is a scammer? Because at the end of the day, he hasn't provided one concrete leader, not even a single mayor, not even a single local Congress people, anything. Definitely not a governor. Definitely, that would never be. And FBA would never campaign and get a governor in the state. They can't even do it in Mississippi. Imagine that. Y'all can't even do it in goddamn Mississippi, man. Minister, come on now. How can you claim yourself to be an FBA, man? Come on now, minister, man. Minister, come on now. Are you a serious individual, man? Or are you just a clown? Or you just like to take people money, man? What it is, man? Minister, man, are y'all this much of a scammer, man? Because I cannot take myself serious when people don't take themselves serious, man. Please. I keep saying this, right? November is around the corner. Please, FBA. I want y'all to have somebody that's a mayor, that's a governor. Please, I beg y'all. Because I'm tired of y'all talking about immigrant this, right? Immigrant is not going to fix y'all life. Y'all gonna fix y'all life by
Land
getting
that
people
plane, sir.
in y'all position. Minister, people like you, man, you are Captain America, man. I want you to represent that. Come on, man.
Land
I
that
ended like that,
plane.
man. No unity with FBAs, man. No way.
Okay, thank you for your submission, Honda. Anybody have a rebuttal for Honda Love?
I got a rebuttal.
I have something to say too.
We all got a rebuttal.
Let Minister,
Wait,
because he was addressing Minister, so let him get that first crack, though.
wait a minute. So, who got a rebuttal for Honda?
It was
Chris,
about
I
3 or
got
4
Chris,
people.
I have
Jay,
in support of
Bo
Honda, but
Honda,
Okay, well
from a
you can't.
different
and
Hey
opinion.
food
Jay,
for thought.
Jay, these are
Yes.
rebuttals only. Okay.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, so that was Chris, food
Bo
for thought,
Yes, ma'am.
Bohannon too.
and Bohem. So we only. Okay, so we can do 4 1 minutes. Honda, you up for 4 rebuttals?
Yeah. Absolutely. No problem. Yes, ma'am.
You sure?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, 1 minute on 1 minute. Go ahead. So, Mister, I know he
I'll go
normally like to
first.
be last. You
I
who gonna be?
I'll go first. I'll
Oh,
go
okay. Go ahead.
so everybody else can get theirs. Okay. Yeah. So, sir, I don't know what you're talking about. You talking about we got to be a governor to be FBA. You talking about we got a leader and all this stuff like that, and you're making absolutely no sense. Okay, this where there is no group, there is no leadership, and then you're upset that a leader is not doing what a leader does. Yeah, because we don't have a leader. So what are you talking about? Okay. Uh, Hold on. Live restrict for some artists. Okay, things that some may find harassment and bullying. Do you see this? Uh, for hold on, because does not comply. Can you appeal that? Can you appeal that? Unmute yourself.
How do I do that?
There should be a button. If um, like at the bottom, of the
Okay.
message and everything, it should say appeal.
No, I
Yeah.
don't see an appeal button all the way down.
It doesn't. There should be a way that you appeal that because that makes no sense. And I mean, I don't know why. I don't
You
know.
have to open the message that says violation. If it's appealable, it'll say
Yeah,
appeal
that's what I'm
violation.
doing. I opened it. Let me see.
You can't appeal that, mister. You can. You talking about that live violation warning? I think it's a warning, actually.
It's
No,
a
It's
it's
not. You can't.
streaming.
restriction. It's a restriction. Yeah, nothing was said.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna go on with my submission here. Sorry about that. Sorry about that, y'all. So yeah, I don't know why you're upset that we're not acting like a group and like we have a leader because we don't. I mean, we're FBA, okay? So that has nothing to do with it, okay? Now you're talking about politics and everything. Listen, we know that y'all don't know what it means to be in a first world country, okay? We don't have to do anything, all right, to be FBA, okay? We don't gotta move. We don't gotta do nothing. Okay. And matter of fact, we should not have to do anything for us to get any type of tangibles because we're United States citizens here. Okay. I don't gotta move nowhere. I don't gotta go out there and stop anybody from being arrested by ICE. And as you can see, we're not doing that. Okay. As you can see, we're FBA. We're sending this one out, and that's why y'all are over there getting deported. Okay. So it doesn't matter really who the governor is and who the mayor is and who the president is because we're the ones who make those people. We're the ones who create those people. Those people, they're supposed to be doing things on our behalf. And if they don't, then we can just vote them out and put somebody else in who will. Okay. You don't understand how a first world country is supposed to be ran. And I think you need to do some studying on that, sir. And I'll land right there so everybody else can go.
Okay, let me respond to him.
Wait a minute. Hold on, Honda. So, Mister, you think you should go down for 10 minutes or what? Will it be
Is
okay?
it is it telling me that I need to go down for 10
It
minutes?
just
Because if it
said
is, I will.
it just said the live gonna be restricted, no visibility for 10 minutes as long as you up here.
Oh, it says my name? Then I
Yeah.
need to go there. Yeah,
Okay.
I need to go for 10 minutes.
Okay. I
So
keep
yeah.
your spot.
Okay, no problem.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, Honda. Go ahead. Final say.
Yeah, you see, it's funny how because the movement got strong with this FBA is because of what? Immigrants are here to like take your positions, especially like when it comes to like government and all this important position, right? And all these things we heard so many times, and also the immigrants are here to take your so-called reparation, right? So if it is now, then how come for the past 5 years going on or 7 years now, FBA movement hasn't produced somebody that could represent their ideology in politics? I don't understand though. That's the problem because what's the point of you, screaming and hollering, but then you can't get somebody to represent you in a position of power? I don't get that. That's scamming. That's scamming right there. So please, minister, this is what I don't get. And some of y'all, right? If it's the immigrant coming here to downplay or whatever, replacing y'all, especially when it comes to these positions, how come y'all cannot produce one of y'all people in that same position? I mean, I want to see it, man. I mean, if I see it, golly, I respect FBA, man. I take my hat off, but I haven't seen it though. What's going on? It's been a couple years. Every year we got an election. Every year we got elections and stuff
Okay,
like that.
Honda,
But
land your
FBA's,
plane.
man,
You got
y'all
four, you got
y'all not
three more
producing nothing,
people.
man. All right. Let's get to the
Okay.
next person.
All right, I think it was Chris next.
So I go. Look, he's saying that he's basically talking about FBA as if it is a group or something. Sir, it's a lineage, and I think you know that, and that's part of one of the problems that we have is that you continue to keep acting as if we don't have no power. Our power just showed you, right, that obviously if we decide to split our vote between the red and blue, then y'all start getting deported up out of here. So I'm not sure how you think we don't have power. We have all the power here in this country. And we're not complaining and saying as if we don't have power and the immigrants are taking over and all that. What we're saying is if you don't get to come over here have a free ride that we that haven't gotten, you don't get to come over here and just get to show up broke and nothing in your pockets with $2 and just show up. That's what we're talking about. And then when you come over here with the $2, you lie about all the different things that y'all get. So naturally, we cutting your water off because y'all being disrespectful. So that's what you're supposed to do, right? When someone's acting as if they're competition, you're supposed to cut their water off and show them and give them the competition they're asking for. At the end of the day, we didn't even know y'all ever felt this way. This is the first time y'all even speaking like this, and we don't ever hear it only on this app. And I land there.
Honda, final say.
Yeah. Oh, Chris, man, I heard you speak babble, babble, babble. You repeat the same BS. Once again, if you call yourself FBA, you got a problem with immigrants, right? You got to do something about it. You can't go to the white tea immigrant to help you because they look like that's what you're doing. By your definition, Donald Trump is an immigrant. The first lady is an immigrant. The Secretary of State is an immigrant. The Secretary of the FBI is an immigrant. The Secretary of Defense is an immigrant. I could go on. So it looks like FBA, lazy people, not the African Americans that I have highly respect for. But you, Mr. Chris, man, the ones that used to, skip school and smoke that a little bit in that corner, right? You can't produce nothing because you're not a serious individual. That's why you joined an organization that's not serious. Because anything that's not serious, you're not producing nothing. So how can I take that thing serious then? You gotta produce something. You can't be running to the white European immigrant for help. You can't do that, man. Come on. Those are your ops. If it's your ops, why are you running to them for help then? I don't understand an FBA, man. Please, FBA. Y'all what? Lineage, right? Okay, if it's lineage, it's much easier for y'all to get somebody. Represent us, man.
Land your plane, Honda, for your next
Hey,
rebuttal.
yeah, Chris, that's all I gotta say. Chris, man, just stop it. Take yourself serious for a minute.
Can I say
Okay.
something in support?
It should be the other guy on top. Next to
I
me.
think
Oh,
I'm next, man.
Johnny.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Johnny.
Yeah, I learned something from somebody up here from another panel. So I think you African, bro. So you know what the word pedigree mean? FBA is like a pedigree. You know what I'm saying? Like last name Smith, Cooper, Davis, Brown, descendants of slaves. So I know the FBA movement new. I don't claim FBA because I've always been a descendant of slave. But I'm gonna give you a good idea of who is the FBA. The mayor of Atlanta, Keisha Bottoms, that's the FBA. The senator of Maryland, Angela Osobrookes, that's the FBA. Now it ain't that many of us, dude. It ain't that many of us. It's a lot of people that's foreigners, but what we're saying is it's our time to shine now. Like it's niggas' time to shine. Like you know who we are. Don't act like you don't know who we are, man. The mayor of DC is the FBA. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if the mayor of Baltimore is the FBA, but he look like he a little Ethiopian or something. But the people in Detroit, the people, people in Chicago, like they been here for hundreds of years, dude. So yeah, I gave you some names: Angela Brooks, Mayor Keisha Bottoms, Mayor Muriel Bowser, Governor Westmore. There you go.
All right, Honda, final say.
Yeah. Let me get him because he's around PG County, right? He's a PG County, so he mentioned all these things, right? So once again, these people they don't identify themselves FBA. They don't go around campaigning as FBA, and then once again, right? Just like I said earlier, right? Y'all running to white immigrant for help. Those people that you mentioning are in the Democrat Party. The Democrat Party is controlled by what? Corporations that are white owned, white immigrant owned as well. So what FBA does have then? If your people that you claim, they don't call themselves FBA publicly, they don't go around and give speeches and say we FBAs, right? I've never seen it. And you want to talk about DC? Mayor Browser selling the CD, selling DC to white immigrants. Are you kidding me? I live up in DC, man. Come on, bro, man. And then you come up here using the N-word. That's a grown man like you. You still using the N-word, man? Come on, man. This is why I don't take FBA serious, man. FBA is a scam. Organization has been for this long, cannot even produce one. Not even a governor. The governor you talking about, that's not an FBA. That's technically for y'all. He's an immigrant. So please, man, my brother, stop using the word as a grown man, man. Move on with that word, man, because it doesn't look good on you. Please, man. FBA, take yourself serious, man. And then
Okay,
Africans like me,
Honda.
my God, FBA is coming. I'm going to run. Well, I can't do that, man, because you know what? Y'all run into the white immigrant for help.
Honda, land your plane.
Yeah, I ain't like that, man,
I think
but
I was next. I think I was
I would
Thank
take
next.
that.
Oh, okay. Food for thought. Go ahead.
All right. First, I want to say this, right? So the only difference from FBA, they put the foundation on top of Black Americans. So people have been
The
using
only
the
difference
terms of
from
Black Americans.
FBA, they put the
Listen,
foundation on top of
well, I'm
Black
not hearing nothing.
Americans. So
Hold on.
Who's before me?
Sheree,
Yes?
Sheree, are you talking?
No.
Was somebody else talking? Was more than one person talking?
That was a feedback. Someone's using a feedback
Oh, a
recording or
few.
something with the feedback. With just me. It was repeating it though.
Yeah, it sounded like two people was talking. Okay. I'll give you your time back.
All right, I appreciate it, my sister. I'll wait till the time resets. Or should I just
You could
All
have.
right. Okay. I'll be real cool and smooth with this. So I look at it this way, right? So most of the people that you say that haven't produced anything that would use the level of let's say African American, these are new terms that are like Frederick Douglass, all these other people never use that term. So I feel like it's almost like people want to identify and connect everybody that actually built this country that the term they never used. And I feel like, and also foundation, the only difference with Black Americans and putting foundation in front of it, because way too many people use the classification of Black American. You could be a Black American. You could be an African American. But you can also be who you are within your own nation, within your own tribes. So it's about having personal identity within the groups that you are connected to. There's nothing wrong with that, having connected with the roots. Yes, they have a lot of people are ignorant on both sides. They have people who are scammers. We're not trying to say they don't have these type of people. Just like, I'm going to tell you the truth, Pan-African, I think that's the biggest scammers group ever I've seen. I feel like if you find a scammer, you find a Pan-African. But my mindset is this, right? And how I look at it. I feel like it's nothing wrong with having an identity and having an understanding of who you are. And I feel like most of these people that are coming at FBAs is because it's not beneficial for them.
Land your plane, fool.
All right, my last thing. All right, my last thing. Okay. Matter of fact, I'll just land funky. I think I said what I need to say. I don't need to say too much of that.
Okay. Honda, final say.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this once again, right? Why y'all running to the white tea immigrant for help? This is what I don't understand. I just understand it. Why y'all, if it's y'all are the only one know how to fight the white tea man in America, if it's Africans who know how to fight the white tea people in Africa, why y'all running to them for help then? This is what I understand. If America is a race country, then why FBA are the only particular ones running to help? Y'all running to these people for help. If y'all see them as the op, why y'all running to them for help then? I mean, y'all people wasn't doing that. They weren't doing that because you know why? They took themselves serious. They knew what it was about. But y'all, man, y'all just some bunch of clowns, man. Y'all just a bunch of clowns getting scared by the people in the top. Once again, show me a mayor, show me a governor, show me a senator, show me a whatever, any position that's important, running around calling themselves FBA, giving speeches that said we are the FBA, we have arrived. Y'all can't produce none of those because you know why? Them people over there, they work for the Democrats. Majority of them. The other 10%, they're Republicans. Those two parties are owned by white immigrants, white corporation immigrants. So please, FBA, take yourself serious, man. Because you know what? There's a lot of things y'all can do.
Honda.
And just like
you had 4 rebuttals, enough for you.
Oh, he didn't have a rebuttal with what I said. But hey, I will say this though. Hey, when you say Black Americans do run to the white people, I just want to say this real quick, please. I promise. I love you long time. I love you long time. Most Africans will say, listen. And most Africans would say I am including part of the immigrants. Shabuzi would say immigrants have built this country and include himself with that. That is including a lot of the white tea immigrants. We do not do that. We understand it's all against us. So we are just reclaiming our history and that's it. So you can't find the facts besides you saying these things. We don't do this. I'm done. My long time's done.
Mr. Food for the thoughts, right? Mr. Food for the thoughts, man. Once again, show me a mayor, show me anybody that goes around that people are selected and voted for that goes around calling themselves FBAs when they give any type of public speech. Y'all can't produce nobody. It's been 7 years. Come on. They say y'all running to the white immigrant for help. Oh, get rid of these immigrants over here. Get rid of these immigrants over here.
Hey, Honda, you saying they scared to come outside, Honda? Is that what you saying, bro? They just yelling behind the phone. I'm saying, is you saying they scared to come outside? They just talking behind the phone.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to say. It looks like it. Because
you saying they trolling. You saying they
they're not producing nobody.
Okay.
Producing nobody. You can't come out and talk big, man.
I told y'all got to shake something. I told y'all gonna have to go out there and catch a body.
If you
play football, right?
Speaking for your
if you're not knocking people's heads, right?
Hold on.
If you're
the
not
only
knocking
people who are scared to go outside,
if you're not
people
knocking people's heads,
the fleet,
man, listen, bro.
Man, listen, bro. Listen, this is the beginning and the start of a movement. People, listen, man, bro. You've been talking for a whole year, bro. You've been talking for a whole year. Your name is Honda, bro. You are worshiping and celebrating.
If you ain't knocking heads, how can you come out here and tell me that?
That's crazy, though. I'm not gonna lie to you, though. I'm not gonna lie to you. This movement and this ideology and fighting for it. No. Hear what I'm saying. If people are trying to get
politics, why y'all keep doing that?
No, what you got to do is see. This is the thing. Let me ask you a question.
Why
Hey, let me ask you a question. Why does
your vice president
calls himself a descendant of
he came from 13 colonies.
The
first lady's an immigrant. The secretary of state is an immigrant.
Why don't know that
the FBI director is an immigrant.
Listen,
the defense secretary is an immigrant. Come on, FBA.
Why won't
y'all? Dude, I'm not FBA. I'm not FBA, dude. I'm descendant of slave.
Why are we supporting deportation?
Only deportation. I don't care.
Why everybody
do some type of small ass.
Y'all can't even help yourself.
What are you talking about? Black Americans.
Yeah, man, they need to grow.
You can't even your homeland.
Mississippi, you can't
I told them they got to come out and get their stripes.
With everybody.
Hey, man, but you know what? I'm gonna say this. Hey, I'm gonna say this. Why do you care? Wait. Why do you care? Hold on. Honda Civic. Why do you care though? See, that's the problem. We don't care about your plight, but you worry about what we got going on. Truthfully, we are worrying about the Latinos more than we worrying about you guys. You guys are not a factor. That's the problem.
problem.
immigrant failed.
You're out
You guys
there
are
I
not
don't
a
not
understand
factor.
though.
doing too
Why do
Why?
you
much.
guys care
Wait
about
the
what we
hell.
got
Why?
going on?
FBA.
Why?
Listen, you guys,
Why?
listen,
Deal with
If
listen.
your
You
if
guys
y'all
are
leading
deal
this
are in
with
way,
your
our area.
what's
personal
the
We don't
Wait
worry
the
about
issues.
hell.
you
Stop
Because they
what's
guys.
the
don't
what
like us,
dragging
That's
bro.
the
us
They don't
problem.
into
like.
like
They
We're
don't
talking
like
about
explain
us.
all
this
They
to
these
don't
me?
little
like
I
politics,
don't
and
FBA.
understand
we
this.
don't care
is
about
If
that,
y'all
brother.
FBA.
idiots, there's no point
Hell.
of view.
Listen,
There's
we
no
FBA.
point
had
of
people
y'all.
that
There's
There's
were
nothing
two.
like
did not like our
FBA.
people and
Why?
actually
Drop
had
that
to do
Producer
what we
FBA
need
governor,
them to do.
nonsense
producer
We
mayor,
don't
because you
care
producer
all
who's
like
in
senator,
the
just
goddamn
producer
office,
causing
congress,
brother. See, that's the
division
problem. That's the funniest
because you're
thing.
attorney general.
losing in
You get me?
life
Listen,
and
man.
you
The
feel
Hey,
small
like
give
the
local
only
me
way to
attorney
50.
get
general
ahead
goes
is
around,
to
I
create
am
division.
FBA. You
Stop
can
that
reproduce
Oh
that.
nonsense.
I
You're
man,
am
you
losing
are
in life.
FBA.
Deal with your own personal
In the
life and
smallest
stop
town,
being
in
FBA,
the
he said
smallest
y'all
town
scared
in
to come
America.
outside.
yes.
Honda
Y'all
said
can
y'all scared to
reproduce
come
Hello.
Hey
it.
man,
Why?
Is the
I
host
don't
Why
still
like
can't you
here?
Stop being
reproduce
a
Y'all
it?
gotta go out
Why?
there.
hypocrite.
across the
Y'all
Why?
gotta
way.
go
I
out there
wasn't
and
Y'all not
saying
you know,
It's
serious,
do
a
man.
something
bunch
to
of
Y'all be
shoot some
clowns.
trolls.
numbers.
Y'all be
this
playing
ain't
these
FBA
going
is a
social
nowhere.
bunch
media.
of
Blah, blah,
clowns.
blah, blah, blah. Oh, we
Bunch of
FBA.
The
clowns
Oh, we,
FBA, they
spreading
said
oh,
they gotta
we
go out there and get some
misinformation
foundation.
stripes.
among
How you
black
gonna be
people.
foundation of something,
Stop
but then
being
goes back
dummies and
and
stop
crawl
doing
to
dumb
immigrant
stuff.
help?
Misleading.
This
Make it make
y'all
sense.
come
Misleading.
on
How you gonna be
TikTok
a
and start
foundation of
talking
something,
The only
nonsense that you don't
foundation
even
you
know your
got
own
is
go
the
back
history.
to
foundation
You
immigrant
don't
for
know your
help
background. You
and
This
don't
beg
know
sounds
for
where you
help?
ridiculous,
came
bro.
from. You
How
don't
are
know
you a
your
you by
foundation of
history.
that?
the
You don't
How are you a
he
explain
clout
foundation of that?
chasing
your
black
You
people, man.
crawl
He
generations
back to
clout
a
back. You
white
chasing
can't
black
immigrant
even
for
people.
This
help.
dude sounds
Wakanda, when you
ridiculous.
and
fled,
How
you want
you
to
a
call
when you
foundation of
yourself
fled,
that,
did you
man?
put the
FBA,
How
left
you a
people
not
or
knowing
foundation of
the
that?
that the
right
You
people
people
do
you
crawl back
fight
the
to a
are the
white
same
immigrant
as
for
the
help.
you.
I
You
yeah.
don't
fight
So
your
understand it
own
when
though. How?
you
people
fled, which
Tell
because you
is
me.
want to
left or right
create
fled?
Tell
Hey,
Which
bro,
one
me.
you
this
segregation.
on
sounds
You
first?
want to
You
terrible,
fight
crawl
your
bro.
back
own
to a white
people.
immigrant for
Stop
help.
that
How are you a
dumbness.
This sounds
foundation?
terrible.
And somebody
What was
over
it? Your
How are
there
We
you
left
a
got
or
a
right
man
foundation?
flip
making
flop?
yelling at the
money
top of
off
How
his
of
are
that
you a
lungs,
FBA
foundation?
Yeah,
You
repeating
crawl
himself
back
nonsense.
over and
so
over,
to a
so
white
I'll
and no
immigrant
say
one's
for
that.
help.
All
correcting
right,
them
Making
or
How
that
are
making
you a
a
sense to them.
coin
foundation?
off
it
of that
was the
FBA
black. It was
bullshit.
the
How you a
Stop it.
immigrants. It
foundation?
was
You
Stop that
crawl
y'all
shit.
back
who
to
was
a
at the
white
top top
FBA
of
is
the
immigrant for
love
help.
line,
at the
baby.
How
highest
can you
When
be a
level.
black
foundation?
people said, "I'm gonna sit this one out,"
How can
everybody
you be a
said,
foundation when you
"Why? How
crawl
you gonna
to
sit
help
FBA
this
is
one
from a
out?"
white
ignorance.
And
immigrant?
when black
Hey man,
when
How
shut
black
you a
people
up,
Is
said,
man.
foundation of
"Hey
that?
y'all,
ignorance.
this ain't all
How are
Ignorance
you
right,"
a
at the
foundation of
highest
you
that?
know
level.
who
That
got
makes no
quiet and
sense.
started
Even
asking
What
for
your
help?
own
grown man
It
am
was
I
president,
y'all
here?
Obama,
immigrants.
even our former president
That's
is
what
not
y'all were
qualified
doing.
as FBA. Are you serious? That is
Yes,
nonsense.
he's
That is
not.
nonsense. That is
Don't worry about it.
nonsense.
Obama don't want to claim
A
FBA
whole
because you know why?
Obama, that's a
FBA
man of
can pay him.
excellence, not
FBA don't know how
qualified
to
What
for
the?
pay him.
FBA. You
FBA don't
see
have
how
no
dumb
money.
you guys are
Hey,
FBA,
with that
when are we
FBA's
gonna
are
have a
FBA
chance to
poor.
bullshit?
talk, bro?
FBA's are poor.
FBA is, you see how dumb that idea is? You see how dumb that idea of
I'm
FBA
ready to
is?
read my prompt, though. I'm ready.
Because
Okay,
if
just one
Obama,
moment.
the
You say,
yardstick,
hold on. Food for thought. It's not your turn.
I wasn't talking. That was the old boy. I muted
Who said
myself.
they ready to read their prompt?
That was food that said
Oh,
that.
that was me right there, but I kind of muted myself. I thought you was talking about the other guy was talking for like 1,000 words. My bad.
Honda, did we already go over your question? That was the end of your rebuttal, or that you were still in the middle of a rebuttal, right? Everybody
Yeah,
rebuttal, right? You
yeah,
ready for your
yep.
question? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
You ready? Do labels help clarify issues or increase division? Labels like Akata, Tether, FBA, Jareer.
Um, it depends because labels, to me, honestly speaking, they do drive a division because you can't go around insulting certain people. I don't believe in that at all because at the end of the day, it doesn't bring out friendship uh, or unity like it's supposed to. So at the end of the day, labels do separate people. But honestly speaking, that's how society operates because for history, there always been a way of defining other people because in Africa they do it too against other tribes as well. So to me, that's something that's been going on for generations. But at the same time, it just need to be controlled and then just used as a joke, something jokely way. Oh, just as a fun. But overall, I do not prove it at all. But that's just something you just can't stop. But it's just more of like use it as a joke, jokely way and stuff like that, and then just go about as the fun of it. But overall, um, you know that that's something you need to stop, but you can't stop it as well. And at the end of the day, use it as as a joke or as a troll. Don't take it serious. Don't use it serious in a serious way. Like if me and some other guy having a serious argument, and then all of a sudden I call him that name, that means I meant it. You understand? I could call him other name, but why call him that? So, stuff like that. So labels should be used as a, just as a fun clown way, and then that's about it. And they try to reduce it as much as possible. Yeah, that's all I got to say. But overall, you can't stop label. You can't stop it. That's just human nature. I end it over there.
Okay, thank you so much, Honda. Chat, I have your question. Be honest. Do you feel, wait, I'm sorry. Be honest. Do you feel tension between these communities in real life or mostly online? Hey, Maga. Thank you for your patience. Maga?
Thought you were waiting for the chat.
Oh, no,
Answer
that's
the
just
prompt.
it. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so
Can we find unity or is division unavoidable?
I I I don't think it's either or. I think it's being framed in a really incorrect way. I think FBA is just research and pride. That's how
Can
I
you
found
speak
the
up
book.
some? I'm sorry, I can hardly hear
Sorry,
you.
love.
That's
I
okay.
said I think it's being framed incorrectly. I find FBA to just be purely research and pride in who we are. Prior to doing research about our own lineage, we were just labeled as generic Africans. You know what I mean? Like I didn't even know I was FBA until I started looking myself, because what we're taught in school is that we are the victims and they are the oppressors, and that's it. And that's a really bad narrative to be raised under, because you don't even know who your people are or where you came from. When you do your research, there's a lot of pride that's found because we don't all come from the same place. Many of us come from various places that we can be very, very proud of. And a lot of times it's just not Africa. So it's not personal, it's research. And that's it. You would think people would be proud of you or happy for you. I'm just now learning that they're not happy for us, and it's kind of weird.
Thank you, Maga. Anybody have any rebuttals for Maga?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead, Honda.
I do too.
Okay, Jay.
All right, who goes first?
You can go ahead after you.
All right, my guy. You talking about finding out that you're just FBA. All right, my first question to you is, since you said you're just learning more about your lineage, so where is your
No,
lineage?
that's not what she said, Jay.
She said she's just recently found out that she's FBA.
I think she was referring to the tension. Is that right, Maga?
I am. I just, what we learned is that we didn't know who we were, and you have to do a lot of research to find it out. And my
Exactly.
lineage doesn't go
Wait a
back to
minute. You said
Africa.
you ain't know who you was?
Exactly.
We all were taught that we were just descendants of slaves, and we didn't know what tribe, we didn't know where, until you start digging. And my lineage does not go back to Africa at all.
Where does it go to?
A lot of different places. Well, one of them does. Like my father's side is Geechee. I
No,
didn't know
we're not
that.
about to do that, Maga.
Oh, okay.
He's not about to. No, go
Okay,
ahead with
sorry.
your rebuttal. I restart you. Go ahead, Jay. I'll give you some more time. Your rebuttal only, no Q&As.
Okay, sorry.
All right. All right, no Q and A's. I was just about to ask where she thinks she's from, but I'll just say this.
She thinks she from here, Jay.
Yes, she's from here, but slavery happened at some point in history, and those slaves.
So, Jay, let me ask you: do you believe? Are you under the thought that all black Americans, they all came from slavery? That's how our ancestors all got here from the transatlantic slave trade.
Yes, yes, that was the
Okay.
whole purpose of that whole transatlantic slavery thing. It brought blacks were this was not the area where blacks grew up in. Blacks were in Africa, and blacks were migrated from Africa
Right.
down to the western side. And if you claim that you are foundational black, then that means you don't really understand your roots. That's why this division that's created in this group, by the FBA, is just very sad,
May I
because
respond to him?
if you
So, yeah,
really
you gonna
trace,
get the final say. Go ahead,
because
Jay.
if you trace your roots to back to where you're from, you wouldn't be here fighting your fellow black, because knowing where you're from will make you think a little more different. because why do you think certain genetics that you have, it's not conforming? First of all, your genetics conforms to your environment. Okay, first of all, you have to know that. So you are not built for this type of this type of weather. This is not you. Your weather is Africa, and you were brought over from there down here. And just because you were born here and not knowing your history further back, so you just think because you were born here, yes, you are American because you were born here by law and by rights. Yes, you are, but you came from blackness. You came from Africa. So you denying that is just being ignorant. That's just what it is. You need to read more about the slavery and how it happened and what occurred during that time in order to really trace back to where you're from. Maybe if you have the
Hey
chance, visit
Jay,
Africa.
Jay,
Yeah,
Jay. So
yeah.
do you also you said that she need to read her history about slavery and how Black Americans got here.
Yes.
So do Africans participate in the transatlantic slave trade?
If African participated,
Yeah,
yes, it was a joint thing for everyone. Yes.
for
Yes.
everyone like who? So
It was
Africans.
no, 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 no. Hold on. I'm saying everyone. The Portuguese were part of it. When you mean participation in terms of collaboration, yes, there was collaboration between Africans too as well. Okay, I'll point that out. I know my history to the core, so I will school respectfully school you on this issue. I have actually been to the slave castle myself
Okay,
personally.
hold on. I'm sure some other people want you to school them. I'm sure
Yeah.
when your turn come, I'm sure it's a lot of people maybe has some things to say to you. But
Yeah.
okay, let her land. Thank you, Jay. Just hold tight. You stay on up here now. Magga, final say.
Sure. I to actually hear me say research and then
I
presume that
can't
I
hear
Your
you.
your mic
I
is
think it's
muffled.
disingenuous to hear me say the word research and then presume that I didn't understand what was researched. It's almost as if you're saying I'm ignorant, that I cannot read and discertain what it is I'm learning. I know exactly who I am, and we've gotten back as far as 1740, and we're really proud of it. Some of my family is from Africa, like my father's side has Geechee, just like Clarence Thomas. So it's not that we just have generic African, we care a lot. The other half has a lot of Native American and German. So we know exactly who we are, and it's not where you're saying. So it's hurtful when you say that we don't know what we're reading or what we've researched. We're not being mean, we're being proud. That's it.
Were there African Americans marrying whites at the time of slavery? Was that possible at the time? Were there?
Jay.
No. I'm
No,
just
I
asking a
know, but
question.
it's her turn to land, honey. You cannot
Okay.
continue to interrupt. Just hold that thought. Please
All right.
hold that thought. Just hold everything inside of you that you want to say. You right after food for thought. We're gonna speed this up so you can get your turn, okay? I want you to just stay right there. I don't want you to do nothing for nobody to have to drop you. So just chill out for one moment.
I wasn't
Uh,
being disrespectful by saying generic African. I'm saying that it's not that we don't like African. We like research. I want to know where. So when I say Geechee, it's because that's how far we research. Like not Gullah, but actually Geechee. The difference between the two. My family is from Florida. We even know the plantation from my dad's side. So I'm not saying we don't want to agree with you. It's just that you're telling us who we are, and we know exactly who we are. That's FBA, real FBA. No, before Tariq, we know who we are. We don't have to argue with you about it. We're proud. We're not being mean.
okay. You ready for? Was that the only person who had the rebuttal for her?
It was me after
And
him.
Honda. Okay, go ahead,
Yeah, yeah.
Honda.
Mega Matters. Okay.
Yes.
This is because everything you keep saying, it's like you blaming Africans, right?
What do you mean?
Just like I said, right? Africans are only 2 or 3% in this country, right? So
Mhm.
so you call yourself mega, right? Which means you are a cold hard Donald Trump supporter. Just like I mentioned, right? Donald Trump cabinet members, right? Only one of them is black. Every single one of them is a white
Hey
men or
Honda,
white women?
Honda,
Yeah, my bad.
you're not rebutting her name or her political affiliation, are you? You're
Oh,
rebutting what her actual submission was.
yeah. What she said. Okay. Let me go back to it. Right, my bad, host. She said that. She mentioned now that she figured out like her history and stuff like that. Why it took you this long for like for you to figure out this history as well, and then you claim to be half African and then half Indian and stuff like that. So like it seemed to me you are confused. It seemed to me you want to be American at the same time, but then you want to claim black, but then you want to represent Indian as well. So that's what I'm. You understand? I might be wrong, but just knowledge me a little bit if you can, please, because you are Indian, you are American, you are Native, you are 2% African, but then when I look at you, there's about I could point out half of Africa that similar looks like you. So I don't know, but then when I look at Native Indians, I know how Native Indians look. So I'm not sure, like you understand me, right? But either way, Africans are not forcing nobody to be Africans because you can't force people to be something that they don't want. But genetics proves itself. Certain things are facts. You can't just say 2 plus 2
Okay,
is
land that
is
plane,
6.
Honda, y'all. We about to speed it up too, because I want
Yeah,
to get to
because
Jay.
because 2 plus 2 is always 4. That's just facts. I end it.
All right, thank you. MAGA, final say, and then we got your question. I'll give you 1 minute.
Yeah, I think it's really a bad mistake to think that, especially in America, Black Americans are going to be a monolith. You can have 10 of us together, and we're all going to come from different places, and we're all going to have different lineages just because of our experience here in this country. We're not like Africa where we kept to one tribe. Some of our differences are through trauma and travel and just being American, period. So when I say who I am, I'm saying it. I'm not telling you it's because it's how I wanted it. It is because it's how it is. There's a trail of tears. There's so many different things that have impacted us. So your response is really hurtful, and it shows your lack of intelligence about Black American experience in this country. We've owned it. We love who we are, and it's very, very real and very, very true. And it's on paper. It's not for you to argue, nor is it for me to prove.
Okay, thank you for that submission, MAGA. So your question of the night is this tension cultural, economic, political, or emotional?
I think a combination of them all at this point.
Was that your submission?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, MAGA. I'm going to get to the rotate the stage. Thank you so much for adding to the discussion. Thank you. Okay, food for thought.
Man, what's going on, love?
Hey,
Hey.
hey.
So, all right. So, FBA and immigrants is it unity or division? Obviously, I see it's a level of division, and it doesn't come from us. I think this is the first time we actually
1
start.
second, food for thought, and I'm gonna start your time. Hey,
Apologies.
Here.
Mister, can you run this for me real quick? Cause he might have some rebuttals. Can you do that whole thing? I should be back before his question.
Absolutely. I got
All
it.
right, thank you.
Go ahead, Food.
I appreciate you, my brother.
1 minute.
So all right, I got you. All right, so I think the problem is, and I think most Black Americans could tell you The issue is not within us. We primarily been grown up to be more pan-African. We see everybody as one, but we do have an understanding of now, because you have tribalism. You have people within different countries that, let's say, the white tea people put them in when the Berlin Conference, when they decided to put borders and may say you are in this area, right? So we know that they have issues within people within that country, that people that look like them, let alone people that they also had a hand in actually selling us to across the waters, right? So we understand that. So the thing is this: we have a different type of history. I feel like the most disrespectful thing when people are telling us about who we are, and most of the time they're not even from this country. They have this one brother. I'm not gonna say his name, but but the man used the level of naming himself something that is named after Black Americans, and but also from the UK and also Jamaican, and never been into the United States, but telling Black Americans who we are and how we should be. This is the level of disrespect that we having from the diaspora. You are trying to
Go
colonize
ahead,
us.
land your plane.
All right. All right. This is where I'm about to land to. And also, let me just say this. When people want to say about the indigenous Americans, do you know the indigenous Americans was enslaved before the Atlantic slave trade? It was in the early 1500s. And you know when they were released? In 1865, around the same time as us. And then in California in 1867. Do you try and tell me the white tea man is going to separate the Africans from the indigenous people? I don't think they would. And we
All
also
right.
got stuff on books. Reclassification. I'm done.
All right. Thank you for that. Any rebuttals?
Yeah, I
Got a
do.
rebuttal. I got a rebuttal.
All right. So Hondala and then Bohannon. Go ahead, Honda. You got 1
I
minute.
got rebuttal too.
Yeah,
Jay got a rebuttal. All right. Do you want to do 3 rebuttals, food?
Man, come on, bring it to me, man.
All
I'll
right.
go after Civic.
1 minute each. Okay.
all right. Food, man. You see, once again, right? All y'all do is just blame immigrant. You said the immigrants are the one that started this, right? Why you worry about 2% or 3%? That makes no sense, though. Why you focus on the 2 or 3% for the past 5 years, 6 years now? They can't flex the muscles against y'all, man. They cannot. That's why I keep saying all y'all doing just running back to the white immigrant for help. If it's not the Democrat, it's the Republican, because both of them are immigrants by y'all definition, and there's cooperation as well. So this is why serious people take serious people serious, man. You guys are not serious, man. How can I take y'all serious, man? And you come out here talking about, oh, it was because of the immigrants, man. They started this and this and that. Why you worry about 2% then? It's because of the immigrant then. Why you worry about 3% then? And then when you worry about it, you run to the white immigrant for help. You run into the white Democrats for help. You run into
Your
the white
time's up,
immigrant
man. You just
Republicans
you
for help,
just you
man.
just said the
Come
same thing
on,
over
man.
and over.
All right,
All
go
right,
ahead,
your
go ahead,
time's up.
go ahead, man, go ahead.
All right, man. So listen, one thing I will take from the Haitians with Dessalines, they before they actually did the revolution, they took care of their own, the people that they feel like is going to overturn anything and any ideas that they wanted. So my thing is this: we always talk about the white tea man, but we also got to look at other people that's complicit. We also got to look at the black caucus that is majority are black immigrants, but I'm not gonna say immigrant. I say tethers. Some of them are tethers because it's different from a black immigrant that's a tether. Godfrey is an immigrant, but he is an ally as well. But you have people that's tethering to our history and our culture to actually to undermine it. So those are the different things. So when we realize this, we say, okay, we got to separate ourselves from people that will undercut us. And that's why people are mad, because I'm going to be honest with you. We have more smoke for the Latino community, but the problem is you guys have this main complex syndrome that you guys want to be used because without our history, they really don't care about y'all. That's what it is. I'm done.
And then you got 1 minute with hard stopping. Go ahead.
Yeah, food for thought, man. Africans ain't worth nothing, man. Like I ain't never hung out with no Africans. So my thing with the thing is, like, I think y'all might be a little too early on the immigrants. The immigrants come in flows. Like we had a lot of Spanish. I don't know how the Africans even got on the platform, but the better immigrants are coming, man. So give the immigrants a chance. All immigrants ain't petty. All immigrants ain't bums. All immigrants ain't got the cup. It's gonna be some immigrants that gonna come over here with money, with skills, with class, with culture. That's gonna uplift the country. So it ain't all immigrants, man. We just been dealing with these bums and these peasants. You know what I'm saying, for the last few years, man, and they got to get rid of as many as they can, man. But get the immigrants a chance, bro. We gonna get some decent immigrants over here soon, man. I hung out with a lot of them: Persians, Chinese, Jamaicans. You know what I'm saying? I hang out with some quality immigrants, man. I ain't never hung out with no bum ass immigrants, man, or no stinking ass immigrants, man. So it is what it is.
And Bohe,
Yeah, watch your tone with TikTok. They could clip you for that. Go ahead, food for thought. You can reply.
Definitely
One
will.
minute.
So I agree with your opinion. I actually moved around and went to different continents and everything else. I also understand that people that are like this are not the people that's actually on the continent of Africa. I'm gonna be honest with you. Even in Jamaica, most people are loving, caring, and they don't really know that much about your history like you think they do. But the people that come to the mainland of the United States, those are the ones that are issues. Those are the ones that will screw up their own country, take their resources, and actually come over here to the United States, because the United States, if you're not a refugee, you got to have some type of money. So we are bringing the white tea mentality, the Klondike bars over here, and they try to have unity, but they will tell you, most people will tell you that they don't have the ideology of unity. And let's be real, most of them just came in the early 90s. That's on case record. Even thing I was saying with the Immigration Act. Most of these people haven't went through what we went through. So I understand unity. I understand that when we go out there, we go to Jamaican restaurants, we do all these things. But the problem is
All
politically.
right.
Okay, I'm good.
Okay,
All
thank
right.
you for that. Is that
Jay
it?
I think I
Jay
got one more.
Light is the third and final rebuttal.
all right.
Okay.
I'll
Thank you for your
address food for thought and Bohannon. Bohannon, you have to understand that the immigrants that come here, like you call them bums and all that, these are doctors, scientists, engineers, and the rest of them. I need to educate you on that. And if you go to your top hospitals and healthcare system, uh, engineering fields, NASA, and all those places, they're all filled with all those people that you call bums. And even your former president, our former president, Obama, who doesn't fall under your FBA, is not a bomb. It's the pinnacle of a great president. And food for thought, you think you're being marginalized and you're being I think your situation is a lack of education. You need to educate yourself a little more about the culture, about where you're from. You need to, by the time you start knowing how where you're from, you will stop thinking the way you think, because you have a slave mentality. That's what you have. You need to liberate yourself.
All right, I'm done. So see the ignorance that came out of his mouth, right? Whatever I said, what did he say anything that I said to dissect anything that I said, to rebut anything I said about I have a slave mentality? All he just said is insults and gaslighting words. This is a person that you are only on here because you are this counter opposite of the most of the panel. But to be honest with you, if they had more intelligent people that was on this goddamn panel that could speak on your behalf, you wouldn't be on here, because you can't actually articulate yourself with anything. And let's be real, you talk about Obama. The man was raised by the white tea man and then a person from the Middle East. His father was non-existent, okay? He just used the Kenya, he just used Kenya just for a front man that's identified with his blackness, to actually to use the level of, then they could have the opportunity to exploit Africa, all right? Because George W. Bush destroyed that relationship. It is what
But
it
that's a
is.
lie. That's
Well,
a
hey, hey,
lie.
hey, hey,
Th- That's
hey,
not
hey,
true.
hey, you had time. You had time to talk, sir, and you did not use it properly. So I'm gonna take my 5 seconds. I'm gonna say this, right? So my thing is this. You took all this time to break me down, but you did not say anything that I break down. So you need to educate yourself and why you even are in this country in the first place, and stop comparing your top 1% to our lowest class, because our top 1% is still better than
Okay,
your
now
top
you're
1%.
playing food
I'm
for
done.
thought.
I'm done, Queen.
Okay, you ready for your question? First,
I
wait.
sure am.
Okay, I'm gonna do the chat real quick first. Chat. Have you ever personally experienced disrespect from other immigrant communities? Anybody? Okay, food for thought. Your question is this: is there real competition between The FBA / Black Americans and immigrant communities.
I don't think so, but I can't speak for their behalf. I don't think Black Americans wake up every day and say, "Hey, I'm going to compete with this person." No, it's always
You
in
don't think
numbers.
for jobs or nothing like that
I
pay?
think when Black America, it's a competition with anything. It's with anybody that comes for your job. So that's a natural thing. So I'm not going to say that it's a like I don't have a problem and say, oh, you taking my job, you're this and that. The only thing I will say is an issue if you undercut our jobs. And I will say this, right? The jobs that people say they don't want to do, those are the jobs that Black Americans were doing. The construction, all these little hard-earned work. But what happened is when you have a group say, all right, I say I'll do it for $100, and the other person say I'll do it for 20. You undercut the labor force, and they can't do that job no more. That's the only thing I would say was be an issue. But at the end of the day, no, I don't wake up and say I got an issue with it. So be it. And then I'm gonna tell you the truth. I have a problem with my government, not really necessarily them. Wait, you muted or? Oh, you got.
You all set? You did your submission?
Oh, I got another minute. Oh shoot, you messed up. You gave me a whole minute. Ah shoot, man. I'm gonna use this minute. And also, man, I'm gonna say this. Black Americans want unity, but we want the same thing from the diaspora. You could be Jamaican, you could be Haitian, could be Ghanaian. Why is it a problem? We are using a name and a term that is only identified as us in naming our tribe, right? Why is it a problem? Because it's exploitation of our culture and our energy and our history. I've seen a lot of people say because we created something, you guys came from us, so we created that because we created you. Like what type of weird crap is that? That's some weird colonization stuff. Listen, I understand that you guys, actually, I'm not going to go there, but it's a lot of trauma bonding. We need our history just like you need your history. Be proud of your history. If you don't want to talk about FBAs, cool, don't talk about FBAs. But the problem is you need to talk about FBAs because, to be honest with you, nothing doesn't move without talking about FBAs. You can't monetize anything. Talk about your culture and see how far you go on this platform and see where it goes. I think I'm done.
All right, thank you, food for thought. I'm going to
No
rotate
doubt,
the
no doubt.
stage. Thank you for
Love,
coming up.
and,
Huh?
and I'll say this: I love your panel, and I appreciate you for having me. Hey, Mister, man, I like your stuff too, man. Y'all stay blessed, and hopefully you get some
Respect to
better
you,
tethers.
bro.
Hopefully you can get some better tethers than Jay over there because he can't really put two words together, man. But I
Nah,
appreciate you,
Minister is
man.
a
You can
sucker,
drop me a
man. He
call.
blocks me. He blocks me
Hey,
because he wanted
Food for
easy.
thought. You're literally
He wanted
running out of
easy.
all right,
bread.
bye
Okay, all
bye,
right, thank you, food
bye
for thought.
bye.
Bye
All right,
bye.
Honda
Hey,
Civic.
host. Hey, host. Hey, host. Can I say this and leave? Because I call bums bums. I didn't call doctors and scientists bums, dude. That's how stupid
I'll
you
stop
are.
myself.
You trying to
No,
make a scientist
no,
a bum? I
because
call
you're
bums
making
is
a dumb
bums. And
All
I'm
right.
comment.
gone, man.
You
Y'all
made
have
a
a good
dumb
one. God bless.
comment.
All right, bye, Johnny.
Yeah, I didn't want him to get bullying and harassment, so I just went ahead and removed him.
Oh, okay.
No, she said it was antelope.
Hi, Jay.
Hello. Me? Hello.
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you, host?
I'm fine. You wanna address the prompt?
Yes. I still go back to, what I was saying earlier. And honestly, this is I think the FBA is trying to make it seem like a competition
So,
between.
so, so, Jay, the prompt is: can FBA / Black American and immigrants, can we find unity, or is division unavoidable? You can answer that and then
Yes.
give
Okay.
your.
Yes, the point of unity is very, very possible, but the ideology of the FBA is the root issue. You know what I mean? The ideology of the FBA is even putting division amongst even African Americans, because the idea is, oh, because I am foundational, what black, whatever they call themselves, I'm different from you, so we don't have to stay in the same space. All that's already division created among black people. And how much divided do you want to be? It kind of reminds me of what happens within even cultures, where you have, tribalism, all that stuff. It's similar idea and concept being repeated with this FBA thing. And there are a lot of people that have joined this just being so ignorant and also not knowing their history and all that stuff. And all they want to do is just join. And some of them is for financial gains, and some of
Jay,
them.
I'm gonna give you your time back, but I got a quick question. I just got a burning question. Do you
Okay.
think the diaspora, well, do you think the people who come from the continent, do you think they brought tribalism to these United States of America? Do you think they practice tribalism still when they get here in the United States?
No, I can tell you one thing for sure. There's always been a type of segregation within even blacks, even within ourselves. We've always had that. That has been an issue even within the people in the diaspora, and also within the people also here who claim to be FBA. You have people claiming this is my hood and that's not your hood, this and this and that. That kind of stuff has always existed. There's always been a way of separation, and that is what I'm saying. This FBA thing is furthermore creating further division amongst black people. And it's not, we shouldn't promote this type of stuff because it's just ignorance being given a platform. Because if we're talking about unity, the idea mentality of FBA, why can you say a whole Obama, the pinnacle of excellence, is not FBA? Like what are you thinking? We don't even, I don't, just take away that whole FBA thing, retrace your roots, find out where you're from. That will give you a lot more to work with. So that way you start acting right, because this is just division and people are doing it for financial reason and clout, unfortunately.
All right, I got a rebuttal.
Yeah, I do too.
Okay, so we taking three rebuttals. Yeah, so that's Mr. Honda. Anybody else got a rebuttal for Jay?
I got one.
I do too.
Okay, so Fly, Mr. Honda, Mister, you want the final rebuttal or what? How you want to do
I'll get the final. That's okay. I'll wait.
Ah,
it? Okay,
Mister, man, why you trying to cheat? Why you trying
we'll
to
let
cheat?
Honda go first. Honda, go ahead.
Mister, why you trying to cheat, man? Come on now. You were
You
so
got it,
quick.
Honda. You got it, Honda. Go ahead.
Man, okay. Let me respond to it real quick, right? Bro, you gotta understand, I don't know why you want unity with certain people. I do not. I don't know. You think in this world is kumbaya, just because somebody's black, you have to like kumbaya with them. Nah, I do not agree with all Africans. I do not agree with all people that's black. So you understand me, right? So if FBA wants to be, different from all other people, let them be. I'm not gonna force them. I mean, why you coming up here trying to force them for? Let them be their own people. But my issue with them is now, why do they always run to the white immigrant for help? That's what I don't understand though. If they claim to be they are the fight the power, black people in America, why you running to the people that you fighting against? You know, let's us, African American, one of these days, man, in Africa, man, we're gonna give you gold mines, we're gonna give you oil mines, we're gonna give you copper mines, timber, all these minerals, man, we're gonna give you to y'all. FBA's never.
Okay, what?
Let me chill for a little bit.
All right, yeah, go ahead. Final say like.
Okay, so according to what my brother is saying, let me make this clear. I'm not trying to force anybody to be anything. Only thing I stand against is ignorance, and that ignorance is in the form of separation. We're already like segregated amongst each other already, and this FBA thing is an extra thing that is being added to even cause more segregation. That is all the line that I'm towing. Yes, feel free and claim whatever you want to claim. After all, there are people claiming different things this day, so you are welcome to claim whoever you want to be, but that does not erase the facts of who you are. And then introducing something like this whereby you are creating more segregation, that's the only thing I speak against. I'm not saying you should. And the funny thing is, most of these FBA guys, you ask them, they said, oh, we've done research and found who we are, we traced it. Give me a specific name of where you're from. You can't even mention.
Like I did tell you from here, but go ahead, Fly.
First of all, who do you clowns think y'all are coming up here trying to tell us anything about who we are? You've been here for 60 years, have never did two things with black Americans, but show nothing but hate and racism. So who are y'all to come here now? You've been in the United States all this time to request us to be anything but who we want to be, who we choose to be. Now, now one of you clowns told you other clowns to stop disrespecting, showing hate to black Americans. Not now one of y'all. So at the end of the day, who is you to tell us who we are? We don't owe Africa or Africans HIT. We don't owe y'all nothing. Y'all ain't never did nothing for us. And if the Democrats would have won, y'all would have still been divided like you been for 60 years and showing racism and HATE to black Americans. So save this drama while y'all coming up here trying to call somebody ignorant. What's ignorant? Y'all keep doing all this crime in the United States and getting caught. That's ignorant, clown. Got the nerve to call us some clowns or fools. Y'all the fools. Y'all look stupid coming over here with this drama. Now you backtracking looking stupid, telling us who we are. But for 60 years, you been here, ain't did nothing with us but show hate and racism. But you got the nerve to tell us who we are. We you.
HATE.
Never.
So
Never. We will never be you all. Leave us alone. That's what you do. Stay away from us. We never going over there and wish you leave here.
I love TikTok
so
shop.
so
I
so
love
Fly.
TikTok shop. Please spell out the words HATE. They are TikTok trigger words. Go ahead, Jay. Final
Yeah,
say.
so my message to Fly. So, what would you categorize or put those people who are going from here all the way to Ghana to get their citizenships and other part of the world? What would you call them? You know, that is why I keep saying that for you coming out here and being so emotional with this your talk, that means you are uninformed. You lack the right information. You need a proper education on this matter. Okay, and that's what I keep saying. That the more you keep pushing for that FBA nonsense, which is nothing but another way to create another segregation. Even if FBA ends up becoming an existent something, there is still going to be another further division that's going to come out from that FBA, named some stupid other acronym just to create more division so that some people will keep making money off of the ignorance and hate that other people just want to push, and which is the
Damn,
jargon
man.
of the FBA.
HATE, y'all
Oh,
dog. How
sorry.
hard is it?
HATE. Sorry. My apologies, host. HATE that everybody keep pushing. So please let's get off this ignorance. You know, of course, it's not never gonna be a united front for all of us. That is never gonna happen. That is already accepted. But please, while we're not united, if you want to push ignorance, then please be educated. Be educated. Don't push ignorance, because what you're pushing is HATE and and just victim mentality, and that doesn't suffice. Immigrants haven't done nothing to you. They haven't done all they did was just came here and just look for jobs, get into schools, and work their way up. You know, and I commend other African Americans too, who are also doing the same thing, who are getting the same hate from the HATE, sorry, HATE from the FBA. I commend those people who are also like already on their path to doing the right thing. Please, please stop pushing this ignorance. It's coming from a point of HATE and ignorance. Stop pushing it. Lack of
Okay, hold
education.
on. Okay, hold on, Jay. Chris, thank you for coming up and joining the panel. I'm going to rotate the stage. Thank you. All right. Okay. So was that his final? Oh, rebuttal. Go ahead, Mister.
cool. It's my turn. All right, so understand this, all right? There's no FBA ideology. I don't know why you're saying that. Well, I kind of do. It's kind of ignorant. You're being disrespectful, okay? Because you know what FBA means, all right? But you just choose not to pronounce it and everything. So, sir, you're being a tether, okay? Now you're talking about unity, but I don't see why we need to unify with y'all. Y'all brought the division. We already tried to. We already called you black like us. That's what that was unifying and everything. Matter of fact, if we if if we Lord, we wouldn't be in this situation right now if it wasn't for y'all being divisive, okay? Y'all taught us how to delineate. Okay, we got it from you. Y'all need to pat yourselves on the back. All right, congratulations. We got something from y'all for once, okay? We learned how to delineate. Y'all are the ones who started this, okay? It is divisive and it's meant to be divisive. I want to divide from the people who dislike me, okay? I don't want to be around people who don't like me. That doesn't make any sense, okay? And another thing, FBA didn't do anything to you. So I don't see why you got to sit here upset at anything that we did. Oh, it's divisive. Yeah, that's what it's meant to be. And last thing, what are you talking about? Obama is not FBA. He's a Kenyan, a YT person. He's an immigrant. He's not black. Okay, and he talk about he's excellence. No, he is not excellent at anything. He's not excellent. What is he excellent at? He's sitting here. We ran him out of town. Okay, he's right now. He's hired. He tried to come out. Okay, and every single time he comes out, he gets booed. He can't come around black people. He went ahead and disrespected Jesse Jackson's funeral just a little bit ago. Okay, nobody likes him. Okay, Black Americans made Obama. We're the ones who put him up, and we're the ones who took him out of here. Okay, so we do not care that Obama is not great at anything. Okay, he is a tether himself. Okay, just like you. Okay, we don't care about him. All right, he's not FBA. Y'all hold that L. He is one big L, and I'm a land.
Okay. So Obama, which is the pinnacle of excellence, if anybody ever talked about a true black president, as it's always said, Obama's name is mentioned in the book of history. And who is FBA and when was FBA formed? For you to have the guts to speak on Obama's legacy, that tells me how ignorant. That's why I keep talking about it, that you guys are so ignorant. Because of your ignorance, you lack education on history, you lack education on your lineage. Because of that, no, by the way, nobody is begging you to either join anything. Nobody's begging you, but we're just begging you not to be ignorant. Stop being ignorant. If Obama, who is a point of excellence in the whole world, regarded in that respect, and just a common FBA person on TikTok trying to diminish that, come on, go and read, get more education. Stop doing all this nonsense you're doing here, because it just speaks bad of your FBA thing.
Okay,
Hey, love world. First off, real quick, before we get to his question, thank y'all for coming in. Thank y'all for being here. And can y'all tap it up? We're at 151. Can we get to 200K before we end? I think we're trying to go to midnight, but you know what? I think that with the amount of people in here and the quality of people we have in here, I think we can get up there to 200K, y'all. So thank y'all for coming in. Let's go ahead and tap it up. Drop something on Pretty. Drop something big for Love's World. All right, help her out with a challenge. Share the live. Tell your friends. Gift your favorite panelists. And thank y'all for being here. Y'all continue enjoying. Also, real quick, love. I would also like a chance to address the prompt here as well, whenever I get
okay.
the chance.
All
Just
right. We
you
might
let me
go
know.
over. Okay, we might go over midnight.
Okay.
If
All
that's
right.
okay with you,
That's fine.
a little bit. Okay, because I do got to work in the morning. So, but you know. All right. So, Jay, you ready for your question? Thank y'all.
Yes, I am, host.
Okay. Is this tension between Black Americans slash FBA and immigrants rooted in culture or in access to power?
Okay. If it's rooted in culture or access to power, I think it's rooted in culture. Um, um, you fight what you don't know, basically, or you fight what you're ignorant or uninformed with. Because if I say it's rooted in power, there's immigrants are not more powerful than African Americans or such. If anything, I would even argue that African Americans are even more powerful than immigrants coming into the country because of the opportunities that has been provided from the point of birth, being born in a country, being born in the U.S., and everything else that comes with it. Okay, so that being said, that's why I said this is rooted in culture because of the lack of understanding. That's why I keep stressing on that education part. It's not to say that my colleagues who are arguing up here with me are not educated school wise, but they still need to read a little more on history so they can understand properly what they are boldly standing for, because most of them are standing on ignorance. So it's rooted in culture, because if you understood the culture of Africa and understand the culture of African American, you will understand that there is a lineage, there's a link between both cultures. So I believe, yes, it's rooted in culture, not power. Power, it's something else. If it's power, the immigrant is less powerful than the African American. Yes, that can be argued for sure, based off of all the gains that the immigrant, based off of all the gains that the African American has versus the immigrant. So it's rooted in culture and lack of understanding from the so-called FBA, lack of understanding of the culture, and knowing that the people they fight are actually their own people.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the gifts. Before we get into Black is Beautiful. Chat, we have a question for you. Should reparations be lineage based or race based? Black is Beautiful, hi.
Hi, Miss Lovewell. How you doing? Thank you
I'm
for
doing good. You're welcome.
FBA immigrants unity or division. In this season, it's just gonna be division, but I believe unity will happen later with those of us that share bloodline through the transatlantic slave trade. I feel like what's happening now is that we're going through a spiritual awakening. We're going through a Black American Renaissance, and like all this infighting with us and the immigrants, it's just like a storm before the rainbow. You know what I'm saying? Like we're living in the age of information. People are being exposed who are against us. Everything that's hidden is coming to light. And I feel like God's really opening our eyes spiritually. I feel like this delineation that's happening is like part of the storm before the rainbow. Because I feel like God is really awakening us to this war, internal war in our country against us here in America. And I feel like there's some nations that are conspiring with our government against us here. And I'm not for sure about y'all, but like I find it suspicious that some foreigners, and this is from all different backgrounds, it seems like they're rising higher above us and we're getting pushed down. Like they lend to us, like putting their businesses in our communities, but we don't really have our stuff located in their communities. And the Asian like people are a good example of this, like with the hair care and all that stuff like that, how they got their businesses in our communities. But I feel like everything that's going on has really put us on a high spiritual alert, and this is going to cause us to regroup. We're going to clean house, and then we're going back. Like we're going back to fetch what was lost and was stolen from us. And I feel like God is going to restore us back to our true selves. And I feel like this movement alone is going to be so powerful to the point like we're going to empower all the other melanated groups because they're going to get their house cleaned up too. And I feel like also like even though this delineation movement started off, I know it started off politically, right? But it seemed like it's been co-opted a little bit, and I feel like that's the like in the Bible, it talks about what the devil meant for evil, God meant for good. I feel like that was like the evilness of it, the funk that got thrown in there, where people start attacking some of us, and then we're just fighting each other. That was like the bad part, but it's going to end up for our good, and it's going to really end up for their good. They just don't know that yet. So I feel like what's happening is a lot bigger than what a lot of people can comprehend spiritually because they're so focused on flesh in the physical, but I don't really hear no one talk about spiritually what's really going down. So that's my submission.
Thank you. Black is beautiful. Anyone have a rebuttal for Black is beautiful?
I do.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
All right. Well, we're gonna do is three people. So we're gonna do 1 minute on 1 minute. Go ahead, Honda.
Black is beautiful. You said this delineation started political, right? As well, right? So which means it's been going on for the past 5 years now, currently as we speak, right? So this is I keep saying this thing, right? So if it's political, the midterm coming up in November, right? So can you identify us, you know, a particular person that's being represented, that's being funded under FBA, strictly under FBA, that's not attached to no white immigrant or black immigrant at all, please. Because at the end of the day, it's for y'all people and by y'all people, right? So please, if it's delineation doing our political that you said, right? Midterm is coming up. I want to see y'all governor. I said this before plenty of time, and then I'm gonna keep repeating myself. 50 governors, not one of them is y'all people. So how is it fighting for y'all people then? I mean, if y'all fighting for y'all people, get at least 2 or 3. So please, I don't know.
Okay, thank you, Honda. Final say, Black Beauty. We're gonna try to get to the panel, so we're gonna wrap these. We're gonna try to move quick, y'all. Black is beautiful.
Yes, ma'am. Honestly, I don't really know anyone right now. I feel like this process is a slow process. When it comes to what you asked, I'm trying to remember everything you said, but um, eventually, when we regroup, we are going to put someone in office that's for us and only us. But I think you kind of like you kind of like missed everything I said. You like focused on one thing, and what I said was a lot more deeper than what the questions you're asking me. I wish you would have focused more on what I actually said, which is actually this delineation is only because of what's going on with us against our government under blackness. And I'm not for sure if you really get that. I'm not for sure if you really get, like, they're using flat blackness to erase us as a nation, in a nation. How harmful that is to us here. So I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Next rebuttal. I believe it was Jay.
Yes. Honestly, her last words were they using. Please, could you repeat that? Your last statement.
Yes, I said they're using flat blackness to erase us as a nation.
And I think that's false. And the reason why I say that is false is because we are in the most leveled playing field in history in 2026 than any other time ever. Because if you trace back to probably the 90s or the 80s, there were a lot more restrictions to things that we could do and things that we couldn't do. And yes, there's still all what racism and all that. Yes, it's still there, but now we do have laws and other things that would address those type of situation. So to have that mindset that they're using blackness to erase our lineage, I think that is a wrong mindset, and that is a victim mindset. We have to start moving away from that mindset. I keep saying this.
Okay, land your plane, Jay. Everybody got 1 minute. That's
All
it. You
right.
got to
All
carry
right.
it on
I'll
so we
just
can
land
get
it
to the
here.
hands.
I'll
Okay.
just land it here. Yes.
All right, final say, Black.
Yes, ma'am. It's I find it really problematic how people try to tell us about the beasts we already know. The beasts who we lived with, our ancestors lived with for 400 years. Um, how they would go above and beyond just to take us out. They've been doing that since our ancestors got here. They've been trying to erase us this whole time. This is just another tactic, but y'all can't seem to spiritually discern what's happening. This is what's happening, and I feel like if you guys can't get on board and understand us, we're never going to be able to unite. The government is using flat blackness to take us out, to erase us. It's happening, and it might not be it might not be none of y'all's fault. Y'all kind of like in the middle of it. Y'all being used. You know what I'm saying? But it's happening. So please wake up before you get lost in the sauce. That's it.
Okay,
Okay.
you ready for your question?
Well,
Oh,
I
I'm
had
sorry.
I had
Go ahead,
one.
Mister.
Yeah.
My bad.
So real quick, so I agree with most of everything you said, but one thing that stuck out to me was that you said, well, yeah, we need to delineate now, but maybe we can unify in the future and everything like that. Through the transatlantic slave trade connection. Okay, yeah, I have an issue with that because you basically these are enslavers that you're talking about. All right, they're really no different from the Europeans who were enslaving us, and I don't really see us talking about unifying with them. So why would we, even in the future, try to unify with the very people who not only enslaved our ancestors, they caused all this problem to begin with? Okay, they're the reason why we have global white tea supremacy, but they're still enslaving people today, right now, and they haven't done anything to make amends for it. They've barely apologized for it. So I don't understand why the transatlantic slave trade would be the connecting factor, in the future of us being able to unify. Go ahead and respond.
Yes, sir. Um, I hear what you're saying, but my understanding of the information that I'm learning is that our tribes were sold by, like, other tribes conspired against our tribe and sold us. It wasn't our people that sold us. So I guess my mindset's a little coming from a different perspective. So that was my understanding of I what I've learned was like the lie was so it can keep us more hating each other was, oh, your own people sold y'all. That's not what I'm finding out. I'm
HATE,
finding
man.
out. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that. Um I learned that it was other tribes who conspired against us, and that's how we got here. So I guess I'm coming from a different type of realm, I guess.
Well, with her last 9 seconds, I want to say there were tribes selling their own tribes, man. It didn't happen in large numbers, but it did happen.
Oh,
So
Minister,
that
man, she
means
got that
black is
she got that blackness in her, man. She got
yeah,
that soul in her. I could tell.
Oh,
black
shut
black
up.
is beautiful. Black is
Oh, shut
beautiful.
up.
Actually,
Stop
I
technically,
hating.
don't want to hear that from
Okay,
y'all.
y'all ready? Black is beautiful. You ready for your question?
Man.
Okay. Are immigrant success stories sometimes used to undermine the historical claims of Black Americans?
Yes, their success stories are used to undermine us, almost to make it look like um, they're doing better than us, and we're not doing much. We're not really being proactive, productive, making it seem like we're lazy, like we haven't really accomplished anything. And I think that's just another way to keep us like beefing with each other, because that's is going to stir up. Some people are going to be offended by that. So I think that's just another way for them to keep us divided, keep us infighting each other, and it's just a part of, I guess, like part of their propaganda, which I noticed that they've been doing for a long time. And as I gotten older, I'm still learning more of the divisive tactics that they use. It's crazy how much they have done and how much time and energy and money they have spent in this to keep this division going. It's sick. It's sick.
Okay, thank you, Black is beautiful, and thank you so much for joining the panel. We appreciate you. Thank
Yeah.
you. Okay. Hi, Fly.
Hey, my love, how are you?
I'm doing good. I'm hanging in there. You want to address the prompt?
Sure. FBAs and immigrants, unity or division? I'm for division all day and night for the rest of my life. First of all, um, in 60 years, if you have not came to the conclusion that we were important to be united with them, They never gonna get it now. See, they only want it now because they are going to be deported. That's why they only want it now. So, and because the Republicans are in office. When the Democrats was in, we was losers. We was nobody. Like they talking down on us now, talking about education. I got 2 more months for my PhD in education. Second of all, they got 48,000 fake degrees in the United States pretending to be doctors, nurses, and all that, like they did in the UK. So all this stuff that they keep talking about, we dumb, we this, we that, check yourself. Look at your own background. Leave ours alone. Quit worrying about FBA because y'all never did. Never did. You can't name 2 things you ever did with Black Americans, but you have the nerve to talk. You've been here 60 years leeching off us. What you want now? Leave us alone.
Okay, anybody
Can I
have a
rebuttal?
rebuttal?
Can I
Yep.
rebuttal that?
Yeah,
3D
yeah, I do.
and Honda.
I
Okay,
do
we
too.
just gonna do 2 for now.
Man,
So
Jay,
go
All
man,
ahead.
right.
you always trying to be nice to these people, man.
No problem.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, 3D.
All right. So I feel like there's a lot of misunderstanding, a lot of ignorance. I'm all for the delineation. I'm all for the division, but at some point it would be smart to unify. And I
Really?
get, yeah. So let me elaborate on that. I get FBA stance. I get the deletion movement, but I feel like it's a lot of misplaced anger. If you're speaking of the Africans that are in the US, right, which is a fraction of a percent of Africans that are on the, on the continent. For example, I'm Ghanaian. We have almost 40 million Ghanaians in Ghana right now. Guess how many Ghanaians are in America? It's literally a fraction of the Ghanaians. There's less than 100,000 Ghanaians in America out of almost 40 million that are on the continent. So when you're speaking about, you know, Africans and your interactions with them in the US, which I'm a Ghanaian, I've lived in the US for 20 years, North Carolina, my best friends are FBAs, like from the country, King, you know, Winston-Salem, North Carolina. I've grown up with true FBAs my whole life. And these are some of my best friends. We've had some of the best relationships. They even come to like Ghanaian churches. My family has embraced them like family. So when you're saying we don't have anything, that's a lie. Everyone has experiences. You grow up in different parts of the U.S. You have different experiences with different types of Africans. Anyway, my point is, it's okay to be upset with or not want to delineate for Africans, but when you take it beyond and chastise the entire continent based on the people in the U.S., your interactions with them, that's very dangerous. So just be mindful of that. Africans in the U.S. are not necessarily representative of all the Africans in the continent because it's only a fraction of us that are here. Trust
Okay,
me.
let me
Okay.
your plan. Thank you,
All
3D.
right.
Final say.
Yeah. So you all want respect, but ain't now one of y'all gave us respect in all these years. But you all want us to bow down to y'all now that the white T-man done told y'all that y'all not good enough for them. So now y'all want us to pretend like y'all been for us and was not with the white T-man against us, trying to oppress us, talking to us, pointing a finger at us like we from a third world country that you from, that we didn't judge you, but you all came pointing a finger. And let me tell you something, you don't have to be nice to us. We've never asked you people for nothing. We did all the support. You all have set up all these different businesses in our neighborhood where we support you all. So guess what? You can't tell us nothing about foundational Black Americans. We tired of y'all drama like we tired of everybody else drama. And you be careful. You all should have been careful for 60 years coming to the United States with hate and racism. And I land.
All right, thank you,
Okay.
Fly. Who was that? Honda or Honda? You gave your time to Jay.
No. I'm gonna go
No,
next.
Okay,
yeah,
because
I'm
it was
after
only
Honda.
two of y'all. Nope, it's only two. Go ahead. Moving forward, only two rebuttals. Go ahead, Honda.
Okay. Fly. You're a teacher, right? It's kind of strange as you being a teacher because you was to teach people. You're supposed to care about people as well, right? When you speak, when you say a lot of things, I'm shocked as you. I'm definitely shocked, right? The knowledge of you, the type of thing that you say, right? Okay, let it be, right? You don't want unity with Africa. That's perfectly fine. But you gotta understand there's 1.5 billion of people in the continent of Africa. So Africa's not gonna miss somebody like you. And definitely. And once again, right? You saying all these things, right? Your name is Fly, right? You know that song Superfly, right? By what's this dude name? Curtis Mayfield, right? You come up here complaining and all that Africans is doing this, African all these things, right? If I check, Superfly it's probably owned by a white immigrant. It's not owned by African. So you come up here and say, oh, African is doing this, African is doing that, right? In your own community, in your own this and that. But everything else, your people keep selling to the white immigrant. That's what I don't get though. And at the same time, you coming up here telling us that you know how to fight the white tea master better than us. I mean, that's kind of funny though. And at the same time, when y'all complain, y'all run back to the same people that y'all see y'all know how to fight better than us. Make it make sense then. But y'all live in a race country. Africans don't live in a race country. We have a different type of problem compared to y'all though. You so mad and all that. Africans are only 2% in this country. Less than 3%. What happens then within the next 20 or whatever years, and then we about what 10 to 15%? My God, man, you might have a heart attack then. Because if you're gonna be a teacher and then you mislead, because obviously you hate the Caribbeans as well, so you probably hate 2 billion of other black people. That's nothing wrong with it, but you can't do nothing about it because you know why? You can't project power in this country. Only the white immigrants can, because you know why? You don't want to work with your people.
Can I
You ain't trying to work
rebuttal?
with your people. Oh, you will, my sister, you will.
Okay,
But
final say.
but
Land
I'm
your
gonna end
plane,
this right.
Honda.
If you're gonna
Can
call
I
yourself,
rebuttal?
yeah, I'm gonna end this real quick, right? If you're gonna call yourself Fly, you gotta own the movie Superfly, and you gotta own the song Superfly too. Please, my sister, don't come up here and talk all this nonsense, man, about immigrants, man. Man, worry about people that control this country. Africans don't control nothing in this country. Nothing. That's
Nothing.
facts. It's
Nothing.
pitiful,
Okay,
man.
okay, Honda love. Fly, you got the final say.
First of all, don't tell me how to think. I take good care of my kids and my community, okay? See, one thing you all don't know, y'all don't know about unity coming together. We go through a lot as Black Americans. And you immigrants, melanated people came over here with the same HAT as the white T man. Now you complaining that they have came back at you. And let me tell you something. I'm not complaining. I'm not hollering. I'm not angry. I am aware of you all behavior. So see, at the end of the day, don't tell me what I'm doing. Cause my kids, my community, we are good. And we have been good since y'all been here for 60 years. So see, you made yourself invisible in our communities. You made yourself unneeded in our community, sir. Second of all, we help y'all. We support y'all business. Third of all, if you all leave us alone, you will never have to worry about us like you've been here for 60 years. Never worried about us, never gave back to our communities, never did nothing. And you mad with the white T man now because they coming at y'all. But see, all that racism and hate that you displayed to black Americans, guess what? Karma eating you now. So guess what? I ain't saying nothing mean towards you. I'm telling you the truth. And you can't take it. I land.
Okay, thank you, Fly. You ready for your question?
Yes.
Okay. Should government policy distinguish between lineage based harm and immigrant disadvantage? Why or why not?
Yes, they should. We are black Americans. We are citizens of the United States. They have gotten everything they're gonna get out of the United States. Second of all, they have scammed and stole everything. They over here with all these fake degrees, pretending to be educated on being doctors and lawyers and nurses, and they are harming our communities and hospitals and nursing homes. So at the end of the day, yes, they should. We as black Americans, we are fed up with this drama that the Democrats have put upon us and have not did nothing for us, but have given them everything. So right now, yes, they should. At the end of the day, we deserve more. And guess what? I feel bad that we got to go through this, but for them to come up here with they so arrogant and ignorant. Why they calling people ignorant? They very ignorant, unaware, and thought that they had us locked. And the reason we in this situation, and I'm a land, because we were doing as we always do, trying to get something across to the white T man, and they jumped in front of the punch to show the white T man that they were better. And he told them, no, you're not. You are not even citizen, and you going home. So at the end of the day, that's on them. And I land.
Can I rebuttal?
No, you can't. It's the next
Fly,
person.
fly.
Can I get the
You
opportunity
are
to
too
speak?
sad, man.
Super super
Nothing
fly.
about me sad. Not one thing about me
You all
sad.
muted,
What
You
I am aware of you all behavior. That's what
You
I am
sound
aware
so
of.
Okay,
pained.
thank
Fly,
you.
And
fly.
look,
What
Pained.
did an African do
Wait
to
a
you
minute.
then?
Hold
I
on.
you
Hold
know.
on.
cannot.
All y'all mute up.
Thank you, Fly, for joining the debate, and thank you, Jay, for joining the debate. Thank you, Fly, so much as always.
Okay, baby, and I will go. I do gotta get up in the morning.
Me too. I'm trying to get through with these hands.
And I'm going on spring break next week. So you got me all night next week. So you better be careful.
Yeah,
Bye, sis.
I
we
wanted to know
in
what an
Florida.
African
We
did to
on
her.
spring break. Okay, we on spring break. 3D. Hold on, Fly. What is going on? Thank you, Fly. We on spring break now, so I'll be back at it. But okay, thank you. All right, thank you for joining the debate, Jay Light. Have a good night.
Thank
Come
you,
back
host, for
again.
adding me and Fly. Have a wonderful vacation, but you need
You
to go and
too.
rest.
Who? Wait a minute. Hold on. We gotta let only been up here for she been waiting for a long time. Okay. So Creed, you got the stage, Mister.
Could you let? I think Queen Black was up here earlier, and then she didn't get to speak. Could
Wait.
you let
Hold
her speak
on.
first?
Hold on. Was she up here before you?
Well, just now, but I think she was up earlier. I think she was
No.
dropped early.
No,
She
she
didn't get.
didn't. No, she didn't.
Oh, okay, okay. All right. Well, I'll go ahead then. Uh, so foundational Black Americans and immigrants, unity or division. Those. Well, first, those are two words that's normally brought up when the term foundational Black American is mentioned. Uh, Foundational Black Americans is a lineage identifier. Um, it's not a unity slogan. It's not a slogan. It's a lineage based identifier. As foundational Black Americans, um, we're not trying to be foundational Black American. It's who we are. We are foundational Black Americans. We're not trying to be foundational Black Americans. We are foundational Black Americans. A lot of people, I feel that they bring up unity, or they'll either try to push unity, how well we need to unite, or they'll say you're trying to divide. But we are foundational Black Americans, and I feel that they've gotten so used to being included in other terms, to where now when we recognize that we are foundational Black Americans, they feel left out. It's like, people feel like Black American equals Democrat, or Black American equals somebody who's compromising and who's peaceful, you know, or they feel like you're supposed to be a certain type of way. But it's not about unity or division. Even as foundational Black Americans, we we're not uh trying to push an ideology, or somebody's religion. It's not that. It's just we're our foundational Black American. It's a lineage based identifier. And I'm going to land. I know.
Did I miss it? Did you answer the prompt? Can Black
Yes, ma'am.
Americans and immigrants
hmm
find unity, or is division unavoidable? What was your answer?
I say it's not about unity or division.
Anybody got any rebuttals for Creed? No, we're gonna get to the question. You ready for your question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Has social media amplified division that doesn't exist offline?
Um, it just amplified how people actually felt. It helped many Black Americans come to their senses, come to reality, and but it definitely amplified that. I wouldn't say it amplified division, because it was no unity to begin with. Um, so yeah, I'm not gonna take the whole 2 minutes.
Can I rebuttal to that?
Nope. I asked if anybody had, the rebuttal was after his first submission. When he read the prompt, normally that's when people express, their thoughts and their beliefs and where they stand on
Oh,
certain issues. And I had
Understood.
already asked that, yeah. So, Creed, thank you so much for joining the debate.
can I say one last thing?
You still have
It's
a
a lot of
minute
people.
left.
I'll be real quick. I know somebody else needs to speak,
You got a
but
minute
it's a lot of
left.
people. They'll say things like, "Well, it's only 3%. It's only 2%. We're only 2%. Why are you worried about the 2%?" Well, it's like 10 people in their countries ruling their country. That's less than 2%. That's less than 1%. So if they took see, this is why a lot of these people come from these countries. They give bad advice, right? Now it's a white tea people are a microscopic of the population. In their own country, they're being ruled by less than 2%. So if they worried about that 2% over there, they wouldn't be they wouldn't even say that, right? But I'm gonna land with that.
Okay, thank you for joining the debate.
Thank
Have a
you.
good
Thank you.
evening. You're welcome. Queen, how you doing? Queen,
Hey, how you doing?
hey, how you
Hey,
doing, sis?
hey, I'd
Um,
like to go after Queen Black. Just let you
Okay.
know.
Okay. How you doing?
I'm doing well.
I asked you that about 10 times. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's just draining when people come here with a colonized mindset and try to tell you who you are on your own landmass. Reason why they talk to us like that way is because
Queen,
they don't think this is.
Queen. So, can
Yeah.
real quick before you get into your submission, can FBA/Black Americans
Oh,
and
I didn't know I
immigrants
was up here. I'm sorry.
can
Um,
FBAs and immigrants find unity, or is division unavoidable?
Division is unavoidable.
Okay, sir. Thank you for joining the debate. You have a good evening, Queen.
yes. One more. It's unavoidable that we can't have unity. With the people who don't see this country as our country. When they come here, they see this country as for everybody, and that's why they come here. They come here for opportunities, and most of them are uneducated about us, our history, who we are, and so they know that immigrants come here to get employment and all sorts of resources, and that's what why they come. When they come, they think that they're doing everything based on their own merit, but they're not. They literally has to be tethered to us because our specific ethnic group has earmarked dollars and resources attached to it. And so that's why that guy kept calling us African American, saying we, because he knows being tethered to us, he can get resources. And so these people know we're not the same people. Also, if they had to bring an African over here and force breed them with the indigenous people who are here already on this landmass for thousands of years, that offspring is not an African. And also, there's some Black American women who has gotten pregnant by some Africans or Caribbeans, and they came in other spaces and said they had to take like a Rogam shot, and that's because they're not compatible. And so that tells you we're not the same people. And so we need people to quit trying to tell us who we are because it's disrespectful. They don't know who our grandparents are. They don't know who our people are at all. We didn't get that many African slaves over here, and the ones that did come here, it's not. We're not related to them based on who are our ancestors that were African that came here. And so that's the problem. When they come here, they think they can come here and tell us some generic story and tell us about who we are, and they don't even keep records in their homeland. So we have the information regarding, immigration for the past 100 years. They've always brought immigrants over as
Land
upper
your plane,
class.
Queen.
Okay. They've
You can
always came
find
over as a upper class and was allocated resources and stolen land from our ancestors. And that is how immigrants strive in this country, by parasiting off of us.
Thank you, Queen. Anybody have a rebuttal?
I have a rebuttal.
Yeah, I do.
Honda 3D. Okay, go ahead, Honda.
Quinn, you said that people are taking what you call it, resource from y'all, right? And that's what the American experience is. When you look at it, white immigrants came from white Europe and then conquered the people, the natives. They took their lands. If you are one of them, because it seems like you are foundation, and then you are classify yourself as an Indian. Africans ain't never done that to y'all. It was the white immigrants. Up to this day, they stole every resource in this country right here. You go down in Texas, they don't want in charge of the oil. You go down in all them other states where you have natural gas over there, they don't want still in control of it. That's not the Africans that's taking resources from your people, so-called, indigenous. It's not the Africans. It's the white immigrants. They they flee from Europe and they came and they stole land from your people, all the way to California, all the way to down in New Mexico and Texas, Louisiana, and all these states. So the real beef, it's not with the Africans. It should be with the white immigrants. When you pull out the dollar bill, it's a white immigrant face on it. The $5 bill, the $10 bill, the $20 bill, the $50 bill, the $100 bill. It's a white immigrant face on it. It's not an African face on it. So your personal beef should be with them, not the Africans, because it's not the African that stole resources from y'all. You know, if you are indigenous to America, my sister. So that's all I got to say. Please take it to the white immigrant, not the Africans. The Africans are only 2 or 3% in this country. Once again, I'm gonna repeat myself. We cannot project power in Africa, in this country. If any African became a mayor or anything, it's because of people like you that vote for that African. We can't do it. It's because of y'all. So please, the personal beef you should have is the white immigrant that control this country, from Congress to the White House in Pennsylvania Avenue over there, to all these white corporations. Have a beef with them, not with us. We don't control it. They do. So please, my
Okay,
sister,
Honda.
don't worry about the Africans, man. We don't have no power in this country. I'm just giving it what it is.
Okay, Honda. Thank you, Honda. Queen, final say.
Well, first of all, we're talking about all immigrants. And immigrants, whether you're African or whatever, you're placed in these positions all around America. We're a small ethnic group who you claim we don't have power, but in order to hello, can y'all hear me?
Good, you good? Man, keep talking.
We can hear you.
Okay, I'm back. In order to subjugate us in some type of way, they have to bring immigrants over to jump us, to pile you up on top of us, a small ethnic group of people in America. You're placed in those positions and you are not innocent. You have a role that you play, and whether you're white or not, you have a role that you play. So you're not innocent. You're going to be judged. Karma is upon you just as well as those that stole or is in this country subjugating our people. None of you will get any type of, when it comes to God, you would not, you all are going to pay for what you've done. So you can sit up here and act like you're innocent, but God is on our side and God is watching everything that's happening to us, and we will prevail. We're not going to lose because God is on our side. Karma is upon you and your people in Africa is cursed because of how demonic you are. Everything you just said out of your mouth
We are
was
not
demonic.
Africans. We are not
You're
demonic, my
demonic
sister.
people,
We are not
and
demonic.
you're
You can
cursed
Fred,
mistake
because
Fred,
my
Fred,
you can mistake
Fred,
my
God
Fred.
made sure that you will stay cursed until you learn your lesson.
yes, my sister.
You
Calm
will
down.
learn your lesson.
Thank you, Queen. Fred, if you get off your mic again, sir, we're gonna have to drop you down to the comments. Thank you. 3D, your rebuttal.
So she said a few things that it's just mind blowing that
One sec. We
still
switching to 1 minute so we can wrap the show up. We're gonna try to move through the people in the queue in the panel. So this is gonna be on rebuttals. We only switching rebuttals. 1 minute versus one
all right.
minute. All right.
Okay, so she said earlier that Africans are coming here, we're ignorant to American culture. I think the ignorance goes both ways, right? And that's strategic, right? In Africa, we're not learning too much about African Americans, and vice versa. And then she said we come here because of riches or something like that. I don't know what she was saying, but a lot of Africans come here because America is the most America has the biggest budget in military, but they also have the biggest budget in propaganda and marketing and they bamboozled a lot of our people back home to think America is this dreamland and the land of the free. So that's why a few of the Africans that do make it here, they fell for it, right? And then we become the second generation and third generation. So those things are false. I think there's a lot of ignorance and on both sides. I feel like we should really be careful what we're saying and actually try to make African friends or talk to each other and you find a different perspective. So yeah, I feel like those two things are just way off.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Queen Black. Final say on that. 1 minute.
Okay. I have Africans that I know, and they speak just like the ones in this room. They come here for opportunities, and that's it. And that's what I was saying. They come here for opportunities. In America, you get afforded opportunities. And when you get those opportunities, it's because it's attached to you being a minority or immigrant, or you're calling yourself an African American or Black American. So that's what I'm trying to say. You have to be tethered to earmarked dollars that are actually supposed to go to Black Americans. Most of these programs, most of these subsidies, all these things were meant for the American people or a specific ethnic group. And that's how they use our resources. They'll allocate it over to you by saying, oh, this is a Black person. And you practice nepotism when you get employment. A lot of immigrants, they'll have businesses and they'll
Thank you.
only
Can you
hire
land
one
your
or two
plane,
people.
Queen?
Okay. Right now, I can go into a Walmart, a Tim Hortons, or a Popeyes, and they're all immigrants in there. And that was never something that used to go, down in our country before until recently that I've seen how you can,
Okay,
supplicate
Queen.
people that way.
All right, Queen. Thank you. Sir. Yeah, I was gonna say, please don't be naked in the camera. I don't mind people camming up, but please no naked body parts and stuff. Okay, Queen, you ready for the question?
Yes.
Okay. Do immigrant communities receive institutional support that Black Americans were historically denied?
Yes, they do. They get all sorts of support when they come here. They're not bothered. They can open up a business and live freely without being picked apart. Their businesses being picked apart. They can walk into banks and get loans. They can go to other institutions for scholarships. That's supposed to be earmarked for us. All sorts of programs. Every program they have access to. There's no limit.
Okay, thank you, Queen. 3D, how you doing tonight?
I like to take my
I'm done.
turn
Oh, I'm
before
sorry,
3D.
Mister. Go.
Yeah, and
I'm
I'll try to
sorry.
be as quick
No,
about it
you
as
can
I
take. You
can.
can do what you gotta do. Go ahead. I mean, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So my answer, I'm all about division. Okay. And the reason why is that these people, no immigrant is really worthy enough to be united with foundational Black Americans. Okay. We are a legendary lineage. Okay. We have wins, we have accomplishments, and that's all we're really known for is having wins and accomplishments. Everybody else, we're not known for committing crimes, which is why we don't get kicked out of other people's countries. We're not monitored by Interpol. People have to lie on us and pull out fake stats and fake numbers to try to make sure to try to bring us down and say that we're all bad and everything. People have to dump their degeneracies that they do over there on their homeland onto us. But we're truly not really known for that stuff. They are. And the fact that they are refusing to deal with their own problems and that they were not unified with each other to fix their own problems means that they do not know how to unify. They don't have a unifying language, a unifying behavior. They don't even know what to do when somebody shows them hospitality, when someone shows them humanity, when someone welcomes them into their home. They don't know what to do. They sat up there and they rooted against Black Americans in the Olympics. I remember this in the 2021 Olympics. And they sat there and said that if my country doesn't win, I want any old European to win. Okay. And we're sitting here like, why? Why are you sitting up here rooting against us? And it's out of jealousy. These people are generational losers. Okay. These people, they're generational, historical, and collective losers. And we are too big and too great to sit up here and stand next to them because it's going to breed jealousy and they don't know what to do with themselves. And I land there.
Can I respond to him, please?
Anybody got any brother Hunter and 3D? Okay. Go ahead. One on one. 1 minute, 1 minute. Go ahead, Honda.
Okay, Minister, right? You said Africans are nobody to be responded to, right? You spent hours on TikTok discussing about Africans. When you probably a couple hours later, you might go to another panel, or you might open up your own panel and talk about Africans. So once again, if you spend 10 hours of your own personal day talking about Africans, then how can you come up here and tell us they are nobody? Make it make sense, Minister. Come on now. Take yourself serious, man. That's what I said. Y'all FBAs, man, you guys are clowns. You guys are clowns, man. You guys are nobody, just clowns. Because y'all not about it. If y'all about it, y'all not going to talk about Africans all day, man. Africans only 3% in this country. What you should do about, Minister, is to get your people and I keep saying these things, man. 50 governors, none of them is your people. God, leave, Minister, man. I mean, take yourself serious for a minute, man. God damn. You always talk about, Africans. Of course you know unity with FBAs. Who cares? FBAs don't control America. FBAs don't sit on tremendous
Okay, land your
resources.
plane, Honda.
You know, Minister, man, stop it, man. Take yourself serious for a minute, man, please. I
All right.
like this, man.
All
Okay,
right.
Honda.
All
So
right.
my response to that is he didn't hear what I said. He wasn't responding to what I said. He wasn't listening. And he just wasted a whole 60 seconds responding to something that I never said. The next person.
Okay, 3D, your rebuttal.
I thought I heard the same thing too. You said Africans are not worthy to basically acknowledge, and Africans don't have nothing.
All right,
Africans are
I'll repeat
failing.
myself for those
Africans are
who are
failing nations. So can I get my
I'll
minute
repeat.
back if you're
Yeah, I'll
responding?
repeat myself. So what I said was Africans are not worthy to respond to. I said Africans are not worthy for us to unite with. That's what I said.
And you said Africans are a failing nation, right? And never done, or generation
Yes,
of losers.
losers.
Losers. That was your word.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
So that. All right, so you did say that.
Hold on. Franco.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, just 1 second, because I think this needs something else. Franco, can you drop down 1 second? No. Fred, can you drop down 1 second where you can come back up? They need to have a little discussion. Thank you. I'll bring you right back up in that spot.
Yeah. What I was saying was, there's really no point, in us standing next to people who don't win anything. Okay, we have been propping up the whole entire world. Black Americans in specific have been
Then
propping
why you
everybody up,
spend 10
and then
hours
they
every
come
day
around
talking
and
about
then they spit
Africans
in our
then?
faces.
Why do you spend 10 hours talking about Africans then? Minister, I keep saying it. 50 governors, not one of them is your people. In every state, the most powerful person is the governor. Come on, Minister. What are
Sir,
you talking about? Come
Sir,
on.
I'm
We
not,
can't even get
sir.
a
The
governor
only
in
reason
Mississippi.
I'm
We
gonna
can't
let
even
you
get a
know,
governor
okay?
in Georgia.
This is
We
why
can't
I
even get
talk.
a governor
I'm gonna tell you
in
why.
Louisiana. Where your
I'm
people
gonna
come
tell you
from?
why.
Come
First
on, man.
off,
Minister, man, stop
okay.
it.
All right, sir.
You've been passed around and slapped around
Okay, sir.
by a white immigrant, man. Stop
Sir,
it, minister, man. You nobody. You're not
sir.
important.
My
You
question is,
FBA are not
Honda.
important
My question to
because you
you
know
is,
why?
why
You
don't
not
you talk
because you're not
about
about it.
Africans,
Just like
sir?
Master P says, y'all not
Sir,
about
hold
it.
on. Why are
Because
you
if y'all
talking
was
about
about it,
FBA? Why are you talking about
no,
Master
because that's
P?
what you are.
Why are you
That's
talking
what
about
you
Master
are.
P?
You are not African American,
Let
minister.
me
You're
ask
not
you a
African
question.
American.
Why aren't you
You are
talking about
FBA.
all of
You
the
are FBA.
enslaved
You're not about it, man. You're
Africans?
not about
Why
it.
aren't you talking
How you
about
gonna come on
all of
social
the
media and say
children over
Africans
there who are
are not
child
worth the
laborers
response?
who
But
are
you
being
spend 10 hours
trafficked over
every day
there
on
in
social media
Africa?
talking about Africans.
You want to
Minister,
sit up here and
what
say,
what
"Wow, I'm
gold
talking
reserve do
about."
you have
I'm
in
talking
your
more
country?
about
What
the
gold
people
reserve
who
does
need
FBA
help in your
control?
Yeah,
homeland
y'all
than
spent
you are.
60
What?
How
years
about
talking
that?
about us.
I'm trying to
You
figure
all
this
spent
out.
Oh my
60
Y'all
God,
the ones who
years
said
Superfly,
up there and
Superfly
talking
said that
man.
we
negative
don't
Oh
have
my
no
God,
about
we got
culture.
us.
Superfly out here.
Y'all are the
Superfly came
ones who
back, man.
got. Y'all
Superfly
the
came
ones who
back.
said we don't
She
have no
mad.
Sure
culture.
did.
Bro, you
Y'all
I'm
just
are the
called
talking
ones
to
who
my
said we
Africans.
black
don't know where we
You
brother.
just
from.
said
Superfly
Africans
mad because
So
you know
are
why?
so
losers,
Some
since
bro.
we
You just said
Africans got
talking
some
Africans are
big
about each
losers.
mandingo.
other,
Some
then let
Africans
us
getting
all
You're
great
We
not
talk
a
because
about
racist,
each
supporting
though.
my
other.
Superfly got some
Okay?
black
mandingo.
American
How about
brother.
that?
Now she
How
mad
about
at
we all
Africans for
talk
life.
about each other? Okay? Because here's my thing: you don't
Ah,
have
now
a
she mad at
homeland,
Africans for life, man. Come
and
on,
you don't have
Superfly.
no
Superfly,
power
man. What
as
African did
well.
you wrong, man? What
Okay?
African
You
made
don't
love to you
have a
so bad that
homeland.
you hate us for
Your
life, man?
homeland
Come on,
belongs to the
Superfly.
white
I
Okay,
don't
teachers.
minister.
hate y'all. I don't hate
Hey,
y'all. I really
H-A-T-E,
feel sorry for y'all.
H-A-T-E, H-A-T-E,
You
everyone,
can't feel sorry for
Okay,
H-A-T-E.
okay.
Africans, man.
Listen, minister. I keep
no,
saying this
sir.
thing, right?
No,
Talk,
You
sir.
talk.
You
I
can't feel
love
You
you.
sorry
listen,
for
nobody to
okay?
them.
get
Y'all
to
have
take
too
you
much to worry
I
serious.
don't
about.
care about
You
none of
spent
that.
hours talking about
Y'all are the
Africans, but then
ones
you
who
said Africans
started
are
this.
nobody. If
Y'all are the
Africans
ones who
are
started
nothing,
this. I
why do
don't
you spend 10
care.
hours talking about
You
us
think I
then?
care? I'm
Okay,
here to I'm really
then
here to
it's
just
about
stump on
if
y'all,
it's
to
about
be
empower
honest
your
with you. I
people,
don't really
focus on
care
your people.
about unified. No,
You,
I'm
you you
focusing
probably from the
on
south,
stumping
right?
on you.
Your
I'm gonna
people probably
focus
came from the
on
south,
that.
right? It's either
Okay?
Texas, Alabama,
Nope. I'm a
Louisiana,
focus
all these
on
states in
those
Florida, something like
children
that,
over
right?
there in
None of
I
these
bet,
Africa
governors snitch on
Minister,
their
I bet
starving.
you've
people.
never traveled
That's who
to
I'm gonna
None of
Africa.
them
talk
is
I bet
snitch
about,
you've
on
never
people,
okay?
traveled out your
minister.
neighborhood,
Come
Minister.
on, man.
I
Yeah.
okay.
You're a
Well, I
clown.
can
You're a
travel
joke.
and go buy
You're a
your
clown. You're a
village.
joke,
I can
man.
do that.
You're not
I bet
I
about
can
you've
it.
go
never. I
travel
bet you've
and
Be
never.
buy
real
a
serious, man.
I
yeah,
bet
I
you've
can
Minister,
go
never
and
flew on a
travel
plane
and
down in
buy
before.
your
Texas,
whole
right?
village,
Down in
I bet
okay?
you
Texas,
never flew on a
you don't
plane.
even
I
control
bet
the
I
oil
bet
reserve over there.
your
A white
sister
immigrant
is
controls
worth
the
two
oil
goats
in
and a chicken.
Texas.
I bet that.
A white immigrant controls
I
Hey,
it.
bet
that's worth
that.
more than
Minister, man,
Now,
what are you
than the
talking
yeah,
about?
40 acres that you
yeah,
never got. You never
What are
got
you
that
bet
talking
40
about,
I
acres in a
could
minister?
buy
mule.
your
And also,
mother.
and
Hey,
also,
I'm
if
one
gonna
you had
more,
that
cash
40
out.
one
I'm
acres
more.
in
gonna
a
go
mule,
cash out
you
a
It's not
Russian to
state
go over
owned.
there and
So
visit
which
you might
your
means
also have
they
some
can
mother. How
hire
goats.
about
anybody
that?
they feel like. They ain't gotta
You
hire
know,
some
How
FBA
you.
about
that
that?
come late.
I'm
They
not
don't
saying
need
if
to
Yeah,
you
hire
got
some
that
no,
FBA
40
to come
acres
in
in a
late.
mule, you might have some
Listen,
Yeah,
goats.
they worried
Popeyes,
about us.
yeah,
You
they
Y'all
get
better
ran
worry
through,
about
Popeyes
huh?
them
private owned.
Russians over
They ain't
there
gotta hire somebody.
handling
They ain't gotta
y'all
hire some
young
lazy
men and
FBA.
women.
Nah, they ain't gotta hire some lazy FBA. So Popeyes is private owned.
Hey, y'all got the
Walmart is
nerve.
private owned too.
Y'all ran
These
from the
these are
oppressor
white
and
owned
came
private.
over
Ain't nobody
here
These
ran
are white
nowhere.
opinion, you can
Yeah,
institutions.
you
oppress
ran.
They're
black
not your people.
Americans.
No, no.
And
They
look,
say, oh,
the
99% of
they
white team
are
Africans
white
man
are
has
on the
hat.
failed
They
continent.
are
y'all
white
again.
Y'all
hatted
All,
on.
misinformed.
all
You
your,
cannot tell me you
nah,
99%
not
of
hiding.
whatever.
Africans are on the
You
You
guys are
continent.
not
win.
about it,
You're
man. All
not
you guys do
there.
is cry on
You're
social media
delusional, my
You're
and
guy.
not
go back to
there.
the white immigrant. Oh, white immigrant, save us. Oh, white Europeans, save us. Oh, save us, save us, save us, save us, save us. FBA, you can
Like
stop
the
telling us, man.
Russians over there
White
This
immigrants,
saving
dude, he
y'all.
crashing
FBA
out.
be like,
Like the
let me tell y'all
Russians
something.
over
Let me
there
tell y'all something,
saving
man.
y'all.
FBA be like, oh, white immigrants,
Tap the
save us.
live,
It's a
Like the
y'all. Tap the
renaissance.
Russians
It's a
live.
over there
renaissance happening
saving
on the
y'all.
continent.
They're
Y'all
crying to
just
the
don't
white
know.
Ain't
immigrant.
no
Oh, they're crying to the
renaissance
white
It's a
happening
immigrant.
over
renaissance
there.
happening
Save
on the
us, save us,
continent. Y'all
save
just
Y'all
us.
don't
ain't got
know.
no
Oh,
renaissance
save
Y'all
over
us,
don't
save
there.
us.
know. You're
We too
misinformed, my
lazy.
guy.
Y'all
You
ain't
gotta pay
doing
Save us,
nothing
attention.
over
save us.
there.
You gotta
Save
pay
us, save
attention,
us.
my guy.
Listen,
Man,
man,
You
come on, man.
the
How can I
monkeys are
take you
gonna have a
serious, man?
renaissance before the
How can
Africans.
I take y'all
you
serious,
sound you
man?
sound like
Y'all
Man,
want
please.
lineage.
you sound like a
Y'all want
Ain't
raccoon.
lineage.
no
Y'all want
doubt.
everything.
Y'all can't even spell
Y'all
renaissance.
You
want
sound like a
lineage. Okay,
Y'all don't
raccoon.
even
then
have
it's
a
been 5
word in your
years.
African language for renaissance.
You
What are
don't
you
even you don't
talking
even
about?
know, bro. You don't even know
Y'all
African
don't have a word.
language for
Y'all don't have a
renaissance.
word for renaissance.
Okay. Okay, Franco. All right, Franco. The showdown is over, you guys. All right, thank you. Mr. What was that? Honda's and you and Honda rebuttal, or who was that? No, you and 3D rebuttal, right?
Yeah.
Uh,
Can
Yes.
I
So
get that real quick?
it's 3D's turn to
All right.
respond.
Okay,
So
go ahead,
yeah,
3D. 1 minute.
it's really sad that you are sitting here calling Africans losers. Like, dog, it's like I said, it's one thing. I support the FVA movement. I support reparations. I support delineation. But it's one thing to have issues with maybe an African politician in the US. It's another thing to ish on a whole continent, bro. Like, that's crazy. You don't see that. Um, Dog, they're most of my family, most of them don't want to come to the US, right? My dad came to the US, and I've grown up, I've gotten old enough now to know because I was a baby here. I've grown up old enough to know that he was bamboozled, right? We fell for it. We fell for that whole American dream thing. And anybody coming here taking your resources, are you crazy? You talking about African businesses? The Chinese got businesses in the hood. The Latinos got business. Africans barely got anything going on like that. Y'all ridiculous. So trust me, dog. Like, if you
Okay,
on the
thank you.
continent, if you
Land
like
your
I was saying,
plane, 3D.
all right,
One
like I was saying,
minute.
if you had that 40 acres and a mule, maybe you might have some goats, maybe you might have some cattle. For you to call that broke or poor or not having nothing is misinformed. It's just ignorance.
All right, thank you. Final say, Mr.
Yeah, and he said it. He said Africans don't have nothing going on. Exactly.
In the
Okay.
US.
Exactly. Y'all ain't got nothing going on nowhere.
In the
Okay.
US.
Y'all ain't got nothing going on. And be
Okay,
quiet while
3D,
I
can
get
you
my
please?
final word here. Okay. Yeah. Africans that got nothing going on nowhere, and everything that they touch becomes unalived. Okay. They touched essence. Yeah. What happened to that? Failure. Okay. They sit up here and they get into a movie and they want to play one of our historical icons like Harriet Tubman. Failure. They want to play Dr. King. Failure. Okay. Everything y'all touch fails. We don't care. Nobody cares about y'all. Okay. Y'all fail over there. Okay. Y'all have the largest hive rates in the world. Y'all have the largest baby mama rates in the world over there. Okay. Y'all, Africa is still not developed, and y'all are not on the verge of doing it. Y'all need foreigners to come over there and do that for y'all. Okay. Y'all are starving over there in the tens of millions over there. Y'all have tens of millions of orphans over there. Okay. Y'all have all of these bloody WARs over there. Okay. Y'all sit up here and y'all bash each other over the heads over there. Nigeria is so weak. They send up here getting ran over by a bunch of child snatchers, a bunch of bandits over there wearing gowns and dresses like women. And they're so weak, they can't even protect their own sovereignty. They got to call on the United States military. The people who we go up against, yeah, they got to call on them to come and save them so that they don't get ran over by a bunch of child snatchers in our land.
All right, it's my turn.
Thank you.
White
Oh,
T
no, no,
man, proud of
no.
you, my guy.
No.
White T man, proud of you.
All right, you guys, calm it down. Okay. You ready for your question, mister?
I'm ready.
I thought it was my turn.
No, we're only doing two rebuttals tonight, Franco, because it's getting late. We winding down. We're just trying to get through the people,
I was
okay?
supposed to go before 3D then.
Excuse me?
I was supposed to go before 3D because I said I'll go after Honda. I was the
Well,
first
why
to say.
you didn't say nothing then?
I said it, but it's okay.
No, I didn't hear you. Nobody heard you.
I like to debate minister. It's my person.
It's cause your phone is so messed up. You're all muffled and no one can hear you.
Yeah, you got to fix that, Franco. Okay, mister, is shared skin color enough for a political alignment?
Absolutely not. It's not enough for anybody over there. We thought it was enough and we tried it. It's a very simple concept. Hey, we look alike, so why don't we just come together? But we didn't know these people were coming from a place where that never mattered. It never mattered. Even during the times of the transatlantic slave trade, they were selling people that looked just like them, and even people of their own tribes that was doing this. They was doing this in the Oyo Empire. That's how you had some Igbos and some Yorubas end up over here. And when that collapsed, how you think you got a bunch of Yoruba people over there in Brazil and a bunch of people over there in Cuba? Yeah, because you had Africans selling other people. The Dahomey tribe could not survive after the British and all the other Europeans told them to stop selling people. Okay, y'all, they don't know how to unify with each other. They're looking for any old reason to divide from each other. Okay, they think that white is beautiful. They think that white is the end all be all over there. Okay, and they have to look for things outside of themselves. They have to look for value externally. So they got to look into, oh, well, maybe if I sell all of these tens of millions of people, maybe that'll make me worth something. When we find, as FBA, we find value intrinsically, okay? Which is why we're great. We sit up here and we have a soul, and everything we create comes from our soul, okay? This is why that we are too big and we're too great and we're too bright to sit up here and stand next to these dimwits. Because I mean, we're sitting up here just by them being in the doggone room with us, where a bunch of losers standing to someone so big. Yeah, you can laugh at it. Yeah, yeah. By us just sitting here standing next to each other, these people are gonna sit up here looking at us like with all this jealousy. Like, dog, I can never come to that. I can't compete with that. Let me get on board with the YT supremacists and tell them that they have no culture, they have no homeland, they ain't worth nothing, they all baby mamas and all this stuff. Let me get on that, because that's the only way that I can face the fact that I am insecure and I'm not. I'm just not enough. That's it, and I'll land there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. D. Renee. How you doing tonight?
I'm fine. How are you?
It's
I'm
it's
doing good.
3D's turn.
Oh, he didn't go. Oh,
No.
okay. Sorry, D. 3D. Can you address the prompt?
Yes. So I think there's definitely division, but it would be smart at some point to get to a state of unity. The reason why I say that is because, for one, Africa is massive. Like, it's an entire landmass. Um, geo economy is important. I feel like this has always been a part of the African and American relation. And it's amazing that there's so much ignorance around it. A lot of our African leaders have always connected with FBAs from the for the longest. Michael Jackson, um, even more recently Kendrick, Kwame Nkrumah, Ghana's first president, did a lot of efforts to connect Africa to the diaspora, especially FBAs. Even Fela, he came, he learned a lot. They always give each other props. So we've always had these relations. So for current modern day FBAs who are ignorant to a lot of these efforts to bridge this gap, right, can sit here and say that we have nothing in common and like, we should just cut all ties. It's YT man will be very proud of you, my guy. Like, that's exactly how YT man wants you to sound. And Africans are also ignorant to that as well. But yeah, like, it's important to get to that point. There's a lot of um, re- um, revolutions happening. Ibrahim, the Sahel states, even Ghana president recently, he's been following the path of Ibrahim, taking back gold. He recently put a tax on gold, took back the cocoa the cocoa industry. We're not sending cocoa to France anymore. These things are happening. It's all happening in the past year or so. Um, and there are times where Ghanaian presidents try to give money to FBA. Even Gaddafi tried to give money to the FBA. These people get
Land your
unalived.
plane, 3D.
Yeah, all right, I'm landing. These people get unalived. Look into all the efforts that African leaders have tried to give reparations to FBAs, and they either get unalived or the Western U.S. comes and blocks it. That's what happened to Gaddafi. It happens to Sankara. It happened to Kwame Nkrumah. It keeps
Okay,
happening.
put a period on it, 3D.
All right, I'm done.
Anybody have a rebuttal
I
for
do.
3D?
Yeah, I do. I do.
Okay, that was, wait a minute, no question. Wait, hold on. The first, I heard Mr. and who was that other voice I
It was
heard?
me. It was me.
Honda.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead, Honda.
Man, 3D. I disagree to a lot of things that you said. I'm not gonna lie to you, my brother, because first of all, I don't know why you keep calling them FBA, because there's a big difference between an FBA and African American. So you need to understand that. I'm not sure how new you are on TikTok, because these people they don't consider themselves African at all. They are foundation to America. They have nothing to do with Africa at all. So please, you got to separate that as well. You understand me, right? And then now I see FBAs now going to Uganda, begging the president of Uganda to give them Africa resource, cocoa. I'm gonna write me a beautiful letter to the president of Miss Celine. I'm gonna say, President Miss Celine, dear my African, super African brother, do not give no resource to FBAs, because they're not Africans. They are indigenous to America. So please, FBA, stop it now, man. Stop it. Because now what y'all doing is now y'all going to these African countries now,
Land your plane,
begging
Honda.
the African men and women for resource now, for cocoa. No, don't do that. Go to South America, man. Y'all from the South America over here, man. Y'all indigenous to the America. Please, man, my brother, man. Separate these people
Land that
from
plane, boy.
Minister. Come on, 50 governors, man. Let me
All
be
right,
one
I'm
of
gonna
y'all
land your
governors.
plane for you. Go ahead
Okay,
and
that's it.
respond, 3D.
All right, so uh, I think it's wrong as Africans to tell FBAs how they want to identify themselves. And FBAs are indigenous. I lived in the South. Like I lived in North Carolina. I lived around I went to school around the Fayetteville, North Carolina area. I was around true FBAs. My best friends are actual Indian, American FBAs. I've been to funerals with them. Like these my best friends where we came up together. So that's false, my guy. Like FBA's freedmen, they are their own group. Africans been traveling since the beginning of time. Africans been building boats, been walking. I feel like, been exploring ever since the beginning of time. Before Christopher Columbus was great grandmother was born. So it's not far fetched that there are already, you know, Africans here that are indigenous all around the globe. The indigenous people are melanated. So come on, my guy, like acknowledge how people want to be acknowledged.
Okay, land your plane, y'all. I'm just going to be a stickler on time because I want to wrap it up. So go ahead, Mister.
Yeah, so real quick, he talked about Africa's a big continent and everything. And yeah, and it's 1.5 billion people over there. So why do you need Black Americans to unite? We're just a minority of people. Also, y'all are not trying to unify over there. A bunch of y'all over here talking that unity stuff. And I'm trying to figure out, we don't want YT people in our business, okay? But if I go over there, the only way I can do business with Africans is if I have to have some European in my business, okay? I want you to tell me, if you were to talk to the 3,000 tribes over there, right? What African language would you talk to them in to say, hello, my brothers and sisters, let us come together and unify. Y'all have to speak in English terms to talk to everybody over there, because y'all don't even have a unified language over there. And I'll land right there.
Really? Um, Dog, you said so much things that are wrong. First of all, it sounds like you never traveled to the continent before. Any, I'll say 99% of Black Americans that travel to the continent have high things to say about it. Even Tyreek, he recently came to the continent. He had a good time, but he tried to hate on it, but he had a good time. And he's talked highly of the continent. Um, in many time in many ways. You talking about we're not unified? That's ignorant. Like in Ghana alone, there's about 300 tribes. We all live in peace. We all go to, we all live in the same communities. There's no war, so it depends on where you're talking about. Once again, educate yourself, travel. The continent is vast. There's so many aspects to it that you can't describe Europe with one blanket. You would never talk about France like it's Spain. You never talk about um, Greenland like it's the UK. So you like it's brainwashing. It's ignorant to look at Africa, which is like 20 times bigger than all these other continents, regardless of how the map depicts it. It's false. Like you can never cover it in a blanket state. If you don't like one country's how they deal with each other, find a country that you want to visit or whatever. But I don't think you've ever traveled
Okay,
to the
you
country.
gotta land your plane.
All right, I'm done.
All right, you ready for your question?
Man, you doing too much, man.
Okay, you ready for your question?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. If reparations were implemented tomorrow, would immigrant communities support it without qualification?
Yes, they should. Reparations coming from the U.S. to FBAs, I think that's specific. Immigrants, we have our own fight to fight with. I'm a Ghanaian, so the British, um, we would get our reparations from the British. I feel like FBAs are entitled to reparations in the U.S. because this is your plight, this is your fight. At some point, we can address the U.S. paying our reparations to all the lands that it decimated. Also, I do feel like, Tyree talks about us making deals and treaties with Western nations, and that made forfeit us from reparations. That's
Wait a
false.
minute, 3D,
Mhm.
real quick. I'll give you a
Yeah,
couple of minutes extra.
sure.
Do you think the I guess let me see how to phrase this
All right.
question. Do you think some African, I don't know. Do you think people who participated, or if Africans participated in the chattel slave trade, should we go after them for reparations as well? Would you support that?
I think that's once again it's a lot of ignorant. Not to be insulting, but it's a lot of like these things happen, and it would be suppressed.
You said what?
The I said things happen and it would be suppressed. So let me tell you what I mean. Ghana presidents have tried to give Black Americans reparations. The U.S. blocks these things, right? There have been a lot of leaders in Africa that tried to give money. Gaddafi tried to write like $100 million check to Farrakhan. U.S. does not want none of this, and that's what we keep failing to realize, that there's a certain effort to keep us ignorant to each other and divided. And divide and conquer is great. It's a great strategy and it's working. So I feel like yes, to answer your question, um, yes, but it's been that process has already been initiated many times and it gets blocked every time. So, yeah, I do think FBAs deserve their reparations. Africa is vast. If if African leaders want to allocate land, which, like I said, I can speak for Ghana because I'm a Ghanaian. The Ghanaian government has allocated land. Even like podcasts like um, Earn Your Leisure. They got 200 acres to do whatever they want. If you go there, you make the right connections. They connected with Shaka Bars, who has ties to the government. You will be able to get
Okay.
things to prove a concept.
All right. Thank you.
Mhm.
We're almost at a 200K, y'all. Keep it up.
Thank you. Thank you. All the kisses. Thank you, FBA Key. Thank you. D. Hi.
Hello, how
I'm
are you?
so sorry. It's been a long wait.
It's okay.
All right. You
Um,
want?
ma'am, I can go. Okay, I'm gonna try to get my thoughts together. FBA and immigrants, unity or division. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think these people are divisive before their feet even touch the American soil. They have been over there in Africa calling us Akatas. That's who they think we were, and we are. And the thing is, when they come over here, they don't think of themselves a part of us. They come over here to make money, and we are just now realizing that all while we were giving them unity, they were giving us their butt to kiss. So the thing is, all while, migrating into our communities, benefiting from our identity, checking that checkbox that they were Black American / African American, benefiting off the organizations that we started, like the Black Panther Party. They started the free food organization with the government, canceled out that organization and took that program to allow it for everyone. Also, the civil rights they benefit from when they don't have to go in to public places and be denied because of the color of their skin. So the thing is, these people have come over here and benefited, and they also been very divisive towards us as they live in our neighborhood and call us all kind of names, and they side with YT supremacy. And the thing with Honda is what he's saying is what I wanted to address with him is that we don't need a Black American president. This is my opinion. I don't need a Black American president. I don't need a Black mayor fighting for me. Our communities have thrived because we have helped each other. We've started organizations in our own communities by giving away backpacks, giving away food drives and things of that nature, in which your people come there and get the free stuff as well. They say you have more people that are immigrants and, of Africans that come in there and get the benefits that we give. I don't see any African braiding shops doing anything back to school. The thing is, you all come in our community and benefit off of us. That's all I have to say.
Thanks, Steve. Anybody have any rebuttals?
I do.
Yeah. I got some real
Okay,
quick.
Honda and 3D. Go ahead, Honda.
Yeah, first of all, right? Y'all said y'all the lineage because of what Africans represent y'all in like government positions, right? That was the one of the most talking points, and then also reparation, right? Which is fair enough, right? So then, if it is, replace the African and put y'all people in this position. The reason I never said the presidency because the presidency looks like it might be too difficult for FBAs. That's why I said governors. 50 states, right? Every governor are not FBA. Not every one of them. All I did was just magnify the problem and then bring it out. That's all I did. That's all I did now. And then I'm gonna keep talking about it until November. Until I see one of y'all people go up there and call himself I am an FBA. Thanks to my people. I haven't seen it. November is right around the corner. That's all I'm saying. They ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm an immigrant. I am an African until I die. You are Foundation American. So, represent your people in positions,
You
man.
should have thought about that 60 years ago instead of hate. That's what you should have did. While you
Oh my
wearing
God. Why you interrupt
Yeah.
me? My God, she just interrupt me.
I'm gonna answer to him.
super. I mean, I call her Superfly. It looks like some African gave us a mandingo. She never recovered after
And
that.
see, this is the divisiveness that we're talking about. Did you hear him say that he's African and we're FBA? He's actually given a distinction between him and us as he comes into a Black American community that he lives in and benefit and hide up under the guise of being us and using our community to migrate into while he talks negative about us. And the thing is, sir, I said we don't. As for me, I don't need a Black governor. I have never seen anybody get in politics and do anything for the Black community. We've always stood together and done everything for ourselves that your people benefit from when they get in line and get free food and free book sacks and all things of that nature. They're elbowing people out of the way, and say Africans in particular got in the line like 3 times to get turkeys. So when I say this, you all benefit, all while you get your goofy self up here and laugh and you wouldn't be taught, and you wouldn't go to a YT neighborhood. My question is to you: why didn't you go in a YT neighborhood to live? Because you can't. And the thing is with the Hispanics, they also got a community where an African guy tried to move into their community, and he told them that he wanted him gone. And like I said, that's another monster you're gonna have to fight. We're already fighting them. So anybody that should have been looking for unity, it would have been you instead of us, because we putting BTA.
Y'all know what BTA? I mean,
Yeah,
for
we
the
know. Yep.
oh, okay.
I grew up in the
I
South. I know.
you know, okay, go ahead with your rebuttal 3D.
Man, please, like I can tell when FBS talk that I've never been to the continent and are fed propaganda. Um, Africans are not necessarily coming here to make money, or they think they're coming here to make money. But like I said before, it's the ultimate bamboozle, right? It's like YT person is dangling this carrot, right? And you follow it, and then they're looting your land and taking your actual resources, right? You come into the US and you're in a trap and now in debt. I can say I'm well off. I'm educated. I graduated. I'm working two corporate jobs, right? But someone in Ghana who's in the northern region with a village with shea butter trees, with banana trees, with goats, cattle, chickens, living off the land, right? Zero debt. I'm in student loan debt. They're in zero debt. What is really making the money? Right? So I think it's a lot of ignorance, and you should travel. If you're gonna have so much opinion on a place, you should at least travel there and and and, and try to
Land
see the
your
culture
plane.
firsthand.
Land your
All right,
plane 3D.
I'm done.
All right, final say D.
What I want them to know is that Black Americans own a lot of land in the South. Me in particular, like my great grandfather left us 64 acres of farmland. So if I feel like going home and just farming, my dad had horses, um, cows, all of those things. So I think what you need to do, you need to travel in the USA if you live here and find out about us. I think the thing is you all don't understand, we do own a lot of acreage in the land of land in the South. That's what you don't know about us. So when you get on here and you talk about things, you need to kind of research before you say stuff, because Black Americans do own a lot of
I
farmland.
never said you didn't.
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you. You
I
rebut.
know
That
it
was
is.
a rebuttal. That was a rebuttal, right? So I'm just here to remind you that when you were talking about land and animals and ghosts, if the economy and everything should go left, I think Black Americans in their communities will be just fine, because we have Black farmers that we can unite with and feed our own people.
I wasn't arguing that, ma'am. I never said anything against that.
Man, that's what you
That
get,
was
man. You
a
kiss through his
rebuttal.
behind.
So I mean, why did you speak if it wasn't a rebuttal?
I didn't speak. You didn't rebuttal to my point.
Rebuttal.
You ready for your question, D Renee?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. If immigration policies tighten significantly, would Black Americans benefit or not?
Um, I think that I think we would benefit. It would open us up a lot of opportunities for us to have jobs. During Biden's reign, we know he opened up the borders and let a lot of immigrants into this country. Black Americans were racially discriminated during that time. 297 Black American women were fighting cases for racial discrimination between YT people and Hispanic and YT women. And 300,000 Black American women were out of jobs, due to a lot of these, immigrants taking jobs. We had the Black youth that they were taking jobs from as well, that wanted to work those little summer jobs, but like they said, they had little old Hispanic women behind the McDonald's counter and didn't open up jobs for the Black American youth. We didn't have this problem about 10 or 20 years ago. It was only when they started opening the borders, letting these people in here, that the economy got hectic. And so the thing is, we can't, even as the United States, accommodate these people. Like, this is why the economy is going left. They can't really speak English that well. It's actually slowing down the economy. And actually, Congress did a statistic showing, has immigration benefited America, and they saw that it has not. It actually has put out more money through the fraud and through having to help them speak English when they get here, all these programs, this free, that free. So the thing is, they're scaling back on all this free stuff. And, when they know they can't come to America and get anything free, maybe they'll stop coming here. That's all I have to say.
A white owned, they private owned.
Okay. Thank you for that, D. Hey, Only. Ania.
Only
Anaya.
one. Only one Anaya. You there? It's late. Only
He
one
might
Anaya.
be. We're a skipper. We can go ahead. Oh no, we almost at 200K, y'all. I thought we was there. Maybe we'll be there before. Franco, you want to go? Thank you for the rose.
So FBA immigrant unity or division? Division 100%.
Thank y'all.
We did it, chat. Yes.
That's what
Thank
Africans
you.
do, you know.
So, okay, Franco sleep too?
No, I'm not sleeping.
No, Franco's talking. Go ahead, Franco.
Oh, okay.
All right. So my brother Trady, in eh, but tell me, in the Constitution of America, do you see any FBA? Do the white person recognize FBA as a ethnicity? Because I don't understand why you say, or if somebody want to be called FBA, we need to let them be called FBA. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. There's no FBA that the white person recognize. We know African American. That's it. Okay, if they want to delineate, they be Black American, that's on them. If they want to be coconut, pineapple, that's on them. If they want to be mouse, that's on them. If they want to be raccoon, that's on them. But we're not gonna be here and kiki kaka and be gentle and trying to lick the butt like you trying to do, bro. Like, come on, bro. You see how this lady was respectful towards you and you want to be gentle? Like, come on, bro. Like, don't do that. So anyway, she talking about we come here in America, we take this free, we take that free. Like, it don't, and she talking about how the Congress so that immigration taken away from America, bro. We spend 7 billion a year. Immigrants spend 7 billion a year, every year in the economy of America. So yes, I'm gonna take everything. Bro. You can HATE about it. I don't give a ping. I will take everything. It's my right. And the Constitution gave me the passport. I'm a US citizen. You can be mad about it. That's on you. Minister, you need to go be governor before come here and talk like you something. You nobody. And then,
Okay, I got a rebuttal.
I got one too.
Damn.
No.
Since you
Fly.
referenced me,
So we
I'll
gonna
get
go.
into
We gonna
rebuttal.
go with Mister and Fly. We gonna do a showdown before it's over. Before after cause Fly already answered this prompt. So Fly, you up to it last before we end the showtime?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we gonna go with Mister. You want to go first on Franco, or you want Fly to go
Yeah,
first?
yeah. I'll go ahead and knock it out real quick. Yeah, I don't understand why he's so concerned with what we call ourselves in our own country. I can call myself anything I want, but you know why I cannot call myself deportable? Okay, now I'm never going to be that. So yes, I can call myself whatever I want. I can call myself FBA or whatever, and the country has no choice but to respect it because I'm the most American person in the room. Okay, foundational Black Americans, we're more American than even the Native Americans, even the Europeans that came over here. Okay, so yeah, it doesn't matter what the Constitution says. We are the Constitution. We are America. You don't understand this. You come from a third world country, sir. Okay, you never actually built anything. You didn't even build your homeland. You didn't even establish those borders over there. Your homeland belongs to the white people. Okay, those borders are for them, not you. Those resources are for them, not you. You don't own those things. They don't belong to you, okay? Black Americans, this is our homeland. I actually have land that I own. I have power that I have here, okay? And yeah, the Constitution, I'm part of that. And that's what it is, not land.
Franco, final say.
Sister, you have to fight to be a naturalized citizen just like me. You have to fight, bro. How can you fight in your own land that you claim? Every day you whine about it. Oh, I'm a US citizen. Oh, I'm this and this. I'm an indigenous. Bro, you gotta fight for it. You gotta beg the white person to give you that. You were a property. I keep saying that every day. You don't get it. You were a property, bro. You gotta ask, beg the white person. You gotta remind them Black Lives Matters. You gotta remind white person. And you want to compare yourself to African? Bro, you gotta beg. You keep begging until today. Like Honda said, you're in Africa now, begging the leaders there to give you resources. You're begging. And you want to call us beggars when you guys do the same thing. 2% of Black Americans are outside America. Rwanda, Thailand, South Arabia, Ghana, Sierra Leone, Liberia. All these countries, Black Americans are there too. So are you going to say they fled? No, it's the same thing. Human being migrate. It's nothing wrong with migration. I learned my plan. That's it.
Thank you, Franco. Go ahead, Fly. Your rebuttal.
And you worrying about where Black Americans at. They need to come home because y'all over there unaliving them and doing everything to them. So you can say anything you want. And let me tell you something. We ain't asked nobody for nothing. And we got the most money. We don't ask nobody for nothing. We get up, get out, and get it. That's y'all over here begging, sounding like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Mind your business. You don't tell us who we are or nothing. And 3D, I wish you stay off these panels because guess what? You are not like these people. They did this. We didn't do this, and I hate you are caught up in this. These people are evil. They
Can
undermining
you
us.
stop saying
They
hate,
did
please?
this.
I'm sorry, I just said it, dog. HATE. I love TikTok shop. Wow.
I didn't say hate, not one time. These
you
people
said you
are.
said HATE that you get caught up in this stuff too. You said that, okay?
Anyway, I
Go
am.
ahead.
I love TikTok shop. I love TikTok shop.
You, um, you shouldn't get caught up in this. They doing this themselves. And if all of them thought like you years ago, we would not be going through this. So at the end of the day, Arnold Schwarzenegger, you can say what you want about us, but just stay away from us. We ain't asked you for nothing, and ain't nobody tried to give us one thing. He coming over here to try to get reparation for those burial sites. He ain't trying to give nobody nothing. And we don't want nothing from nobody because we don't owe nobody nothing, and we get what we got anyway.
All right. Thank you. Final say, Franco.
So, Fly, I hear you say you're a teacher. I'm so sorry. I'm scared of your kids. I'm really scared of them. A teacher like you, it's alarming. We need to investigate you. It's so alarming. Anyway, let's get back to the point. Fly, you can cry about it. You can whine. You can you can dance. You can be a coconut. You can be a pineapple. I don't give a peep. I'm a US citizen. You cannot do anything about it. Go be mad with the Constitution. Y'all in the comment, you can cry. Nobody will deport me. Mr. Trump tried. We're still here. You think FBI gonna do what? What are you gonna do about it? Whine, cry like babies. You want cookies? Come on now, get alive. You think I'm scared? You think I'm scared down there, Dr. Toy? You think I'm scared of you? You threatened me before. I saw you. You took screenshot trying to do something to me. You're never going to do anything to me. I'm not scared of y'all. Bunch of dummy raccoon.
You a dummy. And
Thank
second of
you,
all,
Franklin.
we don't care about nothing you doing. Y'all in our business. We don't bother you people. We've
Wait a
never
minute,
said
Fly.
nothing to you people.
Fly, that
Why
was
are
your,
you
you
bothering
gotta,
us?
Fly, hold on. He gotta get to his question. And we're not gonna even do a showdown. Okay, Minister?
That's fine.
Did you wanna do it?
I was game for it. Yeah.
Oh, well, okay, well, we game for it. Okay, no using HATE, only TikTok friendly language. Franco, you ready for your question?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Did I already, oh, I already answered, I already asked him his question, right?
No, no.
Yeah, you already
No,
did.
that was he didn't get his question yet.
Okay. Franco,
Yes, ma'am.
what would have to happen for you personally to trust FBAs again, politically?
I don't recognize FBA. I see FBA just a MAGA. I just see them the same way I see MAGA. FBA for me don't exist. African American, yes. They are my friend. I have a lot of African American friends. I have a child by an African American. I love those people. FBA, nothing like that. I don't. The Constitution don't recognize it. We don't recognize it in Africa. We don't recognize it. Nobody recognizes it. What's the difference between African American and Afro American? You're called Latino Afro American. You call Caribbean Afro American, but you don't want to be called African American. What's the difference? It's the same thing. It's the same thing. So again, I have no beef with African American. I have no beef with those people. But FBA, no different with MAGA. I don't care what yours whine over there in the chat. I don't give a pin. FBA, I don't recognize them. They're just born for Hakun. That's it.
Okay, thank you. So this last portion is only the showdown. People in the chat, I will bring up a couple of people to let them join that. But then after that, we will be ending the show. So if you don't want to, if you getting up here to do a submission, that's not going to happen. The show is wrapping up. So let's go.
Well, 3D said two things that were a lie. He said one that Ghana tried to give Black Americans reparations. That's not true. And two, he said the Ghanaians are over there living in peace, but over there in Lake Volta, they're enslaving children over there, and they have forced labor, and people can go over there and buy those kids over there.
Minister,
So yeah,
man,
he told two falsehoods.
man, Minister, man, stop the
Man,
cap, man,
come on,
stop the
dog.
cap, man. Mr.
Like,
3D,
Let
Mr.
3D
3D, you see,
respond,
this
love,
what you get.
Honda.
This what you get trying to kiss these people
Let
behind,
3D
man.
respond,
This
Honda.
what you get trying to
I,
kiss these people behind, man.
Stop talking
This
man,
what
over
you
I
get.
don't know
your
what you're talking
This
African
what
about.
you get.
brother.
I was trying to
Let
warn
him
you.
talk. Let him
You
talk,
cannot
man.
please FBAs,
It's a
man.
showdown.
You
Mm,
cannot.
It's a
You cannot.
showdown.
3D,
You
tell him to let you
FBAs,
talk,
Honda,
man.
FBAs and African American are not the same thing
Let's,
at all.
let's hear from
Ideology.
bro,
3D.
bro. Like FBA's, Freedmen, whatever. It's the same. It's the same people, and they are a lineage. They're a tribe, just like how we have tribes back home. So you have
Well,
to
don't
acknowledge
worry
that.
about
Thanks,
Honda. He's
3D.
trolling,
No,
but I
no,
want you to
no,
respond to what I said,
I ain't
though.
trolling. I ain't
Well,
trolling. I
yeah.
He
ain't
So
he's
trolling.
let me
trolling.
I ain't
respond to
trolling.
what
I'm
He'd
Minister
not
was
gonna
saying.
allow
rather tell us
FBA's come
don't
to
get it.
Africa
He
and beg us
knows
on
what
our
the truth
resource.
is,
I'm not
but I
gonna
mean,
allow
like
that. I'm not gonna
he's
allow that.
The
feeble,
facts
Y'all
of the
so
said
matter
don't
is,
worry
before.
about that.
Minister,
Y'all
Minister,
said we nothing. Why?
the facts of
Why
the
is
matter.
your people going to Africa begging us for
Okay,
resources and
you
cocoa?
ain't
So,
gonna let
Why?
your
Yeah, he
Why is
right.
African
your
He ain't
brother
from
people
talk,
there?
Africa,
Why
Honda.
is
man.
your people there?
Mr. Honda, you're
Minister,
too emotional. You're
no,
too
oh no,
emotional.
no, 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 3D, chill. You know how to
Oh,
deal with these
okay,
people, man.
damn.
You
3D,
know
you
how to
gonna
deal
let
with
him
these
talk to
people.
you like that? That's
Go
crazy.
kiss
Come on, dog.
get
I'm not.
just go in the
I'm not
panel
trying to
where
Honda,
say, bro.
FBA's
damn,
want you to
Honda.
tell them how super they are,
3D,
man.
I told you
Hey,
get
Man, I'm not
off
he
about to
ain't
sit
this
lying.
here.
panel.
You hear
You
you
don't
kissing these people
deserve
All
behind,
right,
man.
this.
What I look like,
yo,
man?
No lies
yo,
either.
Minister,
FBA's,
Minister,
FBA's in the
you're
past
And
you're
guess
5 years.
what?
In the
Said don't
past
If
care.
5
y'all
He
years,
said
got
don't
that
FBA's
care.
many
touched down in Africa.
Minister,
resources
you're
to
What do
give
wrong.
I look like?
somebody,
Why do I
why
look
you
like
not
somebody
at
talking about the
home?
entire continent of Africa? They have
And
never had a
look, don't
president in this
worry about
country.
who I am.
FBAs have never,
Our kids are good
FBA has
here.
never controlled
Hey,
Y'all go
America.
you,
get some teachers for
FBAs have never
Africa.
controlled
hey, Hunter,
America.
you
You
welcome for
worrying
being over
about
here.
What they
black
You
have been fighting
welcome.
for?
Americans.
Oh,
You
Superfly.
all have nothing
Oh,
to do
Mandingo.
with us.
What did
Hunter, you
Mandingo
welcome.
did you
Go
wrong like
home.
this, man?
Always
On behalf of
Fly,
Y'all
my
fly.
worrying
ancestors,
You
about
you
tell me
welcome.
our
what
kids.
Mandingo has
Go
done you
get
wrong
some
like this.
teachers for
All right,
I'm
well,
telling you,
Africa.
a Mandingo has done you wrong like this, right?
And guess what?
Wow.
If
yeah, I don't
y'all
like you
had
talking
that
like
many
that.
resources to give
Um,
somebody,
yeah, I wish
What
you would
why
Mandingo
talk
do
y'all
like
y'all
put
that.
wrong?
I
us
have
in
no
the
sir.
sixth
Stop.
region?
Yeah, I stop talking like that. Hey, Franco, say
Why
property
y'all
again.
put us as
What do
the
you mean stop
sixth
Franco,
talking
can
like
you
region?
say property? Can you say property, Franco?
Why you put us as the sixth region?
Say
If
property
y'all
real
got
quick. I want to
something
see
to
something.
give somebody,
What do you mean we put what do you mean you talking about six region? Fly. What you talking about,
why
Fly?
are you in
Hey,
the
yo,
United
minister,
It's
you
professional
States?
off, bro.
scammers.
If
That's
y'all
why.
got something to
Ghana
give
is one of the
somebody,
safest countries in the
you
world, my
don't.
guy, in the whole
Oh,
Why?
world.
really,
Why
dude?
is
Then
Yes,
your
why
that's
do
a
why is
black
fact.
your
American
government
women that
has
went over there
military
die
bases around the world
unalive?
Dog,
then?
the algorithm feeds you negativity. If you want negativity, the reality is there are
Why?
hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Black Americans traveling there every
And
day,
they being
living there,
unalive.
and they coming back
Fly,
What
with
happened
great
to
great
the
Fly, let me
elder
ask
reviews.
this a
Great
lady
question.
That's them
and
reviews.
paying
Why
her
do
you.
you
little
have
dog?
military
Yeah,
bases
y'all
around
are
the
not
world?
telling
Fly,
them
Great
answer this
about
question.
y'all
great
crime,
Fly,
reviews, my
when
guy.
will
and
Great
when
y'all are
will
not
you be
telling them
reviews.
governor?
about y'all xenophobia over there. That's why they
And
held
you
What
on.
know good well
xenophobia?
y'all
Charging
ain't giving
FBA
no
more
Man,
than
Yeah,
Fly,
You've
anything.
never
because
you've
y'all
never
over
been
man,
there
you've
Fly.
never
Why
been
is
to
right
You
now.
Europe.
They
are
FBA
got
You've never
after
right
been
getting
now. They
there.
have
resources?
land
Why is
You
disputes,
just
FBA
you
talk.
getting
You've
are
and
the
never
they're
after
and they're
United
experienced.
being
cocoa?
called
You've never
I
been
thought you
over
had
colonizers
your
there.
own
right
cocoa.
now.
Y'all ain't
I
got
thought you had your
no
No,
own
you've
cocoa
never
somewhere
been
in
resources
there.
to
South
give
America.
nobody.
I
They
thought you
got
had
their
your own
Y'all
cocoa in
ain't
resources,
South
but
got
they don't
They're
America.
being
nothing.
show it.
called
I thought you had
colonizers.
your
Why
own
y'all
cocoa in
in the
South
United
America.
States
I
scamming
thought
and
you had your own
stealing?
cocoa in South
If
America
y'all got
then.
so
Why?
many resources in Africa
Why
to
is
give
y'all going to
somebody,
Africa begging
Because we got
Africans for cocoa?
bamboozled, Miss
you
Fly.
all
Why is
don't
y'all going to
have
Okay,
We
Africa
well
fell
begging
if
for
Africans
y'all
for
are
cocoa?
fell
Why?
for it.
I don't
We fell
if
for
understand
the
y'all
this.
are
marketing
so
machine.
equally
Africans
tricked,
for?
cocoa.
Why you
and if
begging
y'all
them
are
for
so
We
cocoa?
Cocoa.
got
weak,
we got
how
trapped.
can
Cocoa for
how
Why
can
are
we
you
what?
begging us for
unify with
cocoa then?
people who are so
Why?
weak and dumb?
Who?
How can we do
Why are
We
Bro,
you
that?
never
begging us for
asked
cocoa
if
y'all
then?
you're
for
telling me
nothing.
that Black Americans are not capable of falling for white tea man ways, which
No, no.
we
That's
have
What
we
what
have
y'all
all been
did.
bamboozled.
That's
what are
why
We've
we
we
all
falling
been
here.
for? What are
bamboozled.
we falling for? What are you talking
That's
Dog,
about?
why we here.
come
What are
on,
Cause
we
of
man.
falling
y'all
We've
for?
did
all been
that.
bamboozled.
What?
All
No,
of
It's
us.
no.
Y'all
We've
okay.
niggas.
never
We'll
been
get
We ain't do y'all
tricked
bamboozled, but
nothing.
we
into
had to
joining the
flee.
Russian
We ain't do
army
y'all
like
nothing,
y'all
Nah.
man.
have. Okay,
I tell
We
you,
ain't
the
done nothing to
Russians
y'all.
are
y'all
We
got
ain't done
the
nothing
tricked
to
into
y'all.
Russians over
joining
there
the Russian
harming them,
army.
baby.
We ain't done nothing to
And I
y'all
don't even think
because
y'all
you know
got
why?
Yes, you
bamboozled.
did.
Matter of
Africans ain't had
fact,
Yes,
no
you
power in
as
did.
a
this
matter of
country.
Dog,
fact, y'all got
FBA's
Africans
done
guy
ain't
got
had
You
no
in
names
here
power.
pointing the
online.
finger.
y'all
Y'all
got
got guy names
bamboozled by Rosa
online right
Parks.
now
Y'all
Africans ain't
talking
got
had no
about
power in this
bamboozled by
Michael B.
country.
Rosa Parks.
Jordan
She
is
What
tricked
you
y'all.
talking about?
Ghanaian.
Y'all
Africans ain't
got
had
Y'all,
no power in this
agents.
country.
They
no,
placing
no.
What you
agents
talking
This is
about?
in
how
y'all
dumb.
community
This is
too.
how dumb y'all are. Y'all
Come on,
talking about
dog.
Michael B. Jordan is Ghanaian right now. Y'all are saying this right
Cause
Who
he
now.
talking
No,
like
mentioned
we
that?
just said
Ghana.
he shout out Ghana. We didn't say he's
No,
Ghanaian.
no.
We
Y'all
said
Y'all
he
are
mentioned
shout out.
lit,
No,
Ghana.
that's
legit
Ghanaians
taking
like
credit
that's
for
Ghanaians
it.
like 3D.
It's
No, he
Ghanaians
shout
like
out
3D love
everywhere.
Ghana.
to kiss
No,
FBA
You
behind
all
you,
gotta
man.
man. See,
Ghanaians
Y'all
like
look at
food.
want
Man,
to
the
be
I
Guyana
got
got
disclaimer.
Your
like
food share
I got
behind you.
Disclaimer.
I got
No.
don't
Ghanaians
I
like
got mind your
foodie.
business
Your
now.
food
y'all
share
look
behind
so
y'all
you.
are not
stupid.
Thunder.
honest.
Come on, dog.
Y'all are not
Nah, man,
honest.
you coming
Man,
around
Brothers
dissing
please.
these
just
people,
A
man.
crashing
dude,
out.
Don't do
a
that no
dude
more.
over
Don't do
there
that no
And
more,
the
in,
man.
I think he
problem
was in
is,
Ghana.
Don't you ever kiss
Yeah,
how
FBA
y'all
a
gonna
behind.
give
dude
Hunter,
some
over
Hunter,
there
you
in
niggas
sound
some
Ghana,
very
You want to
he
kiss
resources?
behind?
lied and
Kiss
said that a
African
flood
American
was
behind.
coming like
Do
in
not
Noah's
kiss FBA
Ark,
behind. Do
and
not. Kiss
thousands
African
of
American behind,
Africans
not
all over the place
FBA.
showed up.
This FBA.
Minister,
That's
You ain't
dumb,
minister,
got
dude.
no
Amen.
when are you going to run for
resources.
governor?
thousands.
When are you going to run for
Thousands
governor
from
of
all
Yeah, but
Maryland?
over.
Dog,
that
first of
man
all, the
coming.
Igbo Noah
That
situation
man
was
got some
that's
resources.
a
That man
story
Minister,
ain't got
when
so
you going to run
shit.
hard.
for governor?
He built arcs.
That
There
man
ended.
coming over
Man,
You
here
Bruh,
could you
why
could learn
didn't they
to
something
check?
from him.
pretend.
Why didn't they check the
Superfly,
weather app?
He
Why didn't
built
they just check the
arcs.
Superfly.
damn weather
There
app?
ended. All
That
right.
man coming
I
over
can't
here
believe you a teacher.
pretending.
Fly, I can't
Gullible.
believe you a teacher, man.
You
You
y'all
can't
And
believe
sitting
that.
here
why?
talking about y'all
Why?
being
I can't
tricked,
Because
believe
I'm
that.
and then
aware
y'all
of
are
you
too
all
weak.
I
Y'all
didn't say
behavior.
can't
just
go
I
against your
said
own
Because I'm
corrupt
aware
government,
all
of your
but you want
melanated
us to
behavior.
people.
unify.
The
Hey,
only people
TD,
that
man.
have not
Because
been
I am
bamboozled
aware
are the
of
ones
your
that are still in the
behavior.
villages and
What type of
and
You're
behavior?
in the
not gonna
swamps.
talk down on
What
my
kind of behavior is
people.
that?
As a matter of
What kind
fact,
of
when
behavior
y'all
is
come
that?
Y'all
over to
is horrible
America,
Come on, dog.
y'all
backstabbing,
always give the
disloyal
reasons
people.
why y'all come to
How?
America But y'all never say, I
And
come to
then
America in
you
order to
talking
unify
about
with Black Americans. Y'all
resources.
never
Oh
say
my
that, by the
Yes, we
God.
way.
talk about resource.
bro.
Why
But you
is your
don't own
people
none of the
That's not
in
resources.
realistic.
Uganda
How
begging for
y'all gonna give
resource?
us
Why
Exactly.
is your
That's
Thank
not
people
resources
in
you.
Uganda
realistic.
Say
begging
that
First
for
of
and
all,
again.
cocoa
y'all
then?
begging
hold
for
on,
money?
because dog,
Why is your
Ghana has
people
the Black Star for a
in
reason
Uganda
because
begging
we
for
we
cocoa then?
acknowledge we acknowledge
Gunna
their
Yeah.
ain't
blackness.
got
Why don't
Yeah.
y'all
nothing.
Y'all ain't trying
Kwame
to unify
why don't
with
y'all
us
go
over
to
here.
Kwame
Peru
Nkrumah,
and beg them
our
for
first
cocoa?
president, has been
You
trying to
guys are not
unify with Black
Africans.
Americans.
Y'all
Who
A
ain't
lot of
trying
begging
to.
a
for
lot of leaders
Coco?
have been trying to
Anybody
bring
that's not
have unified
African
with Black
should not go
Americans
to Africa
in
begging
Y'all
for
different
over
forms.
resource.
there. Y'all
In
Black
call
different
us
forms.
Americans ain't
colonizers.
asked y'all for nothing. No,
Y'all
Yes,
call us
y'all
we
did.
ain't
Minister,
never
man,
Yes,
asked
y'all
y'all
did.
for
I like to
It's on
coffee,
debate you
YouTube.
cocoa,
on a
It's on
separate
nothing.
panel,
YouTube. Go
Minister.
look it up.
So
Yeah.
listen,
Go look it up. It's on
Follow
You
YouTube.
a
my channel
rat.
It's
and
on
you can
YouTube.
come
Go look
on.
it up. Go look it
When
up.
I
It's on
host my
YouTube.
live, yeah, you're
And
welcome to
guess
come.
what?
invite
We'll
me
have a
on,
It's on
bro.
YouTube. Go
conversation.
look it up.
Invite
Why
me
that
Your
on.
people
man
begging
coming over
Africans for
here
cocoa.
Absolutely, we'll
pretending
talk about this.
like those grave
Your
sites are
people begging
you
Africans
all?
for resource. Your
Why
people
that
Minis-
begging
man coming
Africans for
over
resource.
here
Your people
pretending like
begging
those
Africans for
grave
resource.
sites are you all?
Your people begging
Asking for
Africans for resource.
reparation.
Why is that? Why is that? I thought you had your own cocoa down in
And also,
Mississippi.
Why is
I
that
thought you
Franco,
had your
man
cocoa
coming?
down in
I don't
Louisiana.
like how you
Your
sit
people
up
begging
here and talk
Africans for
about we
resource.
property. You call us property, but y'all literally sell y'all children for goats and chickens and cows.
Yo, that's
That's
not a
called
norm.
Minister, what's
slavery.
wrong
That's
with
not a
that? What's
norm,
wrong with that?
Minister.
That is the
And
norm, and
they
it's
Minister,
be
called
house
slavery.
boys
Minister.
and
It's better.
girls.
It's better than being baby mamas at
And
12 years
they
old,
are
man.
But
house
y'all have the
boys and
most baby
girls.
mamas, and
Oh
y'all are
man, I
baby
know you're
mamas
not
at
talking
12
about
years old. There's
pedophilia.
the most famous baby mama is called Mama Uganda. She got 44 kids. She was sold by her father at the age of 12 by some cows to a 53-year-old man,
Y'all
and by the
kidnapping
time she
whole
was 18,
villages.
she
And
had
they have a
18
whole village to
kids.
themselves, bro. They have
And
acres and
and
acres.
he had
They,
four
bro, they
other
have acres and
women.
acres of land,
And then
bro.
he
They have
had
a whole
four
village
other
to
women,
themselves.
and he left her. She was the
Bro,
fifth.
they're
And he
Dog,
left
kidnapping
they
whole
her
have
to
a whole
raise
villages.
village to
44
themselves.
children by herself.
Minister, you know
Y'all
all
have
these things, but
60
you don't know
million
how to become a
orphans on that
governor.
continent.
You
Don't
know
tell me
all
about
these
no
things.
baby mamas.
You
Y'all
spend
the
Y'all
hours,
are the
majority
hours.
over
baby
You spend
there.
mamas.
How
you
Let's
come
spend
real
y'all
10
got the
hours
bad.
every
fleet?
day talking about Africans.
Y'all
You
You
just be
don't
spend
run
trying
10
the
hours
to
every
baby,
day talking about
man.
Africans.
You
But then you
easy
come around and
work,
say,
my
oh,
guy.
Africans are
You
nothing.
easy work.
Africans are
Not
nothing.
only
Africans are
are y'all
nothing.
slaves, y'all baby
Fly.
mamas.
You
Fly.
easy
What
work,
Africans have
minister.
done you
Because
wrong?
you know why you easy work.
Tell
You
me what
never
African
traveled.
My
have done you
women
wrong.
don't get
You
sold
You
Africans
never
couldn't
for
traveled,
touch me
things
man.
you
with
Tell
a
me
can
what
50
find in the
African
foot
means
meat
something to
section
pole.
of
you.
the grocery store.
You Africans couldn't touch me with a
Bro,
50-foot
Can
pole.
Are you
Cancun,
sure?
You
Cancun and
could
Panama
Are
City
not.
you
is not
sure?
traveling. You need to travel, bro.
You could
Are you
not.
sure? What Mendigo
I'm
have done you wrong?
positive.
You
I'm
you you need to
positive.
you need to get on a
What
flight.
Mendigo have done
I
you wrong?
am
Why would
positive.
anybody travel to go see
Nothing
you,
you Africans
an
can
Not to
do.
see
African?
me. Not to see
Why
me.
would anyone want to go see
Broke
an
No.
ass
African?
To
People
see
Africans.
to
travel to
see
go
to
see
see
If we
to
animals.
see
broke,
tropical
why
People
land,
is
to
go
see
Effie?
and go see
Why,
animals.
why
I'm
is
trees.
done,
Effie
I'd
in
man.
rather
to,
go
Africa
to
see the
see
begging
to
us for
see
wildlife.
culture,
cocoa?
to see
Please, please
culture,
explain that.
Y'all
to
don't
see
have
Fly,
culture. What you
why?
talking
you
about?
are
What
ignorant.
culture?
You
Fly,
What
please
ignorant,
explain
culture?
that.
man. If
Why
you
is
said
your people go to
What
Africa begging us
culture
for
you
is
said
cocoa?
there to see?
Please explain that.
Why
Africans ain't got
why y'all
like come on,
president
dog.
coming
What
over
culture
here
is there to see? That's a
pretending
legit
like those
question.
grave sites are Africans? trying to get our reparation. Why?
Who
Why
president was
y'all
this?
make?
Why you lying
Who's
for?
Why
trying to
did
get?
you
Who's
Why,
trying to
who a
get?
make
teacher?
us
Why you lying
the?
like that?
Who's
Why
trying
you
to
lying
get
like
our
that?
Do your
reparation?
research.
You a teacher? Why you lying like that?
He
That
said.
man ain't coming. That
Why
man
you
not
lying like
coming
that?
over here. Wait,
Why you lying
Honda,
like that?
wait. That
you gotta
man
do your
not coming
research,
over
Honda.
here
Why you
this
lying
Yes,
like that?
weekend.
that was
You
the
lying. You
Ghanaian
Is
a
he
teacher.
president.
coming? Is
Why are
Ghanaian
you
he
giving me
coming?
kids for?
Africans have claims to America. America owes Africans too. You know that, right?
No,
Because
What?
no,
till
Huh?
today,
no.
they're stealing
Wrong.
resources. They're
No, they
stealing
don't.
resources till
Y'all give
today.
them
Yes,
up.
they do.
No, they don't. Y'all give them
No,
up.
Y'all
no, they
signed a
steal them.
janky
Prove it.
360 deals.
No, they
Prove
steal
it.
them.
Why
There's
then why
protests
ain't y'all
going on.
take him to court about it then? How about that?
Who?
Y'all ain't
Blame the
they ain't stealing
government.
nothing.
Oh,
They
who
got
taking who to
receipts.
court?
How they got
You think,
receipts?
Blame the government.
But they stealing it,
dog?
but they got receipts.
Everyone, y'all blame the government. Are
And
you kidding me?
no, those resources don't belong to you. They belong to the Europeans that carved up
No, they
What are
that
you
country
don't.
of
talking
yours.
about?
No, they don't.
Minister, minister,
You
you
Yes,
have
they
better
no
be
idea
do.
quiet.
what you're talking
You better
about.
be
Y'all
quiet
only
with that
sell to
garbage.
them. Y'all
Ghana,
don't sell
You
to
better be
other
quiet with
Ghana
that garbage,
just,
Africans.
minister.
bro.
Minister, you made me
Africans
cry with
don't
that
sell
garbage.
resources to
You made
other
me cry with that
Africans.
garbage.
Ghana
You made
just
me
put
cry with
up
that garbage.
Man,
Ghana just
y'all
put up
giving
royalty
resources
rates
up.
for gold, bro,
Y'all
and
don't
they're all
sell.
See,
mad.
they don't see them clip. They
Ghana
just
just
gonna
Ghanaians do
give it
not
increased
up.
the
sell
royalty
to
rates for gold
Cameroonians.
by
Y'all
three
don't
times.
sell.
Why y'all
Ghanaians don't
worship them
sell
clip people?
resources
You're
to the
lying.
to
You're lying.
Benin.
You have no
Y'all don't
idea.
sell
We
nothing
we
to
trade
Burkina.
we trade
Not
amongst each
without the
Hey
other.
Honda, why y'all
Europeans
worship
say
them clip
so.
people?
You're lying. You have no
Part
idea
of
what you
those
talk. You just
treaties,
repeating propaganda,
part of
dog.
those treaties y'all signed,
Bro,
yeah,
bro.
they
And
tied up those
Honda.
resources in those
So your
treaties.
president
John
ain't
Superfly,
coming
Muhammad,
over here.
Muhammad and
Superfly,
Ibrahim, they're doing
And
deals
Africa is the
together.
Honda,
current
your
Superfly,
epicenter of
president
modern
not
You
day
don't know
coming
what you're
over
talking
slavery.
here.
about.
Africa is
Superfly,
the current
Is
epicenter
your
of modern
president
day
You
coming
don't know
slavery.
what
over
you're
here
talking
right
about,
There's
man.
over 80
Superfly.
million
Only
Are
Africans.
your
Africans are
Superfly.
president
unifying.
coming?
Are
Africans
you
are
the owner
doing
of the
things
movie
together.
Superfly?
It's not
Honda.
perfect, but
Superfly.
Africans are doing
And
things
you know
together.
what? Y'all had us.
We're sharing
Honda,
resources with
y'all
each
had
other.
us.
Yeah, y'all ain't
But
doing nothing
y'all was
together.
Yes, we
so
are. You have no,
disrespectful
dude. Just
and
do a quick
According to
Google
backstabbing.
search.
UNICEF,
Y'all
How
there are
we
got
Do
too
a
over
much
quick
to
Google
100
backstabbing?
search,
contribute
million
and
to.
you will see
child
You
what's
the
poverty
happening
in
one who
in
set up
the
Africa.
motherland.
FBA.
But many of
Y'all
these
tried
jobs
to
You the
being as
one.
young
You
as
the
oppress
one.
black
11
You're
years
not
old.
African.
Americans, Honda.
Why
Yes,
you
you
worry with
did.
Africans then? You are foundation to America. Why are you going
We
to Africa
are.
begging
We
Africans for some
are.
We
cocoa?
are.
That's what
What
I don't
now?
get.
Honda.
Why, if
Honda,
Why
we
are you
Africans
have
going
are
to
never
doing
Africa
asked
things
begging
with
y'all
each
for
Africans for some
other,
nothing.
cocoa?
That's
why
them
do they?
playing
Tell
Why
goofies.
did the
South America.
Are your
Nigerians
What did
call
president
on
South
the
coming?
America then and
Ghanaians?
beg them
That's
for
them
some
playing
cocoa?
goofies
Honda.
over
They
there.
called on
Are
the
your
FBI
United
ain't
president
over
States
there.
coming over
to
here?
go and
That's
help them.
How
Nigeria.
come they
Nigeria
sell
should
their
have never
Honda.
Because
child
been a
Why didn't they
poverty
country.
in
call on the
Africa?
because of the people that
Ghanaians?
control this country
Nigeria
that
was
request them to
created
come over here.
strategically to
Honda.
create
Is
conflict.
your
You know how
Because of
they
the
president
people
do.
that
coming?
control America request them to come over
That's
here.
all
Nigeria,
y'all. What are you
those
Honda.
talking
tribes
Is
about?
should
your
All
not be
y'all
one
did.
president
country.
coming?
The
You
white
know how big
immigrant that
Nigeria
control
is, dog? Do you know
America
how big
told the president
Nigeria
to
is?
come over
That's
here.
It's 200
all of
million
No,
people
he
y'all.
in
did.
Nigeria.
No, he
Yes, he
Come on,
didn't.
did.
man.
It's
That's
called
You
all of
state
lied,
y'all.
visit.
What are you
Honda.
talking
It's
about?
called state
Bro,
visit.
you
Honda,
easy work.
It's
your
called
Minister,
president
you
ain't
fly.
easy
It's
work.
coming.
called
How?
state
You don't know
Okay,
visit.
what you're
great.
talking
I'm
about.
glad
Fly.
you
It's
think
called
that.
state
Honda,
visit.
But
Yo, you easy
Fly.
work,
yeah,
my
It's
Honda,
called
guy.
yeah,
stop it.
state
come
visit.
to my live
Honda,
Fly.
next
you're
time
It's
I
called
You
see
lying.
have
you.
no
state
idea
visit.
about
It's
global
called state
Yeah.
visit.
Honda, you
politics.
It's
You have
called
no
are
idea
state
what's
lying.
going
Uh-huh.
on
visit.
in the
Fly.
motherland. You're not
I'm
educated on
happy.
what's going
Honda,
I'm
on in the
happy you
motherland.
say that. Yeah.
You don't know
Fly.
Follow
It's
Honda,
follow
what's
called
the
you
going on in
are
the
stage and
world.
come to my
lying.
next live. We'll
It's
I'm
called
talk.
following you
state
right
visit.
now.
Since
I'm
I'm
following you.
Honda,
easy. Okay, I'm
why
It's
happy
your
you
called
said
state
that.
president
visit. Fly.
coming?
You easy
I'm
work.
Why
happy
your
It's
you
called
said that,
state
president
visit.
man.
coming?
Minister, why you block me on your live? Because what? I'm checking
I
you.
did I block you?
Honda, why your
Because I'm
president
checking you.
coming?
I
You
don't
want some
remember.
easy
I that
Africans
was
like
maybe
3D?
that was one
Come
of
on,
my
kiss your
Honda,
mods that
behind.
blocked you,
You
but
your
love
I've never
3D
president
like
blocked
you
coming
you.
over
like 3D
here
University over here.
pretending
Oh,
that we
Huh?
he
are
likes to
your
kiss
people
SBA behind.
to get
Are
our
you
Great.
One
happy
thing
to
we know
kiss
about
I,
reparations.
SBA
I
Africa,
behind?
didn't
No,
block
the
I
y'all
will
you.
not
beat
president
my
came
running
chest
it.
here
SBA behind.
because the
I
I
U.S.
will
didn't
is
block you.
getting
You
That's one
missed
I
the
will
thing.
mark
rid
beat my
block. I
Y'all
was
chest
are
gonna
not
block
African
running
you.
it.
Americans. FBA? Oh nah,
Hold
never
on.
that.
like
Oh
Hey,
they're
one
nah,
thing
never
we know
they're
that.
about
What's
exploiting
the
Africa,
song,
y'all
Africa
white
not
for
boy?
running it.
rare earth
You're
minerals
not.
to
I
drop.
didn't block you.
Superfly. Superfly. Where
Yeah,
The
you
reason why
going?
you're
hard
able to
blocked
use
it.
your phone is because of African
Honda.
Honda,
minerals.
why your
Superfly.
president
What?
coming over
Why y'all
here?
not
Yes,
running
the
Africa?
reason why you're able to use your
Because
phone
of
is because
your
of
president,
African
Dude,
minerals.
y'all don't know
Because of
what
the
the
You a
cobalt.
minerals
lie.
are.
Honda,
Yeah, but
you
we benefit
lying.
What do
And
off
you
y'all
that.
don't
mean?
care about those
your
Your
white
minerals.
president,
president coming over
your
here
white
And y'all
president
y'all can
trying
send
to
him a
y'all
state
can
pretend
visit.
like
Y'all
no
got
he
so
extract
Your
many
didn't.
white
those
president
minerals.
mines to
send
No,
get
him
he
a
those
state
ain't.
Who,
visit.
minerals.
No,
who's
What are
he
you
How
y'all? You
didn't.
talking
keep
about?
talking about
Yes, he
y'all.
did.
No, he did
Y'all,
Yes,
not.
he
You
did.
Yeah,
are
Africans,
y'all got
Yes,
so
y'all
lying.
he
many
do
did.
that.
minerals. How come the
Yes, he
Africans
Honda,
did.
on the state
your
Yes,
visit?
he did.
You want
president
to talk
Fly,
about some
coming.
fly,
damn
fly,
minerals?
fly.
Yes, it's
Pretending.
Your white
yes
What
because we're
did
dealing
He
with some evil
Africans
Y'all, it's
people.
pretending.
not
do
benefiting
about
S
y'all.
S.
minerals?
We're
Good
dealing
Honda,
with
question
some
for that.
evil people. It's benefiting
What do
some of
y'all
Honda,
us.
do?
Your
What do
white
It's
y'all do
It's
with the
immigrant
benefiting
person.
some of
Good
minerals?
your
us.
question for that.
president
You have no idea
pretending
about
Your
that.
white
like
How are
immigrant
Yeah, it's
person.
not
I
Good
Africans
question for
benefiting
that.
us.
responsible
gravesite.
for the
That's what we
You
minerals?
It's
think
saying.
you
Your
think,
white,
African
your
bro?
gravesite.
white,
I can.
Why
You
weren't
know how much
your
Africans
gold
for the
I
white,
have?
minerals
You
before the
your
Yeah,
white,
you know
it's
how
Europeans
much
not.
showed
gold
your
up?
I have
white,
sitting in my
And it's
your
home?
not
your white
benefiting
president, your
Africa.
white
Honda,
president,
Dog,
you
your
are
white
it's
president,
Why
lying.
benefiting
weren't
fly,
y'all
some
fly,
using those
Africans.
white
You
minerals
president,
are
before the
It's
your white
some.
Europeans
fly
lying.
showed up?
president,
Some
See,
your
that's
Africans
white
what
are
fly
able
that's the thing.
president.
to
We
Good
don't
access.
move
question
like that, bro.
for
Y'all
state
weren't
visit.
using.
We don't
Honda,
move
you
like that.
lying.
Who is
You
How am
are
we?
I lying?
lying.
How?
Honda,
FBA.
your
We don't
Man,
president
move like that.
coming over
y'all
here
If
individualistic
it's if
too,
it's not gonna
man.
pretending
benefit
like
all of us,
those
we not
grave
moving like
You
that.
sites
capping.
are African
That's straight
Man,
up.
to
come on.
get
Oh, you
That's a
them.
capping?
lie.
We don't
So
do
you
that,
Okay,
gonna
bro.
use
thank
my
That's a
y'all.
slang? Oh,
lie.
Fly,
okay.
where you
We
at?
don't
Another
not do that.
scam.
You gotta work
That's
tomorrow.
a
Another
lie,
I
dog.
know you
And
Yeah.
right.
scam.
You know
some of
what?
y'all
You
well
You
right.
off and
using
leave the
all my
hood.
slang right
Y'all,
now.
some of y'all make money and leave the hood,
Hello?
man. That's a lie, dog.
Yeah,
Y'all capping?
that's the
Okay.
goal.
Another
But
Hey,
we
scam,
not
I'm
gonna.
Honda.
talking. Hey, y'all. Okay, I was eating, so y'all got a chance to, go back and forth. And I hope everybody got everything out that they wanted to say. Until next time, shout out to the panelists. Shout out to numero uno. Shout out to my amazing chat. I really appreciate y'all. Thank y'all so much. Shout out to all the gifters for gifting me, gifting the panelists. Y'all didn't have to, and we really appreciate it. And shout out to everybody who participated in the debate. Mister, you got anything to say?
Well, thank you very much for hosting us live, and thank you for being great and being yourself. Thank y'all to the chat as well for showing all that love, all that support. Even the non FBA, some of y'all tethers out there, I thank you too as well for being here. Okay, because we wouldn't be able to do it without you. To Honda here, I didn't block you on my live, but maybe one of my mods did. But I'll unblock you if I see that. And to 3D, yeah, you have a personal invitation from me to come on to my live. If you ever want to debate me, I'm open for it. I'm glad you said that I'm easy work. Franco, I need you to learn how to say property. Hey, Fly, thank you so much, sister, for standing on business as always. Okay, and to
Always with you, brother.
everybody else, I appreciate y'all.
Minister, invite me to your live. I want to come.
Learn how to talk first.
Nowhere, Arnold Schwarzenegger.
All right, y'all have a good night. Thanks
No,
everybody for coming. See y'all
All right, y'all.
tomorrow.
Have a
no
good night.
problem. Yo, minister, man, you gonna be the next governor, man.